on the planet. Keep the fans standing, standing, standing. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. No nasty, not even if it's old dark 30. Street made, even dirt roads, highway 30. 50, 40, 90, that'll get you 30. That's a clean sweep.
Welcome to Red Alert Houston Rockets Zone. I'm Hope Champion. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and drop Clutch City in the comments. And lock in to hear Daily Rockets talk.
Yo, 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 what up, people? What up, people? This is Rockets Red Alert. You better know what you heard, man. We uncut, we unfiltered, and it's time to sound the alarm. What did we witness yesterday? What did we witness yesterday? Is the sky falling? Is the sky falling? So yesterday, our Houston Rockets had their season opener against the Detroit Pistons. The bad guy Pistons. Not bad in the bad, but bad meaning good in the words of the great artist Run DMC, or Daryl Mack, should I say. What we noticed, what we witnessed, was nothing less than a smackdown. And it wasn't bad. It wasn't as bad as it could be. And I'm gonna get into why. I'm gonna tell you all why it wasn't as bad as it could be. If you tune in regular, you might have some ideas of where I'm gonna go with this. But also, we're going to look at why Ime Udoka is a great coach. Why Ime Udoka is a great coach. Let's get to the makeup. Let's get to the fabric of Ime Udoka and what he brings to the organization. And also, let's delve into the individuality of the unit. That's very oxymoronic. And we're going to look at the oxymoron that is your Houston Rockets today. Okay. So, in a gritty back and forth contest, the Pistons edged out the Houston Rockets 115 over 111. Kevin Durant poured in 37 points for your Houston Rockets. But his efforts weren't quite enough, as Detroit just found enough edge late under the guidance of Cade Cunningham, who took over in the clutch. 21 points, 9 assists, and 7 rebounds. Calmly knocked down the go-ahead free throws with 5.5 seconds left to steal the win. Detroit's depth showed up as well. Ausar Thompson chipped in with 19 points. Paul Reed made decisive play in the final moments. The Rockets struggled with efficiency. We only shot 38.6%, people. We only shot 38.6%. Not only that, but we allowed 52 points in the paint. We allowed 52 points in the paint. In the paint, we allowed 52 points. And despite an overall strong effort, we could not stop their onslaught of offense throughout the game. The game was physical, had 30 fouls in the first half, a flagrant foul 2 ejection by Jalen Duren for elbowing Ahman across the side of his mouth. And that game was an example of what it's like when you set the tempo against a team. All right. What happened yesterday was nothing short of it was a demonstration. Let's talk about why. Well, we're gonna talk about the game, and I'm gonna lead to the conclusion that I came away with. I'm gonna take my time. All right. Let's I want to look at some of these highlights. Well, I'm gonna wait a little while before I get into the highlights. I'm gonna do that a little bit later. But the game was a knockdown drag out. Again, now this wasn't a knockdown drag out like the OKC game. The OKC game was, the battle of brawn, the battle of phenomenal talent. And whilst we almost won the OKC game, and it looked like at times we were going to put out the OKC game, because in the battle of exceptional talent, we showed that we have as much talent as any team in the National Basketball Association. Then you turn the page 4 days later, and in the battle of conduciveness and physical sustainability, we showed that we are lacking in that department. I'm going to come straight out and tell you. I'm going to come straight out and tell you. Yes, it's because of Fred VanVleet not being there, but that's not why we lost that game yesterday. That game yesterday was a Dylan Brooks game. Now I didn't do my usual rounds traversing the rocket sphere. I did make my way over to Chop Shop later after I found out they was on, because for some reason my phone didn't notify me, or my desktop didn't notify me. Nothing about that. So I made my way over there and chopped it up with them guys for a little while. But I didn't want to take in a lot of opinions, because I had my own, and I didn't want to give out a lot of opinions, because at this point, if you don't come here to get your information, you can just be a part of the rhetoric. You can just be a part of the normalized pattern of thinking. But if you come here, this is what you'll hear. This is what I'll tell you. This is what I'll submit to your hands. Fred VanVleet is the talking point. Fred VanVleet is low-hanging fruit. Fred VanVleet is what everybody's going to talk about. Point guard, point guard, point guard, point guard, point guard. Yesterday was the Dylan Brooks game. Yesterday was a game that Dylan Brooks wins that game for us. Not that Dylan Brooks comes out and he has a sensational, 39-point Olympic Dylan Brooks game. That's not what we asked of him. We never asked him to go out and score 39 points like he was in back in Canada getting buckets for the national team. What we asked Dylan Brooks to do is, when stuff get chippy, to like it, to like the chippiness, to embrace the chippiness, to feed off the chippiness, to get sparked by the chippiness, embellish it, and still be calm and knock down threes. And what we were missing yesterday was that embracing of the chippiness, that embracing of the physicality to where we saw Alfred Şengün have what no one expected for him to have yesterday. Now, we did say yesterday on the show that it could be a game with the physicality that Alfred Şengün might not have an explosive game like he had the prior game. And he didn't have a bad game. But as far as 14 points, only making 5 field goals. Nobody expected Alfred Şengün to only make 5 field goals yesterday. You couldn't have convinced me that he was going to go, what was it? 5 for 16 or something? You couldn't have convinced me that Alfred Şengün was going to have the type of game that he had yesterday going into that game. Nobody would have convinced me of that. And I'm going to say that his lack of ability to feed off of that type of energy and that type of physicality had something to do with the makeup of the team this year. Yes, with the expectations of the team this year. But I think the expectations of the team are largely based on the fact that Kevin Durant is here and things are supposed to be easier for us now. But things don't get easier when a guy like Dylan Brooks is not on your team. Things get harder. Things get harder because the guy who takes that energy and turns that energy into positive energy for you isn't there. That guy who did that last night was Jabari Smith Jr. It was Amin Thompson. And without that third, fourth person to take that energy and absorb it and put it back out to where it affects the team positively, teams like this can come in and change your energy. Which was why I felt like Alfred Şengün never really got his feet under him. He just went bucket after bucket after bucket, missing shots. And I think it was all due to physicality. And not just because it's physical, because Alfred Şengün is a Viking. He likes the physicality. He usually embraces the physicality. But that was when Dylan was on the team. That was when he knew he had reinforcements. He knew that at some point, the guys on our team were going to get physical with you and going to do some stuff that you didn't like, going to hit you some places that you didn't want to get hit. You know when it's coming. You know when it's coming. What up, Buck Mo? We in the building today, Buck. We in the building. I'm getting it in. I'm getting it in. And Alfred Şengün was, to me, the person that was most affected yesterday by the absence of Dylan Brooks. Like I said, I know. Yeah, Fred VanVleet wasn't there. We didn't have a point guard. I understand that. But to me, just in my own eyes, yesterday was a game that without Fred VanVleet and with Dylan Brooks, we still win. That's just my own mentality. Because I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna show you plays that slightly debunk a lot of the narrative that's been put out about the offense and about the defense. I'm gonna go through today and I'm gonna show you plays, not plays that I had to go dig up. These are the regular plays that you're gonna see on everything, and I'm gonna show you exactly how they debunk some of the narratives. Now, I don't want anybody to take this out of context and say that EF don't understand that Fred VanVleet was valuable. That's not what I'm saying. Everybody knows that I feel like a point guard mentality is valuable on the court. But I'm gonna show you where the point guard mentality was, why doing it by committee is a viable option, why it still can be done by committee and the sky isn't falling. And, you know, well, I'll tell you what the narrative is. Not that it's a narrative, not that it's a bad narrative. It's just the hot talking point. See, when the notification go off, you got to get in here early because I usually set it up. I usually set up my talking points at the beginning, and then I'll expound on them as I go. And if you really want to get the crux of the information, you got to know where I'm going with this. But here's the narrative. Give me 1 second. The narrative is Fred VanVleet ain't there. We need a point guard. And the double big lineup stinks to all high heavens. The game looks like trash, and that's why we losing. That's the narrative. And my pushback for the narrative is this. Well, bullshit. Bullshit. That is bullshit. That's just talking heads. That's just talking points. That's not why we're losing the game. We're not losing the game because we didn't have a point guard. Yes, a point guard might have helped us and got us over the hump. Yes, double big lineups don't look nice. It don't look sexy all the game. Yeah, no, but that's not why we lost. Yeah, that's not why we lost. So we gonna get into it. We're gonna get into it. Yesterday's game we lost. I mean, we lost because the old Rockets that used to embrace those kind of games and get a surge of energy, the more physical the game got, the more energy we got. The more intense the atmosphere was, the more crazy we played. The better we played. That's not the Rockets that showed up yesterday. That spirit is in the locker room anymore. That spirit, the muse that was Dylan Brooks is no longer on this team. The guy that would stand on one side of the court and stare at somebody like a gang stalker, just staring down the other side of the court, looking with his looking ass, he's not here anymore. He's not here anymore. And he was the one that gave you that sense of comfort in those types of games. Because you knew that he liked it. You knew that he likes that. And we don't have a guy who likes that. We have guys who are like that. We have guys who are physical. We have guys who are chippy. But we don't have a guy who likes it like that. Who lives for it. Who wants that. People say want the smoke. He wants all of that. You understand what I'm saying? And we don't have that anymore. That was a game where Dylan Brooks' energy changes the game. Now, is that why we lost? Yes, but it's deeper than that. It's deeper than just Dylan Brooks not being here, and it's deeper than, the fact that the way that is not the way that we played, but it's deeper than the fact that he wasn't here and the energy wasn't there. It affected how we played. It affected the confidence we played with, and it affected the focus of the team. I'm slow rolling it, Buckmo. In case you can't tell, I'm slow rolling it to see how many people come in the building before I get into this because I don't want people asking me the same questions over and over and over again when I'm finna give y'all the goal. I'm finna give you the treasures. I'm finna give you the goal that's gonna ride with you until we have a resolution in Houston. But people gonna roll up in here and ask questions that I'm already gonna answer. And, you know, I'm trying to slow roll it till they get in the building. But here we go. I ain't gonna make y'all wait no longer. For the people that's in the building, salutes to you. Every show needs a spark, and you are it. All right, let's sound the alarm. We talk about, let's just go down the line. Now I'm gonna pull up the stats, and I'm gonna pull up the stats. I'm gonna go down the line very quickly with the stats. Um, because I had some different stuff I was gonna do today. I had my diagram board out. I had my coach's pad and everything out, and I got hung up. I got hung up on some last minute type stuff. So I didn't get to really get to it and diagram it out like I wanted to. And I was gonna bring y'all into a little insight. But let me just give y'all these box scores. I know y'all heard the box scores already, but let's look at them again. Okay. Share this tab and add this to the stage. All right. Look, this ain't gonna be just a I'm not gonna just dwell on this, but I want to give you a quick rundown. We're gonna start at the point guard position. 2 for 8, 0 for 1. He shot 6 for 10 from 3 pointers, and he had 4 rebounds, 1 assist, 0 steals, 0 blocks. The good part about Amin Thompson's game yesterday is he protected the ball. Remember this. Amin had 1 assist. It was he had a lot of hockey assists. And we're gonna touch on the hockey assists. But Amin protected the ball and kept his turnovers down. He protected the ball and kept his turnovers down. Remember that. Remember that. Because we're talking about narratives now. We're talking about we don't have no Fred VanVleet, but Amin didn't have turnovers. Okay? Amin didn't have turnovers yesterday. So we can't just say it's about the turnovers as far as protecting the ball. We know that it's about getting people set up into their sets. We're gonna look at that too. The next thing is, let's go to our shooting guard. Kevin Durant, obviously, 3 for 3 from 3, 6 for 18 from the free throw, and lights out performance with 37 points. You know, overall, he missed 11 shots yesterday. You know, he missed 11 shots yesterday, 2 of which was free throws and 9 field goals. Okay, cool. Great game. 0 turnovers, a block, and 3 steals that I wish he could have had tonight, Monday night. Great, great, great. You waited until Friday to have a block and 3 steals? Cool. You could have did that Monday. Appreciate you. Thanks, buddy. Wasted a lot of money. All right. Now let's look at our small forward. With 3 for 9, 33% from 3, 2 for 2 from free throws. He had 2 turnovers, but he had a block, a steal, 2 assists, and 6 rebounds. Why is that important? Because we're going to look at the rebound totals. We're going to look at the rebound totals, and we're going to look at how these rebound totals compare to their rebound totals. Because I want you to understand where I'm going with this. I'm gonna tell you right off the bat. I'm gonna tell you right off the bat. If if it wasn't for these rebound totals, this game isn't even close. If it wasn't for these rebound totals right here, what I'm showing you. If it wasn't for these rebound totals, this game isn't even close. That's 2 games in a row where our rebounding made it a game. And we got out rebounded. But we're gonna get to that. Hold on, Willie. Hold on, Willie in the chemistry set. Where my did he get off my joints? Oh, it switched on me real quick like that. All right, forget it. Okay, now I want to go all the way down to the bottom of the page right quick. You see this guy right here? This very bottom name right here. This is not your savior. If this was your savior, he would have been in the game. He would have been in the game if he was your savior. This is not your savior. All right. I know he looked good in preseason, but for some reason, whatever it is that Ime sees, the reason why he's not in the game, that's why he's not up in there. And ain't no point in keep asking for JD Davidson to get in the game. He is not your savior. JD Davis did not stand for Jesus, damn Christ Davis. he is not. He is not Jesus Davison, man. That's not going to save you right now. Look, Al Pachinko. Okay, we on our power forward. 5 for 18. 5 for 18 for a guy who just scored 40 points is absolutely dumpster juice. Absolutely dumpster juice. He shot 70% from the free throw. He shot 0 for 2 for 3, and I'm cool with that. He shot him when they left him open. Yeah, he hesitated one time. He could have went ahead and followed through. Probably would have changed his whole shooting percentage for the rest of the day. But he shot 0 for 2. I'm cool with the 0 for 2. He was a +3. I'm cool with the +3. He had 3 steals. I'm cool with the 3 steals. 7 rebounds, 7 assists. I'm cool with that. 17 points, I'm cool with that. He's 2 points of his actual average. 2 points shy of his actual average. So I'm not disappointed in Alper's game. I am slightly on edge about how long it took him to get to 17, seeing as though how he was at like 6, 7 points for damn near the whole half. And then he finally got to like 8. Then it was like just barely getting off buckets, barely getting off buckets. And I know KD getting off buckets. KD getting off buckets, and when he was able to do something, he was able to do it. But you know, that wasn't the point. The point was Albert Shango was missing shots because they was being physical. Let me slide over here and check my chat. Check my chat. Okay. Ones in the chat if y'all still can hear me, man. Y'all put ones in the chat if you can hear me, just so I can give me a tech check. And we're gonna keep right on rolling. Let's talk about the chaos engine, man. Let's talk about Tar because we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4. Obviously, we played 9 yesterday, and we're gonna talk about all 9 of them a little bit. Let's talk about Tar, who went 2 for 5. Is 2 for 5 bad? Is 2 for 5 bad? Tell you what, if 2 for 5 is bad, put a 1 in the chat, or put a Y in the chat. If 2 for 5 is okay, put a O in the chat, and if 2 for 5 is good, put a G in put an N in the chat. So that's YON. Y for bad, O for okay, and N for good. What I wanna point to about this 2 for 5 is that there's a guy who shot 3 for 14. And not only is this a guy who shot 3 for 14 on the team, it's also a guy who shot 2 for 8 on the team. Okay? 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 So let's talk about the logic in this. Let's talk about the fair logic. If one guy shoots 2 for 5, one guy shoots 2 for 8, one guy shoots 3 for 14, okay? One guy has 6 rebounds. One guy has 5 rebounds. One guy had okay. Let's just put it in context. What I'm doing right here is I'm just saying, in all fairness, Jabari shot the ball 14 times. He was 3 for 9 from 3, so we have to give him boost, 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 because 3 of those shots was 3-pointers. Because we needed that spacing. So that's all pluses, because 3 of his shots, even though it was 33%, that's spacing, and that counts for a lot. Just because it's spacing. Just because one of those was a big clutch shot. We're not gonna, we're not gonna discount Jabbar um, just to boost up Tar. That's not what I'm doing here. What I'm saying is Jabbar had a big clutch shot. He shot 33%. He had 6 rebounds. He had 2 assists, 1 steal, 1 block. He had 11 points. Great game. He was a -6. Tar Eason shot 2 for 5. He shot 0 for 1. He only shot 1 3-pointer. He didn't make it. He didn't get no free throws. Okay, cool. He had 3 offensive rebounds, one of which was on his own shot. So we can really say 2 offensive rebounds where he got somebody else's rebound and kept a possession alive. And 2 defense rebounds. So he had 5 rebounds. That's 1 less than Jabbar. He had 2 assists, same as Jabbar. He had 1 steal, same as Jabbar. He had 0 blocks, 1 less than Jabbar. He had 1 turnover, Jabbar had 2. He had personal fouls, he had 2. He was a -5, 1 less than Jabbar. So Tari is not the reason we lost the game. Tari played meh, meh, meh. Not horrible. Not horrible. Because if he played horrible, then Jabari played horrible, and Amin played horrible. Now we can reduce it all down to everybody played horrible, but why? Why do that? Why reduce the whole game down to horrible? What's up, KLD? I didn't know you was in the building yet. I'm over here on my stats. Let's see. I don't know. I have no idea, bro. Um you can pull up, man. You on your way to work, KO? Yes, in 28 minutes. 40% is bad. 40% is bad. Yeah, 40% is bad. But if you say 40% is bad, no. This ain't the Bash Tari show. This is the keep it real, no all truth, no cap, unfiltered show. I'm going down all the whole recap of why Ime is a great coach. This ain't even about the game yesterday. This is really all about Ime. Everything I'm saying today is really all about Ime, and I'm gonna get to it. We just gonna slow roll y'all through it because I'm here. I got nothing but time. But look, you can pull up. You can pull up and get your joints off. You know, um, yeah. But listen, listen. This ain't about Jabari being bad. This ain't about Tari being good. This is about consistency throughout the team on a night where we fought to the end and You're not gonna just stick it on one thing that you can see. You're not gonna because here's my thing. Let me clear this up. You're not gonna come to me and say, this is the reason why we lost. Fix this one thing, and all of a sudden, everything is great. No, that's not what we're doing. We're not gonna say Tari was the reason why we lost. Oh, Fred was the reason why we lost. We're not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that over here. We're not gonna do it over here. And listen, guess what? I'm not gonna do it nowhere. I'm not gonna go nowhere. I'm not even gonna go to the 7-Eleven and let somebody at the 7-Eleven tell me, yeah, if y'all had Fred VanVleet, y'all would have won. Okay. Now, even though I said this was the Dylan Brooks game, and that Dylan Brooks energy and the ability to embellish those kind of hard-nosed games is the reason we lost. But I don't think just because we had Dylan, we automatically win. I think that because we have Dylan, the guys on the team understand that those kind of games are advantageous to us now. We lost the ability to take those kind of games and it be advantageous. Whereas when Dylan was here already, whereas when Dylan was here, those types of games was advantageous to us because those types of games, Dylan loved those types of games. And so the people around him, and you the leader of the team on defense, and we get into those kind of chippy games, we get into those kind of foul games, and you know that your enforcer, your guy likes that. You don't get frustrated as fast because you know that's good for him. That's good for him. It's like when you got that one guy that always got the blicky and another dude start popping off. You don't get flustered because you know Blicky Man is with you. You're like, oh man, Blicky Man was waiting on this. We mess around and get somebody chain tonight. We gonna mess around and eat tonight because Blicky Man in the back seat. Right? So it's different when you don't got Blicky Man with you. If you don't got Blicky Man, I'm gonna get to it. I'm definitely finna get to it. I'm definitely finna get to it. I'm definitely finna get to that buck mo. I wanna set the stage for why listen. That starting lineup, listen, the starting lineup is a starting lineup. It's a starting lineup. And if you can prove to me that the starting lineup is why we lost, I'm going to agree with you right now. Matter of fact, I'm going to sit right here and I'm going to finish my beer. I'm going to sit right here and I'm going to get my shit clear. I'm going to go ahead and stop because I just seen, I'm going to say the whole Tila verse. Hey, listen, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to sit here, Buck, and I'm going to let you put in the chat why the starting lineup is the reason we lost.
That's some dysfunctional shit.
Oh yeah, 5 for 18, 100%. Apple share goes to 5 for 18, but 5 for 18, 5 for 18. Okay. I'm not gonna cry with 5 for 18 because he still got to his point total and no spacing. Okay. Um, that's not gonna hold me, Book. That ain't gonna. I ain't gonna hold you, Book. That's not gonna do it for me. No spacing is not gonna do it for me. No spacing is not gonna. No shooting. No shooting. I'll go with no shooting. I'll give you a.
That's how you supposed to shoot. From now on, that's how you shoot.
I'll give you one of them for no shooting. But now what you have to do to back that up, what you have to do now to back that argument up, Buck, because this is a beat and teach session. This ain't just a regular Saturday night. This is Saturday night beat and teach. So now what you got to do is now you got to show me by changing the starting lineup up, where do we get shooting from? Well, by changing the starting lineup up, where do we get the shooting from? That's what you have to tell me. You have to explain to me, if we change up the starting lineup, where do we get the shooting?
Son of a... You done messed up.
Josh Okogie. That's good. That's your final answer for $1 million. Your final answer is if we change up the starting lineup, we get the shooting from Josh Okogie. So you want Josh Okogie to be a starter now? Buckmo, why you are, let me tell you something. Why you are probably, one of my biggest supporters, bro. You hear every single night. That, bro, that, bro, was the most ridiculous thing I have ever seen you put in the chat. You are not advocating for Josh Okogie to be a starter over Steven Adams. That cannot be what you're advocating. At this point, man, I feel like I'd be wasting my breath. I'm not learning y'all nothing in my chat room. I ain't learned y'all nothing. If you tell me Josh Okogie gonna be the starter, well, let's just go look at Josh Okogie. Let's go look at Josh Okogie because I'm still on Tar Eason. I'm gonna get off Tar Eason because I made my point about Tar. Let's go straight to Josh Okogie. Josh Okogie had 10 points. He was a +4. He was a +4 in 17 minutes. He shot 3 for 4. He was 1 for 2 for 3. He was 3 for 4 from the free throw line. He had 4 rebounds. He had an assist. He had 1 turnover. He had 1 personal foul. This was a Josh Okogie special. This is what he does. I mean, if you extend that out, let's say you extend that out, double it. Let's say you double it. You double that. Everything drops. He's not going to go 6 for 8 from the field goal. He's not going to go 3 for 5 from behind the arc. He's not going to go. I mean, he could go, 6 for 8 for free throw and 7 rebounds, but 17 points. Guess what? I didn't get to Steven Adams. Because guess what Steven Adams was? Because I didn't even feel like I had to do this, but let's just talk about Steven Adams for a minute. No, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna finish with the bench, and then I'm gonna go with Steven Adams. Real quick. Reed Shepard, 11, 3 for 11. 3 for 4 from 3-point land, which is exceptional. Which is what we need from Reed Shepard. We need him to double those shots. We need Reed Shepard to shoot 8 of those and more consistently on his floaters. But that's something that I'm willing to live with because I saw Reed Shepard do something last night. I don't know if nobody else saw it, but I'm going to tell you what it was. I didn't quite see it when I was looking over the video film or the highlight films. So, but I'm gonna get to it. I saw Reed Shepard do something last night that changes everything. See, when I watch Reed Shepard, I'm not watching if he's doing good or bad. I'm watching to see if he's improving on the things that we see that we know he need to be doing. And I did see him do something like when I said, if Reed Shepard is playing fast, I can live with whatever he does. If he's playing slow and he's turning his back to the man and picking up the ball, that's grounds for. That's every time he does that, it's going to be a turnover. Every time Reed Shepard turns his back to a man, when the man closes out on him and he turns his back like he's scared, that's a turnover, bro. Every time he does that, it's going to be a turnover. Almost, I mean, it's something that I would die on the hill about. But he had 2 rebounds. He had 1 assist. He had 3 steals, as per usual. Reed Shepard might be leading the league in steals this year. This guy is a gnat. Every time you put the ball on the ground, you have to worry about Reed Shepard. But he was a minus 13, and he only had 9 points. Why is that? Because guys was blowing passing left and right. Okay. Clint Capella, 1 for 1. That's what you do. You just get the ball and put it back in. It was an offensive rebound. Um, 4 rebounds, no blocks, +8, 2 points. Good. Okay, so that's everybody. But let's talk about Steven Adams before I go any further. Let me make sure. Uh, okay. Steven Adams is a relic, right? All them rebounds, it was still a -4. Okay. Yep, that's all we have. Okay. All right. Now let's talk about Steven Adams before I get into the, you know, we can do a little volleying back and forth. Steven Adams was a whopping 4 for 4. Why is that important? Because there were 2 guys on the team last night. Actually, with Josh Okogie, you could say 3. 3 guys on the team last night who shot the ball decent, and Steven Adams was it. Steven Adams was the only guy who didn't shoot a piss poor percentage other than Kevin Durant and Josh Okogie. He shot 75% from the free throw. He had 6 offensive rebounds. What that means is it was 6 times that we shot the damn ball out of that 39% field goal percentage. It was 6 damn times that we shot the ball and he had to get it back for us and get us a second opportunity. 6 damn times he got us the ball back. Mind you, that the next person on that list was Tari Eason to get us the damn ball back when we shooting up bricks and air balls all over the place, and just you know just playing like we were scared. We was just scared. We were scared to play basketball. Okay. I don't know if Osir Thompson and Beef Stew scare y'all like that, but I'm gonna tell you who wasn't scared of Detroit. Do I have to say the name? Because we had 2 players that were not scared of Detroit at all. That used to thrive to go in Detroit and play. 2 players that used to live to go in Detroit and play, and they both gone. But also, Steven Adams had 3 steals. 3 steals from Steven Adams? Well, I thought, I thought I'm a G. Oh, for shizzle. But you had a 3. You got a 3 out the P. Oh, you know how it be. This how we're gonna do it every day. The defense is so devastating it cannot be paralyzed, homie. I thought you thought I'm a G. For real. Ooh. All right. Steven Adams with 3 steals, and he had 11 points. He was a -4. He was a -4. Now, why was he a -4? Okay, he did get beat on a couple of plays, but he was -4 because while he was on the court, other guys were stinking up the joint. Because while he was on the court, other guys were stinking up the joint. Now, let me pull this down, and now that y'all know, stop sharing. Let me just pull it down. I'm gonna keep it right on deck in case I have to go. Okay, we back. All right. Defense wasn't our problem. Ime just doubled down on defense. That's a very astute observation. That's a very astute observation. But Defense wasn't our problem. Defense wasn't our problem at all. Our problem was simple, bro. Them guys was hitting on us and being physical with us, and we could not channel that energy into positive motivation. Now there is something about Tari Eason that I think is affecting the team, and it's not his play as much as it's the energy around the actions that surrounded his contract. I think the energy around that could be affecting the team. I see people patting him on the back and trying to cheer him up, and that energy could be affecting the team more than his play. Yeah, I know that's a big statement. And yeah, I know that's not what really people want to hear me say. But I just went over the stats, and you can't blame last night game on Tari Eason. And I haven't heard anybody really just blame it on Tari, but I could sense overall because even Eschenfelder, even Kevin Eschenfelder mentioned Tari last night in the post game, and you know it's one of those things where it's starting to be, you hear two names a lot from the Rockets. You hear Tari, and you hear Fred, and you don't hear enough about Steven Adams unless they're talking about the fact that the double big lineup is horrible. The double big lineup is horrible. Yes, but what does it mean? Okay, let's all that defense and still lost. Defense warrior. Okay. You want me to show you? You want me to go ahead and get in this because we almost at an hour, and I guess at an hour I'm gonna go ahead. Actually, we almost at an hour. I can go ahead and get into it now. We're just gonna keep right on rolling along. We're gonna keep right on rolling along. I'll share this back. Bang. You know what? Hold on. Let me do this like that. Remove that. Okay, now this is what I want to do. I want to come in here and I want to add me a little media slot. Okay. Let's save. Go back to just in case it gets spooky. Okay. All right. Now this is the part where I basically risk my whole stream. Um, you know, just to show y'all a couple of things, man. Just to enlighten y'all in a couple of things I see. I'm gonna go ahead and pull this up because y'all don't need to see my little jump down, my little circle joints right there. All right, cool, cool. Okay, cool. Now, right off the bat, now I don't have my whole coaching pass, so I don't want to have to go to it. But if I have to go to it, I'll pull it up. I will pull it up and let it get real saucy up in here
By Toyota.
on this Beat and Teach Saturday. Y'all let me know if let me get my phone out. If anybody pull up, man, y'all just put it in the chat that you coming up or whatever. King said he getting ready. He might be getting ready for work. So he'll probably call me on his way or when he get there. But listen, if anybody pull up, y'all just have to text me and let me know you pulling up because I'm not looking right at the screen right now. And I don't wanna keep nobody backstage for a long time. But this beating T Saturdays, man.
Interim head coach J.B. Bickerstaff, they finished 44-38, sixth in the East. The Rockets, of course, were 52-30 a season ago. Last year, 20.
Okay, right off the bat. Watch this.
Here at Toyota Center, both big man.
Okay. Now, this is the first thing I want y'all to see. They got the jump ball. They didn't show them make a shot. That means they didn't make a shot. That means that was a stop. Right off the bat. That's just the first thing I want y'all to notice. Whatever happened, we got to stop. Okay. 0-0 is the score. They got the jump ball. We got to stop. All right. Now, let's keep it going. What we got right here. You see how you got 3 out spacing? 5 out really 4 out really on the top and 1 big in the bottom. It's nothing crowded about that. Nothing is crowded. Everybody backloaded. Nothing is crowded. Just because it's big people on the court, don't mean it's crowded. This is what gets me in a frenzy when people start to just say random stuff. It's crowded because big people. Where is the crowded at? Kevin Durant has the whole entire court to make this play. He has the whole entire court to make the play. Okay? And because he has the whole entire court to make the play.
Pistons bench. Hope everybody's all right. KD, double.
Guess what? Because he had the whole entire court to make the play, guess what he didn't have to do? Watch this. Look, Alper's telling Jabbar, don't cut, because Jabbar was going to cut through. Or Alper could have went down and set the screen, and KD could have rolled off into the lane. Nope, that's not what they're doing. Alper told Jabbar to stay, and guess what? Right here. Look at the space where IP is. Hold on. Let me go back. I want you to see KT when he getting into his shot, because there is a lot of time for KD to make this pass. Let me check. Okay, so look.
Hope everybody is all right.
Guess what? You're a basketball player. You know the double team is there. He knows LP is open. It's not about whether he can see LP or not. He knows LP is open. And he knows that if LP catches this ball, this is a wide open 3. But he looks over his shoulder and he realizes that this number 12 is not even a legitimate defender. Even though number 9 is fouling, kneeing him, kicking him, kneeing him in his ass and everything else, he knows number 12 isn't actually a defender. So it's a double team, but it's not legitimately a double team. Now when he get that man in the air, now number 12 becomes a fouler. And all the while, LP is wide open. So where is it not spacing because it's 2 bigs on the court? Well, here's the thing. LP missed shots. Not at this point. At this point, Alper Sengun had just hit 5 3-pointers the game before. So we can talk about what he did after this, but at this point, at 0-0, perfect spacing on the floor, LP was wide open for a 3 after just lighting it up for 3 the last game. Now I'm going to come back over there and see if anybody agree with me right now. There's 4 people around him. You're right. Yeah. No. The man was cheating down on Steven Adams to try to stop him from getting the offensive rebound. But listen, Buck. It's 5 in the paint now. But think about what I'm saying. The night before, Alper Sengun had just hit 5 3-pointers. On this play, Kevin Durant was intentional about getting his shot off and being aggressive. It had nothing to do with it not being spacing. There was absolutely nothing about this play that had to do with it not being spacing on the floor. We are 4 out. KD has the ball right in his sweet spot. He gets 2 dribbles into the post. He pump fakes the man. The other man is already there. It don't matter how many times he gonna hit 5 threes. What matters is that he was wide open from the top of the key. And even if he didn't decide to take the 3, he could have drove it down in the basket and just got a floater going to the rim. He was wide open for the pass, but KD was intentional about being aggressive because he wanted to put the defense in the mindset that I'm going to be aggressive tonight. I'm going to force you to stop me. And if you and then once you commit to trying to stop me, it opens it up for everybody else. This was a set the tempo play. This is why he didn't pass the ball to Alper Sengun, because if he kicks the ball to LP, LP has the lane to drive to the goal. You understand what I'm saying now? It's not about what you see, it's about what you don't see. It's not about what you see, it's about what you don't see. What you don't see is Kevin Durant passed this ball to a wide open man. When we know that LP with Duncan Robinson on him is Popeye's chicken. Popeye chicken nuggets all day. Popeye chicken nuggets, a feast if he get Duncan Robinson on him going to the post. If Kevin Durant kicks this ball out to Alper Sengun, no, he's gonna drive it right into Duncan Robinson's face, and then he's gonna go in there and get the bucket. There's nothing else to do. If Kevin Durant passes him, but first of all, it's not 5 in the paint. It was 2 on Kevin Durant and 1 in the paint, 1 cheating off Armin, and Duncan Robinson was really on Jabari, and that means LP was wide open. And if he passes the ball to LP, Duncan Robinson has to push over to LP, and LP gonna drive right down to his chest into a shot, or get the foul, or LP's gonna drive in, he gonna pump fake and kick it back out to Jabari himself. But with 5-6 seconds on the clock, he probably would have shot it. No, when have you ever seen Alper Sengun get a charge, bro? See, now you're just making up random stuff. You're just making up random stuff because that's not even real life what he do. If anything, he gonna pivot, and go to the hook shot over 3 people, which I'm still cool with living with that shot. But the point is that Kevin Durant did this intentionally to change the defense's mindset, to let them know he was going to be aggressive and see if he can get stuff open for other people. And the defense made a decision. We don't give a damn. We're gonna let you get off. We're gonna cover you when we gotta cover you. Well, we're gonna hit y'all every time. We're gonna foul you. We're gonna hit you every time. We're gonna be physical. And that's what the defense said. But it's not about spacing here on this. My point is, it's not about spacing. The spacing is there. Look at the space they have. It's backloaded, spacing everywhere. And even though Steven Adams is in the paint, it has nothing to do with Kevin Durant making this shot. This has nothing to do with spacing. So for the people who talking about spacing,
Stepped through it, got fouled out,
Yep.
and 1. He did.
okay,
So 1.
here we go. Let's look at the spacing. Now, well, let's look at the slow defense, right? Let's look at the slow defense. We got this going on. Kevin Durant is over here. He out here on Duncan Robinson. Look at Steven Adams. Look who feet moving. Steven Adams' feet moving. What is he doing? Is he being slow? Is he being big and just out there looking like sloppy Divock? No, he's moving his feet, bro. Look, look at that. Did Kay Cunningham get a drop to the basket? No. Look who's sitting in the chair. Look who's sitting in the chair right here. Oh my God, Steven Adams is sitting in a chair. Does that look like a big slow man who shouldn't be on the floor? No, it don't. That's a great contest by your big man, bro. Kay just made a big shot. That has nothing to do with it being a big man or a little man or anything. Steven Adams played good defense and Kay just made a tough shot. Nothing to do with it being a double big line.
That 3 up and down.
Okay.
Cunningham coming off his
Nothing to
best
do with
season.
it. Okay. Now let's look at this play. You got something like a continuity play over here, and this is like one of the plays like LP would be running when he was in the Turkish league. Now, first of all, Kevin Durant could have been diving, here, or it could have been a down screen. You know, Steven Adams could have came over here. I could have went down. But this is what happens. Jabbar is wide open. Kevin Durant, I don't know really what he's talking to about the ref, but watch this play. It's no spacing, right? It's spacing. It's spacing. You know what the spacing is? Look by the Rockets. Look where it says Rockets right there. That's spacing, bro. And oh, what is this? Movement without the ball. Where Alpin could have just stayed in the corner spacing. He could have spaced out in the corner. He could have been spaced out in the corner. He moved, bro. And guess what? Here's where it gets tricky. Because even though he has a basket right here, your double bigs are not regular double bigs. No look pass to your center. No look pass, bro. Out the gate. No look pass. No look pass to Steven Adams. This is what you talk about when you talk about the double big lineup and not having space. And by the way, the double big lineup is on the court, and we are winning. We are winning with the double big lineup on the court. Okay? No, I'm gonna wind it. You want me to wind it again? I'll wind it again. Let me wind it for you again. So I can break this down to you because I think you don't understand what spacing is, Buck. Let me get back over here. Okay, let's go back to this play again so you can get a so you can smell. Okay, here go the spacing right here. Okay. Spacing across the top. You got 3, 4 out. 1 at the top of the circle. Spacing all over the place. Nobody in the paint. This is nothing but spacing. Like, exactly what do you mean there's no spacing? There's absolutely nobody in the paint. I'm not cherry picking, bro. I'm not cherry picking. I'm playing the highlight reel, and I'm just showing you what's there. I'm not doing no cherry, no picking. I'm just showing you what's there. People saying that it's no spacing because it's big people are just people that saying, oh, they big, so it ain't no spacing. That's not true. Look at all the space on the court. There's nobody in the paint. But look, I'm not cherry picking, bro. Oh, Buckmo say he finna pull up. King gonna pull up whenever he gets dressed. Okay, we gonna get it popping. I'm not cherry picking. All I'm doing is going over the highlights and showing you what I see as a basketball mind. I'm not just gonna sit up here and bloviate. I'm not just gonna sit up here and just bloviate and gaslight y'all. I watched the game twice last night. I watched the game twice back to back last night. Then I get up and then I watch highlights. Then I go look at the coaching board and see if I draw up the play, how do the plays look? Exactly. Highlights don't tell the whole story, but what it do tell you is what happened that play, and what the score was when it happened, and what the score was when it happened. We are winning. It's spacing all over the floor. Everybody spread out. Nobody in the paint. It's 2 bigs on the court. People who saying double big, no spacing, double big, no spacing. It's just talk. It's just talk. It's not reality. It's just talk. It's not reality. Now, look at what the title of the stream is, because we're gonna get into that as I close out the stream. You write it. Don't tell the whole story, but mind you, this is Beating Teach Saturday, so don't take the energy. You know what I mean? Don't take the energy the wrong way. This is Beating Teach Saturday. I had to come in and do this today. I got to come in and do this because is getting, it's getting sketchy to me. It's getting sketchy that everybody just acting like basketball is just, you can just say something because it sound good. But look, here's the spacing. It's spacing. Nobody's in the paint. Nobody's in the paint. That leads to this whole entire space called the paint to be open. And Alper Şengün being spaced all the way into the corner for the three, whereas your power forward would have been on this play. Um, let me see. Where am I at? Where am I at? Let's see. Let's see. Anyway, Alper Şengün, where he is. What in the Sam here happened to my joints? What happened to my joints? I just, I didn't really come prepared, but I was finna come in with all guns loaded, but I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and do it like I'm gonna do it. And we just gonna keep it. We're gonna keep it freaky deaky right now. But okay. Uh what the hell is this play, man? This is either double continuity or that turkey joint. Let me see. I'll jump off turkey DHO scissors. DHO scissor play turkey. So it's one of the plays that they run in the little turkey league joints. But Ahmed got the ball, and where it would have been a screen right here, Steven out at the top of the key, he just go down. He could have set the screen right there, but Alper Şengün flares into the middle of the lane, and it's spacing. It's spacing. It's spaced all over the place. And Alper knows this play down to a T. And everybody knows that this is a good play. Everybody knows it's a good play.
Alpe's always got those guys like Kevin Durant. Everybody else is going to end up shooting better, at least on the free throw line.
Oh. Guess what happened right here? Let's look at this.
Like Kevin Durant.
You got your double bigs out there? Is it double bigs on the court? Okay. Guess what? Point guards can just blow past you and do whatever they want to do when you big, right? Listen, this is the narrative. When your point guards out there and they got bigs on them, they just gonna blow right past them because a center can only do so much on a point guard. Okay. Guess where your point guard at? Watch this. I want you to watch. I want you to watch LP D up, sit in the chair on their score, on their shooting guard, mind you. Jabari is over here on their small forward or whatever he is, I don't even know. Center. Jabari is on their center. KD is over here on their small forward. LP is on their shooting guard. Where is their point guard at? Watch their point guard.
End up shooting better, at least on the.
Okay, first of all, Kevin Durant turned his head and this man just slid over into open space. Kevin Durant really made a bad play because he was trying to help Jabari. But Kevin Durant really made a bad play because this could have been an easy stop if Kevin Durant stays a little more closely attached to this guy. He would have had to swing the ball to Duncan Robinson, which probably would have gave him a three. But either way it go, it's going to be a three anyway. But watch their point guard. Where is their point guard at? Where the hell is their point guard go? Yeah, but look where their point guard is at. Do you see their point guard in the screen? Their point guard ain't even in the play no more. Why? Why is that? Where'd he go? I was looking for him. I can't find him. Oh, look at the goddamn catch with the goddamn ball. I can't see him. Where'd he go? He ain't even in the play, bro. Adams took their point guard all the way off the screen. He took that point guard all the way off the screen. He actually took him. He took him all the way to Springfield, Springfield, Illinois. He took him all the way to Springfield, Illinois. He took him all the way to Saginaw, Michigan. He got Kate Cunningham all in Saginaw. Okay, here go another one. Albert Shango on top of the key. He is by far the best ball handler on the team, in my mind's eye. Giving work to your boy up here, Jalen Duren. And Jalen Duren sitting in the chair trying to stop him. But he has no chance of keeping up with Albert Shangoon out there. No chance of. And Albert Shangoon got his head up like he is fenced to rain. Watch your dreadlocks.
Just works himself into the game.
And if it wasn't beef stew, it was going to be watch your dreadlocks.
And look at.
Oh, LP missed. What happened? Did he miss this play because it was crowded? Maybe. 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 Is it 3 people in the paint? Absolutely. But that's only because KD was spaced all the way in the corner and Reed Shepard is not being a factor. But actually, if you look right here, it's only really Beef Stew coming over off the big to contest. The man that he's beating is barely in contention at all. Right? So he's one-on-one with one man to pass. That's not a bad shot. That's not a bad shot. Because on any given night, that's a foul, bro. On any given night, that's a foul.
Into the game and look at.
If they didn't call a foul, even though they that could have the lead to 8. Do you see where this is going? You see how this is leading to just a cycle of Steven Adams being the catalyst on this team. That, I mean, yeah, Beef Stew was there because Steven Adams was in the paint. But at the end of the day, all this fouling and strong arming people that Beef Stew be trying to do, look at Steven Adams. He like, I'll throw you on your head right now. Even after the ball in the net, I'll throw you on your damn head. But Albert Shangoon got to the goal. Beef Stew contested and fouled him. He missed the shot. The ball pops out. Steven Adams to a Kevin Durant for a pretty contested.
Bounce to it's Kevin Durant. Cunningham around 2 defenders.
Look at this.
Back to Stewart, wide open.
This play, let me go to this. I want to show you.
13-5 is the run for Detroit. Rockets cough it up.
Specifically.
Cunningham to Robinson, catch. Cunningham.
Hold on. We didn't more.
13-5 is the run for Detroit.
Okay.
Rockets cough it up.
No.
Cunningham.
It's the Beef Stew. It's the Beef Stew play.
Back out to Durant.
All right.
The bounce to.
Now, double bigs on the court. Kevin Durant stepping up to where he's supposed to be. This guy easily could try to go back door. That's a problem, but that's not the problem. What we have is Albert Shangoon not cutting off the play on this play.
It's Kevin Durant.
Oh, LP. Oh, LP. You see that? You see that? He did not seal him. He did not seal him. He did not push up far enough to actually stop Cade Cunningham and make him come off the ball. It is going to lead to big trouble because now Amon is trying to chase, and where LP can't get back in front of him, he can't get in front of him now because by the time he steps up, he's out of position and Cade's gonna turn the corner on him. And when Cade turned the corner, he already know that this is an open 3. And instead of LP even trying to contest, he just leave him open for the three because, at this point, it's nothing.
To Stewart wide open up top.
That was LP's fault. LP just didn't close out, but that's not a double big problem, and that's just Cade Cunningham turning the corner on you problem. And I don't think nobody could have contained that any better unless you was like Atari Eason or somebody that. Yeah, double big gonna give up a three, but that's not double big giving up a three. That's just Albert Shango getting beat by somebody who's better because guess what? Cade Cunningham ain't no little person. No, Albert Shango was on him. Albert Shango was on him. Albert Shango was supposed to not switch because I think they was in man. But what happened was Albert Shango was supposed to steer. He was supposed to step all the way up and push him out instead of letting him turn the corner. You're supposed to kind of angle your body towards the man and either make him have to split or push him out and make him have to go farther out with the ball rather than just dip his shoulder and turn on you. You can't let him dip that shoulder and turn around you like that. And that's what LP ended up letting him do. And that's what caused Kate to be able to make that, make that slingshot across the court. But that's Cade Cunningham being a great PG. And, at the end of the day, that has nothing to do with double big because Steven Adams had nothing to do with that play. Steven Adams did his job on that play.
13-5 is the run for Detroit. Rockets cough it
Okay.
up.
Okay, look. Let's go to that. Let's go to that. If you want to talk about a play, because I'm gonna come back to something similar in the future, and I'm gonna go ahead and point this out for right now so we can see it. So we can see.
13.
Okay. Kevin Durant picking up the ball and getting pressured by Cade Cunningham is bonkers at this point in your career. So this is where you say, yeah, if we had a point guard, he wouldn't have done that. But who's to say? We've seen people get picked up and D'd up and pick up the ball. We've seen Fred VanVleet do it. We've seen everybody do it, with the exception of the likes of like Chris Pauls and people like that. But this particular play, that a point guard might would have made a difference. My bad. Yeah, this particular play, a point guard probably would have made a difference because, maybe he just don't get D'd up by Cade Cunningham if he's a little bit faster. maybe that's the case right here. And in this particular pass, could Steven Adams have done something different to get the ball rather than just standing right there and try to seal that dude? Okay, yeah. But
5 is the run.
how about the refs call a foul? All right. How about the refs call a foul?
Detroit.
Okay.
Rockets cough it up.
Not worried about it. Guess what? Tara, you gave up a 3, did you? Or is that how you stop a fast break? Is that what you're supposed to do on the fast break every time? The first man protect the rim, next man stop the ball? Is that what you do on every fast break drill practice from the time you in little dribblers to the time you get out of? It is exactly what they teach you to do on the fast break. So yeah, Robinson was open. Started closed out strong. Jumps to contest. Maximum effort on the play. There's nothing you can do with that.
Makes. And that's why they went and made the move.
Am I lying? I don't know. Okay, here we go. Steven Adams. What's Steven Adams doing down there? Where is his man at? Where is his man? Why is his man all the way back up under the backboard like that? Is that where he's supposed to be? Jalen Duren, is you trying to be with the camera crew? Is you part of the camera crew? Why is Jalen Duren still back here by the camera crew? I thought he was playing basketball. Oh man, he want to be part of the camera crew now. Listen, when Steven Adams put his hands on these people is out of the play, bro. These peoples is out of the play. He is not even part of the team no more. He even stopped. Look, he ain't even running down the court. He just like, forget it. I'm just gonna stay. I'm just gonna stay here for the rest of my life. Steven Adams pushed him so far into the backboard. He said, I'm just gonna stay here for the rest of my life. What? Hold on. Auburn was supposed to switch what? What was Auburn supposed to switch? What you talking about, Buck? You talking about on the fast break? Oh man! Oh, you talking about on that defensive play? What Steven Adams got pushed out to play? I don't know. I wasn't even looking. I was looking at Jalen Darren push that dude. I mean, Steven Adams pushed Jalen Darren all the way back there by the cheerleader. He got this dude in the rafters. Hey, Jalen Darren, your numbers damn near in the rafters, and you still playing. He down there pushed that nigga James all the way up to the rafters. Hey man, Steven Adams be pushing these guys out to play, bro. That's stupid. That's stupid how far he pushed people out to play.
With all of them through the years.
All right, what's
Ryan, I should also mention the Texas
Oh my
Pythons.
days. Oh my days. Kevin Durant shot the ball. Oh my God. Maximum effort by Charles Easton to get the rebound on the double tap over two people.
Times of practice.
Oh, and what was that? Did he pass
Don't
it
forget Jason Biles, who was the rock
to an assist? Oh my days.
on the heels of a 19.
Okay. Now these just highlights. So, yeah, we don't have to take a lot from them, but we just don't. Is it spacing? Is it spacing on the floor? 1, 2, 3. Reed Shepard is the fourth on the perimeter. It's only one damn center in the thing. So Alper Sengun is basically spaced. So it's still plenty of spacing on the floor.
Look at Reed go.
And, whoa, hey, has anybody ever told you that if you have a big man by the goal, he can offensive rebound if you miss a shot?
And Capella is able to fly off the backboard and Clint Capella, one of the best.
Okay, let's see this right here. What is Alper Sengun pointing to right here? What in the world is Alper Sengun pointing to? Anybody in the chat? Anybody in the chat? Anybody know what Alper Sengun is pointing to? I'm gonna just show y'all something right quick because I ain't gonna do this all night with y'all, man. Y'all ain't gonna talk to me, man. Y'all ain't gonna tell me what he's pointing to.
Yeah, very good offense.
Guess what? See how Reed Shepard cheating over in case anything pop off on this back door? And Alper Sengun is setting himself up to cover both of these people. Now how can Alper Sengun tell Reed Shepard that something might pop off of it? It's called studying film. It's called studying film. He sees this right off the gate, like watch the baseline. Watch the baseline. Watch the baseline. In case he spin. If you spin, I'm gonna slide over and get yours. You don't spin, Reed Shepard still sliding over because he makes sure that, but he getting over in case he kicked the ball out. Hey.
Yeah, very good offensive rebound. Detroit.
Double B's in the game. Now at this point, we're not winning. But Steven Adams out, but we still got double B's in the game. Guess what? How many people in the paint right here? You got 2 people in the paint and 1 finna go in the paint. My question would be, do you want LP to be post up right here where Clint Capella is and somebody try to throw him the ball over these 2 people and then collapse down on him? Because what I think is happening is People see Alperen Sengun do this, and they say, why he just can't be down there chilling and somebody just throw him the ball, right? Why he can't just be down there chilling already and somebody throw him the ball? Because if he down there chilling and somebody throw him the ball, it takes away the spacing. It takes away the spacing when your ball. Oh my God. Oh my God. You know what? I'm gonna chill.
Work. That's the only thing they have.
Okay. Now, let's say, for instance, Alperen Sengun throws the ball to Clint Capella right here. These three people collapse on Clint Capella and he can kick out the people, but where's the damn shooters? Because Asur is on Reed. Asur is on your best shooter. Their best defender is on your best shooter. He's not leaving Reed Shepard open in the corner for a three. That's retarded. That's brr. Unless you think Asur Thompson's name is Lil Darryl. You think Asur Thompson's name is Lil Darryl? He's not finna leave Reed Shepard over there in the corner. So throwing the ball to Clint Capella right here, hypothetically, takes away passing lanes and spacing and movement. But
Sengun to a cutting.
by the same token, watch what Clint Capella does on the play.
Wake up. You've been
Adjust his body.
out work.
That's the role I could have, roll for the lob if I had to. I'm not.
That's the only thing
But I move it and I'm
have.
gonna move my body. Watch Clint Capella. Seal right here, and there goes the passing lane. There goes the spacing. Oh my God, is that spacing on the floor with a double big? More spacing? Oh my God, what is that called? Is that a passing lane and spacing?
Sengun to a cutting Eason.
Oh,
Into the body of Stewart.
it is spacing on the floor with the double bigs. Why didn't I see that? Because you only think of spacing as a bunch of people outside by the three-point line just standing out there with their thumb up their ass like we waiting on James Harden to drive and then kick the ball out. That's not the only kind of spacing in the league. Where he gonna shoot his next brick? All right, let's keep going. Stays with
it. And the Rockets.
All right.
He's already taken 3 of them. Here's Shepard. Up top. Down it goes.
Oh, now this ain't really nothing to break down to show y'all nothing, but just for the sake of saying, where's Clint Capella at? Clint Capella is out here to set this pick if he got to get Reed Shepard some space. Alperen Sengun is going to dive. Jabari is going to go back door, and that's hey.
Shepard. Top. Down it goes.
And this particular shot, here's the thing about this particular shot. I'm bugging when he shot this ball because at this point, there's only one thing I'm thinking. Only one thing I'm thinking when I see this shot go up and go in. That's the Reed Shepard that we need. We need Reed, not because he took a three and made the three, because he took a three and made it when we needed him to do it. When we needed that shot to go up, before the defense had a chance to set, we not worried about getting into no offense. We don't need to run no offense if you do that. See, the point guards we have, they have a certain skill set that makes them, let's say, a nightmare for the defense. And if you are, per se, come down slowly and you let him get over the top of, let's say, what's going to be a screen and fire the regular pistol, it's going to be a long night for your doggy's bottom. And he nailed that shot. He nailed that shot in. I mean, it was just one of those moments where if anything happens and they get the ball and go score, it could change the momentum. That was a big momentum shot. It kept us in the game. There's no way I could take that away from him. So let's keep going. Because now we're going to start getting into sticky territory.
First for Shepard.
Oh, Jabari. What happened to you, Brody? Way to get back and recover, but it's not good enough.
Sar Johnson,
So Clint Capella almost got the block.
And Jabari was playing down low.
This is why Alfred Shangon was dog tired. Now, it goes without saying that when you got a dude that's 7 foot doing all this stuff right here, you know, he gonna be tired because his body probably not made to do it. But guess what? Greeky Freaky do it. Nobody complain about it. If we went and got Giannis right now, here's my question. For all the double big, we don't want no double big. We don't want no double big. If we got Giannis, are you trying to tell me you want Giannis to play center? Oh, Giannis is different. Different than who? Alperen can shoot better than Giannis. So you see how the logic, when people say stuff, my mind, the gears in my head just start turning, and I'll be like, the shit they saying is illogical. What you're doing is you be in an echo chamber for something that you think, and you go out and you say it, and then people regurgitate it, and everybody feels like, oh, as long as people regurgitate the same thing, it's right. But if we had Giannis, LP will play center. So you want Giannis on the perimeter and LP at the center. Who's better inside or who's better outside? LP is better at both. Only thing Giannis is better than LP at is dribbling up the court and dunking on people. Which I can't say that Giannis is a better ball handler than LP or passer. But Giannis is a better rebounder than LP. But if we had Giannis and LP, would you still be saying you don't like double bigs? So it's not the double big that you don't like. It's the idea that Steven Adams is big as fuck and he's not scoring the basketball. That's really what it boils down to. Yeah, because he don't space the floor. Okay.
Final seconds. Foul line jumper. Good for Sengun. And that.
Hey. Let me ask you this. How many times have you seen Giannis do this?
Final second.
What's that? 17 foot. 17-foot jump shot. Oh my God. 17-footer jump shot. Gooseneck. Bang, bang. How many times have you seen Giannis do that? To beat the clock in the clutch. This is the guy. Oh, okay. Hold on. CLT dropped the link. My bad. I ain't even dropped the link today, did I? I've been on a tangent today. Beating T Saturdays, man. I've been on a tangent. Brooks can shoot the 3. Yeah, we miss Brooks. Cap. Hit the link. Cap here. King don't even know what to say. He tried to say some shit. He got some stuff. He got some stuff on his mind. Link in the chat, KOD. Buck, you can pull up too if you want to pull up, man. Let me go ahead and get you right. You know how we do it. We got my boy King on the stage. We're gonna go ahead and bring him to the desk with a nice round of applause. What up, KO?
What's happening? What it do, man?
Chilling, man. Beating T Saturdays, man. Beating T Saturdays is something new I'm working on.
You take it back to the workshop, man. It ain't ready for display yet. It ain't ready. It ain't ready. I was letting you cook. I was letting you get your shit off, and then you had to start trying to disrespect Giannis to prop up LP. We seen Giannis. We seen Giannis hit hundreds of mid-range shots. LP's not better than Giannis inside, outside, backside, front side, left side, right side. He's not better than Giannis. In no way, shape, form, or fashion, in no parts of the game of basketball. Maybe as a cook, maybe, Turkish hockey or something. I don't know. But when it comes to NBA basketball, LP is not Giannis. He ain't close to Giannis. In nothing.
I know he's not close to Giannis, but he's a better outside. He's a better outside player. He's a better passer.
He's not. He's not. Giannis last year was averaging damn near 10 assists. He playing point forward, point center. He bringing the ball up. He making passes out on the perimeter. He making passes out of double teams. He getting all the way to the cup. Like Giannis did the damn thing. Stop it.
Steroids.
Stop it.
Steroids.
Stop it. Pull up Giannis's stats from last year. Nigga, you wish, you would pray that LP would ever get to Giannis's numbers from last year.
Okay, let's see. Giannis at the coupon last year number. Let's just. Okay.
Cap on tap. I'm telling you. Boy, you got to run a tab over there, boy. You keep it on tap, man. I was letting you cook, man. I was letting you do your thug tonight. But come on, bro.
Hey, it don't stop. TikTok and it don't stop, man. We ain't gonna stop, man. Because at the end of the day, what I'm saying is right. The premise of what I'm saying is right. And we can go back and forth about whether or not Giannis is better than LP, whatever. You know,
there is no back and forth. There is no back and forth.
We can debate it.
There's no debate. I don't think nobody in America outside of the chick that LP got at his hotel when he come home is thinking that LP is better than Giannis, bro. Like, I'm sorry, like no halfway knowledgeable basketball fan thinks that. Like, you can get a casual Rocket fan and they don't think that LP is better than Giannis. What was Giannis' numbers last year, man? You stalling.
No, I'm dropping him in the chat. I'm gonna drop him in the chat.
Drop them for your listeners.
Okay, let's drop him for my listeners. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put him in the chat. I'm gonna run him on this banner right here too. No, here's the thing. This is my point though, bro. I don't have no. Listen, I like Giannis, bro. I like Giannis. All I'm saying is that when it comes to doing the things, bringing the ball down the court, passing the ball, being a hub, Alfred Sengun is just as good as Giannis at it, bro. I'm not saying he's a better scorer. Giannis is a better scorer because he's more dominant. He's more physically opposing. But if Alfred Sengun was on steroids, bro, and that big and that strong, and could jump like that, I mean, come on, bro. Let's keep it a bean, man. I mean, it's not what I'm saying. It's not skill. It's not a skill.
So you didn't move. Huh? You didn't move to the land of Ifery.
What all I'm saying is it's not a skill thing. That's my point.
It is a skill thing. Like, there's no way you can look at his numbers and look at Giannis play and say that he's not skillful. I know that James Harden said that some years ago because he was salty. Come on, bro. It's not based in facts.
Talent and skill is
it's literally not based in fact. We are waiting for you to announce what Giannis's numbers was, bro.
Oh, my bad. They're on the screen. 35 points per game, 11 rebounds per game, 6.5 assists per game, 61% field goal percentage, 65% free throw percentage, 29% from 3-pointers across 70 games. Antetokounmpo is a phenom. I'm not never saying that he wasn't. I'm not saying he's not a phenomenal player. All I'm saying is that at the end of the day, Alperen Sengun is as skilled as Giannis, and
No, he's not.
huh?
And Giannis had him beat across the board, like every statistical category: points, rebounds, assists, shooting percentages, field goal percentages, blocks, steals. He's simply better. And you try to act like they on an even playing field.
So what
Cap
you
on
telling
tap.
me
Come
is,
on, man.
so what
Stop
you
this
telling me is,
nonsense.
so what you telling me is that because a person got better stats, that mean they more skilled.
His skill speaks for itself.
No, that's not what I
My
asked.
point is, you
That's not
sit
what I
up.
asked, bro.
You sit up before I come on this panel, and you said that LP was better
at
than
the
Giannis.
perimeter.
Only Giannis. You said Giannis was only better at rebounding.
Listen, and I stand by that because here's the thing: Alperen Sengun is
Oh
better
my
at the
God.
perimeter than Giannis. He's a better shooter than Giannis, and he has better post moves than Giannis. It's no argument
How?
about
It is an argument about that, bro. You can't say that he's a better shooter than Giannis, but his field goal percentages don't back it up.
what the hell are you talking
You
about?
act like Giannis don't shoot mid-range jumpers. He do. He makes them more than LP. LP just now in the first 2 games, we seen him actually shoot a mid-range jump shot. Before that, what y'all called it? The flamingo?
But for me,
That wasn't no goddamn jump shot.
okay.
That was a one-handed push shot that was between a floater and something else they do in Turkey.
Okay.
The turkey wing.
Who has the better post-up game, Alperen Sengun or Giannis Antetokounmpo?
Clearly Giannis. Because down in the post, Giannis is scoring at 61% from the floor. Like, clearly. LP was at 49%.
You know you done messed up, don't you?
Nah,
And
I ain't
exactly
messed up nothing. I ain't messed up nothing.
Exactly. What time did you say that you made it to the convenience store? You say you made it at 9 o'clock? You say you went to the convenience store at 9 o'clock sharp, right? So you say you went to the convenience store at 9:01 sharp, right? You know you're
There you go. Look, this ain't menace to society, nigga.
you know
and just like him, I'm walking up out of there with no charges.
Hey, hey, so when Giannis went and got the lesson from Akeem Olajuwon and came back and tried to do any of those moves, did he ever keep that going? Do you ever see Giannis do any kind of dream shakes or any kind of shimmy shake or fade away, anything like that? Any kind of fade away?
No, not a fadeaway, but he don't have to. He's not trying to be Olajuwon. The only thing that Olajuwon really helped him with was footwork. But you see that shimmy and he blow by your ass and dunk.
What about hook shot? How many times have you seen Giannis shoot a hook shot?
I didn't see him shoot hook shots. He shot him last year in the playoffs.
Little jump hook, little nice little jump.
Yes.
Hook? Okay.
Yes.
How often did he do that?
I don't know how often he does. I'm not a Milwaukee fan, but I didn't see him do it. Just like I didn't see him pull up and shoot and hit shots in the mid range.
And when Giannis made it to the playoff, what was the strategy? Matter of fact, what is the coined defensive strategy for stopping Giannis Antetokounmpo?
Build a wall.
Build a wall. Why is that?
What is the defensive philosophy for LP?
Nothing, because there's no way to stop him.
Exactly. Nothing. Like, just go out there and play, bro. Right? How ain't no way to stop him? He took 18 shots last night to get 17 points. Somebody was doing a damn good job stopping him.
Well, true enough. I'll give you that. Now that's the fact.
Cap on tap.
They stopped him initially.
Do better. You got to do better than this. You got to do better than this, bro.
Oh no.
Stop disrespecting other phenomenal Hall of Fame, all NBA level players for LP and Tari, bro.
No,
Like, you
listen,
gotta stop this, bro. You gotta stop this, fam.
listen, bro. All I'm doing is comparing the two together. In my mind's eye, let me tell you something. I like Giannis. I like Giannis a lot, bro. I'm not saying that he trash or he garbage or none of that. I'm just saying that if I have to pick one to be a center and one to be a power forward, Giannis would be my center and LP would be my power forward. That's all I'm saying.
I don't give a damn which position it is.
Yeah, that's
I'm
all I'm
picking
saying.
Giannis. I'm picking Giannis over LP. I
No,
don't care if it's center, if it's power forward, if it's small forward.
point
I
guard.
don't care.
Point guard. Now
Point guard, yes. Point guard. I'm taking Giannis. I saw Giannis with no Damian Lillard being the inbound man. As soon as he inbound, they tap the ball back to him. And Giannis is coming up the court, making a move and pass it out to shooters at the 3-point line. Not no big to big passes in the paint. That's cute. That's cute. That's nice.
There's no
You know
way.
what I'm saying?
There's no way
I'm
that you
talking
can
about
leave.
orchestrating the offense,
There's
coming
no way.
down the court, bro. And if they don't build the wall, him being able to blow by his guy and dunk on people's head at the paint. If they bring the double team, him picking up the ball, finding the open shooter, and passing the ball out to the open shooter. Not driving to the paint and getting stripped in crunch time because he don't want to pass the ball to a wide open 3-point shooter in the corner who had just hit a 3 a minute earlier to cut the 6-point lead down to a 6-point deficit down to a 3-point deficit. This same dude is standing wide open in the corner and he wants to go and get stripped. And basically that's the game. We was down 1 at that point, if I ain't mistaken.
I give you that.
So I seen Giannis in high level situation, and like in the playoffs, make the correct basketball play.
You've seen him make the bad.
I can't see LP make it in game 2 of the regular season.
You've seen LP
comparing them is not that's ridiculous, fam.
You've seen LP make the right basketball play. You've seen Giannis make the wrong basketball play as well. Now look, here's the thing. I'm gonna let you get away with all that, like you say, tussie sliding around the jumbo jack bush or whatever you be saying. We all that all that beating around the mulberry bush. I'm gonna get away with all that. The bottom line is, you came on the show. Now I'm gonna hold your feet to the fire. 5 people in the chat. There's only 5 in the chat. Now I'm gonna hold your feet to the fire. If Giannis and LP was on the team, would you still be crying about it being a double bid? That's all I'm saying. For the people who crying about it being a double bid, would they still be crying if it was Giannis and LP?
Well, if you go through the chat, I said earlier, I don't necessarily have an issue with it.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that it should be deployed judiciously. I think it should be somewhat of a switch up or a change up as opposed to being the go-to.
I agree.
If it's me and they both on the team, then I'm probably putting Giannis at the 5, KD at the 4, Jabari at the 3 until DFS come back. You know what I'm saying? And then I'm running my 2 guards. I'm running Armin and I'm running O'Shell.
And LP coming off the bench, you would have LP on the bench?
Yes.
Hey man. Now usually I don't do this right now, but I got to do this.
Yeah,
you muted.
I don't care about none of that. I don't care. But the two people that I'm putting in the front court are clearly better than LP.
But you're gonna put DFS in the game instead of a guy who just scored 39. You can mean to tell me that?
Well, yeah, because I'm putting DFS in at the 3.
I don't care if you put DFS in at the. Well, yeah, I'm gonna maybe tell you something right there. Listen, KG1, man, keep going first. You mean to tell me you gonna put a dude that just had arthroscopic surgery on his foot or his knee or whatever the world the hell it was over a dude who just scored 40
Well,
points.
no. Listen to what I said. I said that I put Jabari in until DFS come back.
I don't care whenever he come back, bro. If he came back and he had a bionic leg. If DFS came back and he had Steve Austin, and he could do all the Steve Austin shit, and he still is not going to be able to be better than Alperen Sengun. He's never been good
It's
as
not
Alperen
about,
Sengun.
bro. They don't play the same position. It's not about him being better. But DFS as your 3, he provides spacing, he provides shooting, he provides elite level defense that takes Armin off of having to guard the best opposing offensive wing or guard. I could put DFS on them. I could put Armin on the second best, reserve his energy.
Guess what? Let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something about that Armin. Giving Armin some. What is Armin's strongest ability? What is his
strongest ability?
What is his best ability? What's he known for?
Athleticism.
Okay. What award did he get last year?
He didn't get no award.
Was he on the defensive all team?
He was. That ain't an award, but yeah, he made the all defense first team.
Did he make any offensive all teams last year?
No, but no.
Okay. So what I'm trying to get you to see is, if you are a defensive player, you don't crutch his defense to make his offense better, so that like you want to compensate his offense with his defense. You want to make, he's not going to hold the best defensive player now so that he can play better offense. That's bullshit.
No.
Hold on. Let me finish. Let me land my little raggedy plane. I know it's a little Wright Brothers plane.
It's raggedy than the motherfucker.
On it and shit like that, and they're flapping propellers and shit like that. But I'm gonna land it. I'm gonna land it right here. If he is the best perimeter defensive player in the league, you put him on the best damn offensive player on the floor. You don't take that away from him to make him a better offensive player. If he can't do both, then you only do one. That just means you're not a max player, bro. Shoot.
Okay. So
and keep shooting
again.
Nice.
All right. So this ain't about taking away his defensive ability. And I was making an argument a few days ago on Greenleaf channel. Shout out to my nigga Greenleaf. That he does need to, like, we shouldn't try to hold him back and say that it's too much to put on his plate to have him score, facilitate, and to play defense. So that ain't even the argument. I don't even know where you brought that up from. But at the end of the day, there is something to, if you have multiple high-level defenders, that you show an offensive player different looks from different defenders. And so if it's me, I'm not starting out the game putting Armin on the best offensive player. I'm putting DFS on him. Then I come in and I put Tari on him. Or I put a Kogi on him who's playing better than Tari right now if we keeping it a whole stack, which I don't even think that that's arguable or deniable. Kogi has outplayed Tari on both ends of the court. So you come in and you put a Kogi on him who's going to give him a different look from DFS. You can put Tari on him. That's a different look. You can put Jabari on him for certain spells or switches. That's a different look. Then down the stretch in the fourth quarter, you have Armin Thompson who may be fresher, who's going to offer a completely different look, and you have Armin close it out. Now, the thing is that these teams are running Armin through a bunch of pick and rolls to get him off of their offensive player. They don't want Armin on their best offensive player because of his level of defense. But that's also taxing on your young guard, right? So, yes, I'm not going to just have him on the best offensive player throughout the game, because that is going to be taxing. That is going to lead to him getting injuries or breaking down if he's running through picks all through the game on defense, but he's also bringing the ball up. He's running the offense, penetrating, passing the ball, rebounding. That's gonna lead to playing 38 minutes a game, bro. Like that's too much on him, to expect him to do that. So now we got other really good defenders on the team. So if I got him in DFS in the starting lineup, I'm gonna start DFS on the best offensive player. DFS is probably our second best on-ball defender on this team.
Okay. Step your LeBron James up, bro. You sound like a Jordan fan. Listen, if you Armin Thompson, bro.
I wish you would have clipped the old boy, man. You need to go back and clip him and have that as one of your drops, bro.
That's a good idea. I might clip a whole paragraph from old buddy, man. Old buddy
yeah.
Well, listen, if Armin is I mean, I get what you're saying, and I see it could be advantageous in the sense that, if Armin is off ball, I mean, not on your lead defender, he can help out, he can cheat in the passing lane, he can dig out in the post, he can get rebounds, he can come weak side block. I get all that. But I'm not going to do it. If that's the best strategy for the game, I'll do it for strategic reasons. I'm not going to do it for saving somebody's stamina or their health or none of that shit, bro. Get you some steroids, man. I'll get you some what they call that, them old goats or whatever they put on their leg, them old folks, or Zorbine Jr. or something. Get you some of Zorbine Jr. or something and put it on your damn leg, bro. I'm not gonna not let you play against the best defense, the best offensive player, and put Dorian Finney-Smith on him and let him. No, bro. I'm gonna put the best.
And let him what?
Huh?
And let him what?
And let him cook Dorian Finney-Smith. I'm not gonna.
Come on, man.
Because you got, okay. Let's say like Shea. When Armin played Shea in the beginning of the game, he was holding Shea down pretty good. They was getting off. Yeah, Shea was doing a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but Armin was doing a good job of holding Shea, and we was winning that game 2-3 points ahead of them throughout the game. When we started to switch up, we started to put different people on Shea. We started to get read on Shea. They started to gain momentum, and by the time Armin got back on Shea, I'm gonna end up cramping out at the game, whatever, Eat some bananas, drink you some pickle juice, do something like that. But I'm not gonna say, hey, we need to find. You want to throw different bodies at him, but that's scheme wise. That's not protect Armin wise, and that's what I'm saying. I get what you're saying as far as scheme goes, but not protect Armin is not my strategy. Protect Armin is not my strategy. Not if I'm gonna make him a rookie max player. That's not part of how I think, bro. I think I got you here because you're a defensive player. I got you here and you are top defender, perimeter defender in the league. Guess what your job is? Be the top defender, perimeter defender in the league. When that perimeter player is the best player on the floor, I'm putting my best perimeter defender on him. No ifs, ands, and buts about it. You're not getting no pass. That's all it is to it. Now, as far as the Tari Eason being outplayed by Josh Okogie, I admitted that. Josh Okogie was one of the three players. Buck Mo, hold up. We got to do this official. We got to make this official. Let me clear my throat. Hey, look. Look, for everybody who's been watching the stream, everybody who's been listening to the stream, there has been a consistent on this channel since day 3 or day 4, every day in the chat. Holding down the chat, 70, 80 chats, 70 or 80 messages in the chat come from this particular one person. Very opinionated, very knowledgeable, obviously a Reed Shepherd hater, Email you Doka enthusiast, and we're gonna bring to the dish for the first time, man, my boy Buck Mo, man. Give it up for Buck Mo. What up, Buck?
Salute, Buck.
What's good with it?
Salute.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got you.
Man, I don't think y'all seen the big picture, man.
That's
This
book.
this
You got
gonna
the
be the
stream
lineup,
on in the back.
huh?
You got the stream on in the back. Cut the stream off or mute it.
Stream off in the back.
I mean, not the stream. The YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Either close out the YouTube screen or just mute
How,
it if you want a desktop.
how's that?
Now I still can hear it. Let me see. It might be my end. Let me mute my mic and then let you cook for a little while. Go ahead and cook. I'm gonna see if I can fix it on my end. Now you can go, book. I mean I'm muted you instead of me. Go ahead and cook, bro.
Man, this gonna be the lineup, even when Finney Smith get back. So this double big, Steven Adams, he gonna double down. This gonna be the lineup for the whole year. This what y'all can expect. MA is not gonna change.
Facts.
So we gonna struggle to score. Even though you showing them highlights, you ain't showing the real highlights. They struggle to score the whole game. Even in the OKC, they struggle to score during the zone. So this is about a 4th, 5th seed this year, at best. What y'all think?
So, all right, Book. Mute your mic so we don't have feedback. All right. So my thing is I'm gonna take MA at his word. I don't know that this is gonna be the lineup all season. I also have been one of those people who feel like our record may be about the same as it was last year, where we win around 52 games. We aren't a number 2 seed, but we're a top 4 seed. But we'll be a better team come the postseason. So I don't care about seeding necessarily. I don't too much care about the record. But MA said that, as far as the starting lineup, that it will be somewhat of a game to game decision for him. And so that's something that I believe. I do believe that he'll make some adjustments to the lineup as the season goes, as he, get more guys back and figure out which lineups work best, which lineups he want to use to start out games, finish games, that type of thing. So, I mean, I understand how it's looking right now, and DFS isn't necessarily a game changer, but he is another dependable shooter and a dependable defender that he could put on the court. And the thinking is that the more games get played, that Armin and Old Ship is gonna grow into those roles and get better and better game by game by game, to where it can, kind of maneuver his decision making as far as his lineups go. But I don't think it's set in stone that this is gonna be the lineup all year.
I don't know if it I don't know if I want it to change. I mean, like I said, like I've been pointing out, the reasons for people wanting it to change is there, but it's not the reason why we actually losing. I like I'm pointing out stuff and I'm making the point, not that it's not a thing, not that if we had a point guard that filled those void, it wouldn't be better. But I can't say that it would be better just because it's not happening. I'm like, just because we don't have Fred VanVleet, because ultimately you bring in Fred VanVleet, he get you a couple of more sets, and I still didn't get into the whole overall how many good passes was made, how many easy shots was made, how many threes and was missed, and how many um possessions was saved by the offensive rebound. So it's certain things that a point guard is not going to do. It's certain things that a point guard is going to do. I've seen Kevin Durant make some great passes throughout these last 2 games. I've seen Albert Shangoon make some great passes throughout these last 2 games. I never actually got to that one thing, but I know if you watch the game, King, I know you kind of got a memory kind of like mine, where you might recall this play. It's a play where Reed Shepard tried to go baseline, and I think everybody in Rockets Nation probably thought he was going to jump and pass the ball, but he just dribbled down the baseline like Steve Nash and came out on the other side and reset the offense. Do you remember that play? I mean, it did lead to a shot, but you can unmute because I'm not echoing. I think his book either got the stream open in the back or something like that, but we can just mute when he talk. That's cool.
Yeah.
Um, obviously we appreciate him putting up on it for the first time. But you remember that play where Reed Shepard was going baseline on the left side and
Yeah.
the defense
Yeah.
collapsed. He pulled
Is
up.
that me?
No, that's only book. When he unmute, that's when the echo come in. I don't know if he got the, I don't know what it is, but we can deal with it when he come in. Whenever we chop it up, he get ready to come in. We'll just mute up. But you remember that play where Reed Shepard went and he went baseline. The defense came down. He stepped around the defensive player, dribbled down the baseline, came out on the right side, reset the offense, and then we still got a good shot up. We didn't make it, but it still got us to a good shot. You remember that play, King?
Yeah, I remember.
That to me was the play that I was talking about earlier in the stream when I said I seen Reed Shepard do something that I haven't seen him do throughout the course of his career that I think is going to improve his game. Because ultimately, that means he made that decision early that if they didn't cut off the baseline, he wasn't going to jump and try to make a pass. He wasn't going to be scared. That just means that at that juncture in the game, Reed Shepard's confidence is growing every time he plays. And so not having Fred VanVleet is benefiting Reed Shepard um, tremendously in aspects, things that are so small that the average person won't see them and they won't know the validity of it until you see it come to its full maturation somewhere down the line. But I see it immediately when I see it the first time. I'll be like, oh shit, that's the first time he ever did it. He did it. He did it. He need to keep doing that. And I saw that 2 times last night. One time was with the shot that we stopped on. He came down and took that shot when we was 28-27. 28, yeah, they had 27, we had 28. They were trying to make a run. Reed Shepard came down, pulled the 3 to give us a 4-point lead. That's major because that's saying, hey, when the lights is bright and the anticipation is up and the momentum is on the line, he has the cognition or the cognitive sense to come down and say, this is a big shot moment. I'm willing to take it. He took the big shot. The other time was when they went baseline and they was about to cut him off and he was going to make that turnover play that he always makes. And he said, you know what? I'm not worried about it. They're going to have to push me out of bounds. I'm going to go ahead and probe the baseline, come out on the other side and reestablish the offense. That's a play that all the great point guards make. And we saw him do it last night, I think, for the first time. And it was big to me. What y'all got to say about that?
Go ahead, Book. Okay. Yeah, I agree with you. It also, from what I remember, he also picked up the ball less than he had in game 1, or that we've seen from him a whole lot, where he drives, get right there into the paint or close to the paint around the free throw line, then he stops and he picks the ball up and he turn around, he looking for somebody. I only think I seen him do that once last night. And so I believe that, the more playing time that he get, he'll figure out, okay, if I drive into the paint, it's not there. Instead of me picking up the ball, let me just dribble it back out and set back up, or you know what I'm saying? Because it's easier, to possibly find somebody. He just dribble back out and he keeping his head up, as opposed to him going to the paint, pick the ball up, and then he spin around. Now he looking for somebody, and everybody's standing around looking at him. So you're right. The more playing time, every time he get on the floor, he seems to be getting a little bit more aggressive. I need that shot to fall though. And then what I said in the offseason after preseason has made his way to the regular season, that he don't look like a efficient shooter, especially off the dribble. As a catch and shoot guy, I think that he's good, and that's why I would put him and Armin on the court together.
Go
Hey,
ahead,
is
bro.
that better?
A little bit.
I like Reed Shepard. I just wish MA can run some plays, run him off a screen instead of him just coming down pulling up. I like, run some sets for him, get him in a rhythm. I don't have a problem with Reed like EF try to make it seem like I hate Reed. I don't hate Reed. I think MA don't like Reed, not me. I just don't think he's just that type of player MA like. But I like Reed. If he can come off some screens, do some high pick and rolls, him and KD get a little rhythm because I like that matchup between them. Because you can't really leave one of them. But I don't think MA got the imagination to come up with any plays to use them.
Nah,
Well, I ain't gonna say that.
go ahead, King.
Yeah, I ain't gonna say that because he did come up under the Popovich tree. And I think that in year 2 under MA, you saw his offense, at least as far as the plays go, where he was running more plays, and you could see, some of the things that he was trying to do offensively. Now, him figuring out, or that coaching staff figuring out how they want to use old Shep, especially depending on the lineup on who's on the floor with him, that's probably going to take some time because he didn't really play last year. And so with him coming off the bench, him and Armin ain't spending a whole lot of time on the court together. Me personally, that's what I would like to see. Because at this point, at least until he gets going, it's best that Reed Shepard is a catch and shoot guy. Let him hit a couple of shots, and once he gets going, well, then we all know, you know what I'm saying, that he can put the ball in the basket. But to me, he's just a better catch and shoot guy initially than he is trying to create his own shot or shooting off the dribble. Yeah, he can get into the paint, he can maneuver his way, and he got the little mid range and stuff like that, but it's not coming to the game immediately. It's like he got to kind of get going and have the shot fall before he gets into that groove where his shot is falling like he wanted to. So that's just where I'm at, bro.
No, I agree. I agree with y'all. I agree with y'all also as well. The thing that I'm looking at is as far as but you make a good point about Ime not liking Reed Shepard because I think that's a consensus around the Rocket sphere, around the Rockets, around the Rocket sphere, is that Ime is not really enthused about having Reed Shepard on the team. Ime is very much in the vein of wanting to get players that's going to help him win right now, and that has that that has the Ime basketball type feel to their game, and I think that type of stubbornness is why Ime could be on the hot seat soon, which I talked about last night on the Chop Shop, which I talked about with over on the Chop Shop last night. But y'all heard me say it here before already. Is that when Raphael Stone, kicked the can down the road, I think he kicked it right on Ime's front lawn, and it's going to be interesting to see how much Ime tries to make Reed successful, because Ime making Reed successful, I think, is part of his job description. It's part of his job description to get the most out of the players that the general manager pick. You can't just say, "Hey, this dude don't got it. Forget about him," and bury him on the bench or throw him out there in situations that's not conducive to his skill set. If the guys shoot 59% in college, and that he's a little bit slow, you got the scouting report or this, that, and the third. It's your job to make him successful. When the general manager and the scouts say, "Hey, this guy should be able to do X, Y, and Z," you, the manager, manage. It's your job to go out there and manage it and make it happen. But if you're not able to make it happen, I don't know. I don't care what nobody say. And I mean, I care what everybody say, but I don't care what nobody say as it pertains to, look, when that general manager tell you that you got a job, you got to go out there and do that job. And I know that Ime is a great coach. I know that Ime is a great coach, but if I feel like I'm going to get fired, you know, I'm gonna make it hard for you before I get fired. That's just all it is to it. I'm not gonna let you get me fired. I'm gonna come in there every day and say, put him on the floor. Hey, put him on the floor, put him on the floor. I'm gonna be every day putting him on the floor. I trade Armin off the team and leave Reed on the team by himself and make sure that you have to plan. I trade Fred off the team and make sure that you got a plan to make sure he's successful or not before I let you sit up there and make it look like everybody I draft is a bust. You know what I mean? So if I'm Stone and I'm sitting back and I'm saying, man, this everybody I draft is gone. Everybody I drafted is gone almost. The only people that we got left is Almond and Reed and Barry and you know, the LP kind of was on that.
Bro, hold on. So number one, there's no way you can believe that old Shep got drafted on this team and MA ain't have no input on it and decide that yeah, this is the guy that we should add to the team. Like Raphael Stone didn't just make this pick on his own.
True. I agree.
The second thing is that the general manager and the owner's son and everybody paying attention and watching the Rockets can see Reed Shepard. Like, so this ain't something that's
we see you
going.
That tree.
Right. Everybody can see him. And so if MA says, look, man, the guy, you know, look, he tries or whatever, but he's not good on defense. They keep blowing by him. He ain't strong enough. You know, he's making these mistakes. We coaching him up. He's steady making these mistakes. We watching film with him. Then he comes into the game. He was billed as a shooter. Let's pull out the stats, Raphael. Like you a numbers guy. You love the numbers. Let's look at the numbers. I mean, you can't sit up and call yourself gonna try to force him, you know, to force the coach to do something that is detrimental to the rest of the team.
Shit, like hell I can't.
Yeah, that's gonna get you fired because guess what? The owner, from what I understand, it was Tillman Fertitta who decided they was getting MA.
Yeah,
Raphael Stone wanted to go with somebody else.
Yeah, I know.
Tillman Fertitta said, I want him.
Yeah.
So if you keep on doing these shenanigans every day, you coming into practice, I'm just gonna pick up the phone. Hey, Tillman, come holler at your boy, man.
Yeah, but who you gonna
come talk to him?
Who you gonna get?
He threatening me.
You giving me an unsafe work environment. It's a hostile work environment.
Facts.
No, but who you gonna get that crunch them numbers like Stone? Who you gonna get to handle them contracts like Stone? So I think they're a perfect pairing, and I don't really think. I mean, you know, I kind of look, like I said, I look at it and say, what's going on underneath the hood? And to me, I think it is a point of contention as of Ime being this cutthroat, no nonsense, you know, a guy don't have the heart or he don't got the nut. Mike Singletary, pull your pants down. You got nuts or you got TT games. You know what I mean? Like Ime remind me of that. And Stone kind of remind me of, hey, this guy supposed to be able to do X, Y, and Z. We need to make sure that he can do it. You know, put him in the spots to get him shots. Make sure that if we need continuity double drags. We need double pin down plays. You know, we need triangle from the weak side or from the strong side or whatever we need to do to get him open shots. Because if he shoots 43% from three or 45% from three, and he's able to be an effective point guard, our team can be very good, and we can both keep our job for a long time. And then he may say, but yeah, he's just too slow, man. He's just too slow. That's not gonna work, bro. You can't be stubborn like that. You can't be stubborn like that. And that's what Buckmo been saying, that Ime is stubborn and he don't like Reed because of what Reed can't do. And what I'm saying is that's probably true, but at the end of the day, he's gonna have to capitulate and submit his own desire to what Raphael Stone gives him, because Raphael Stone gave him a diamond, you know, in the rough, and you have to polish it up. You got to polish it up. And I know that you want to get a championship. I know that you want to win. But just like with Jalen Green You know, we gave up Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks for Kevin Durant. Guess what? How much did Jalen Green score against Detroit last year? Let's just go pull that up. Y'all can chop it up while I pull this up right quick. Y'all chop it up while I'm gonna go on mute while I
Yeah,
pull up
bro.
this stat.
So again, I don't think that it's a issue of MA not liking O'Ship. I think he had to say so in O'Ship being drafted. Last year played out the way it did. He tried to use O'Ship early in the season, the same way he doing this year. And at least this year, which I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but last year he flat out wouldn't pull the trigger most of the time when he was on the court. This year he pulling the trigger, but he misfiring most of the time that he on the court. So I don't know which one is better. But he is being more aggressive, looking for a shot more. They not falling. And I'm thinking it may probably feel like he can live with that for the time being, especially the way he seen his backcourt shoot last year. You know, the point is if you open, take the shot. We want to take the shot. That's why you brought him over here. The main thing is that he just can't be a outright liability on defense. And Old Shep does try hard. He's physically, deficient against most of the guards that he's going against, but he does try. He comes away with steals. He'll get him, a block or two, from game to game. He's making the right plays when he's passing the ball. I seen twice last night he hit Jabbar for a wide open shot. Jabbar just missed the shot.
Facts.
So if he can get to a point where he's just not picking the ball up as much and he's not turning it over, then he'll continue to get playing time. But as long as he ain't holding the team back, MA is going ride it out, and see if and see if he can improve. If not, I'm sorry, Raphael. You gotta let go of your little pet chihuahua and move on. Go ahead.
Well, the only reason Reed is playing is because Van Fleet is out for the season. I don't think Reed would even be playing if Van Fleet was healthy. I think he would have went with Aaron Holiday. I think they probably would have sent him back to the G League. So this is probably a blessing in disguise that he got hurt. That's the only reason he's playing. I just don't think that's his type of player though. Because MA is not an offensive guy, so he doesn't have a use for a shooter. He has a use for more of a 3-and-D type player. That's what he had. Well, if you look at his point guard in Boston, he had Drew Holiday. So that's the type of guards he likes. He likes the Van Fleet, the gritty, roll the tempo, hard nose. That's not who Reed Shepherd is. That's not the type of leader that he's looking for on the floor.
So Drew Holiday came after MA was gone. Now I agree, he does want defensive players, but if Fred was here, the roles would be the same. Old Shep would still be coming off the bench. They told you in the offseason that they was expecting a big contribution from Reed Shepherd this year. And that was before Fred got hurt. So the plan all along was to get Reed Shepherd more playing time this year and to have him contribute off the bench this year. Now, MA went with a different lineup. So instead of him moving into the starting lineup after Fred got hurt, they just moved in Steven Adams. But I don't think it would have been no different if Fred would have been a starter and Armin was the 2. You know what I'm saying? And they had the lineup that way, because then, it would have still been everybody else except you would have took Steven Adams out, you'd have put Fred in. And so instead of having Reed Shepherd take that spot, they put Steven Adams in and they moved Armin to the 2. So I don't think Fred getting hurt with an elevated Holiday. And the reason Holiday ain't playing right now is because they putting everything that they have as far as minutes wise and playing time in the Reed Shepard because they want him to take that jump. They want him to be a major contributor to the team. Do if it's injuries or it proves that he just flat out can't do it, then they may go. May go ahead and go to Holiday or even Davidson if worse come to worse. But yeah, I don't think Fred is why Reed Shepard's getting his playing time.
No, I mean, look, I well, Reed was gonna get playing time anyway. That's true, but I do think it, like he said, it's a blessing in disguise. It's a blessing in disguise that Reed got hurt because what it's gonna for all the videos and stuff that all the clips and stuff I was showing of the highlights and the breakdown that I was doing. I mean, we could kind of start getting into my overall premise is while it's being said that Ime is not a great offensive coach, and I know that's the what we see, but underneath the hood, what I think is Ime is proving that he's a very good offensive coach. It's just not flashy. It's just not sexy, but it's good offense. It's regular, like Coach Boone on the Titans is my favorite, one of my favorite sayings. Veer right, veer left. The right hand don't get to the left and wheel. 6 plays, split like Novocaine. Right? You know what I mean? We gonna run these same 6 plays, all the different variations of it, and one of these knockout punches is gonna catch you sooner or later. And that's kind of how I think Ime is running his offense because when I was showing you those plays, it was looking from my perspective, from my perspective, that it was plenty of spacing. And people are saying no spacing, no spacing, no spacing. And I'm saying, why when I'm looking, I'm seeing spacing. I did see some plays where it was clogged up. Because like I said, I watched the game 2 times last night. I watched it back to back on the channel. I didn't even cut it off. You know how it go off and it come back on? I didn't even cut it off. I let it play again. And I did see some places where it wasn't spacing. But I also saw Ime offense keeping us in games where we should have been blew out. Keeping us in games where we should have been knocked down in the first quarter. Now do we have 2 great offensive players in Alperen Sengun and Kevin Durant? Absolutely. Absolutely. And that could very well be Ime's crutch. Like I said earlier, Kevin Durant gonna be Ime crutch, then it's not gonna save Ime from people not knowing that his offense ain't good. But just to stick to his guns on that double big and just because here's the thing: when he was in Boston, what did he run? Double big. He was Al Horford and Time Lord getting burned together. When you're running Al Horford, Time Lord, Jason Tatum, Jason Brown, and Marcus Smart, and putting them out on the court together because that allows one man to be the center and one man to be the Roman, shot block out to the corner. And at the same time, you got one that can set picks and then one that can be there for the offensive rebound. It's certain things like that that's fundamental to basketball that when you come up under that pop tree, it's like, yeah, I don't really care what everybody else is doing or what everybody else is saying. I can stick to this 1-2 combination because even though it don't look sexy, it's hard to contend with. It's hard for those guys to get off to a strong start and put us away. Like none of these games that we lost, we've never been down by 10 points. We haven't been down by OKC didn't put us away by 10 points. Detroit came out last night and they was throwing haymakers left and right, literally throwing haymakers and elbows, and they didn't put us away by 10 points, even though they got both teams have great point guards. Both teams have bruisers on the inside. So they inside outside teams, and we still was right there, even though we don't have the continuity that neither one of those teams have. And it just goes to show me that when I look at what I see on the basketball court, I don't see the Ime factor being the biggest thing. What I see is Ime's offense, Ime's defense, which I didn't get into a lot, but his offense is better than what's been said. Period. Even though it's not flashy, it's not fancy, it's not flashy, it's not Steve Kerr offense by no stretch of the imagination, but it's consistent, it's methodical. It has spacing where the spacing needs to be in the little passing lane, like we see the little Alpha Shangun go down in the back. You know the big man roll out the paint a little bit. Clint Capella roll out the paint a little bit, turn his body, and that passing lane opened up for Torrey Easton to get that drive on the cut. That's spacing in the middle of the floor. And so when people say spacing, they just mean like, hey, it's a distance between this guy on the perimeter and this guy on the perimeter and this guy on the perimeter, and it's a web around those guys. And then there's one person over here down in the paint, probably on the block of the base of the paint over there, and the whole floor is wide open, so everybody can go one-on-one space and James Harden thumb your ass offense. That's not the only spacing that's needed. That inside spacing, passing lane spacing,
Hey
vertical
yo,
spacing, huh?
salute, man. I'm finna hit this clock, man. I'm tapped in with y'all.
Okay,
Still listening to the stream, but salute to you, man. Salute, Buck.
I
Get to
appreciate you,
listen to
man.
y'all
Hey,
boys cook.
always, man. You always come here with your nonsense, man, and your buffoonery, man. But I appreciate you anyway.
All right, boy.
Go ahead, boy. Go ahead, take it away, man.
It may just not the in-game adjuster to me. He just doubled down on what like if Van Fleet was healthy, Steven Adams still be starting. It'd be Steven
Fact.
Adams, Sagoon, KD, Armin Thomas, Van Fleet. That lineup is not going to work. You have no shooters out there. Reed Shepard is the only one that came out there and shooting. He was 3 for 11. That's why he's out there, because he's the only one that will shoot the three. Armin Thomas, I think he shot 1-3 the whole game. They know he's not going to shoot the three. They know that's not his game, so they're going to leak. That's why I say you keep saying there's spacing, but then there's no spacing if they know they're not going to shoot. They're just going to leak in. They want you to throw it out to Armin Thomas because they know he's not going to shoot. He don't want to shoot that corner three. So what you're seeing is basically what we're going to see the whole season. Limited spacing. KD and Sagoon out on the perimeter because you got Steven Adams in the paint who brings nothing but rebounds. And he's minus 4 and a minus something in the first 2 games. So when he's out there, he's a negative instead of a positive. But we keep him out there, and you don't switch the lineup up. So this is what the whole game. That's it.
Oh well, last game I think he was a positive. I thought he was a positive last game. I will go back and check. But look, now here's the thing. Okay, let me go ahead and keep this moving right along. The reason, okay, the logic is this. Logic is this. If we had a big man that scored, then would it be spacing? That's what I'm trying to get. I'm trying to turn the switch on. Trying to flip the switch. If we had a big man that scored, then would it be spacing? No, it would be the exact same. The only difference is Steven Adams isn't known for scoring. Let's turn it like this. If we had Dennis Rodman in there and it was a bona fide superstar that we know was a rebounder, would it change your mind? If we had old Shaquille in there, well, that's no spacing because he take up all the space in the lane. That's definitely different because he's 350 pounds. But to make a long story short, what I'm saying is the no spacing is not, it's just words. It's just words to me. because no spacing don't mean bad offense. No spacing don't mean bad offense. No ball movement, no body movement, no passing lanes. That means bad offense to me. So when you have ball movement, that creates spacing. When you have body movement, that creates spacing. It creates passing lanes. And that's where people say Fred VanVleet would have been important because Fred VanVleet knows how to get into the angles that create the passing lanes. But what we saw last night wasn't a no passing lane situation. It was a no shot making situation. And when Reed Shepard, he was 3 for 4 from the three, that was big. What we need from Reed is to be consistent from the three and take more threes. Also, we need him to be able to be more decisive on his, shooting the floater. Don't shoot the floater to try to make the floater. Shoot the floater to make the floater. Hit the backboard, get in the backboard, shoot the teardrop, get it where it's supposed to be. If you're gonna kiss it off the glass, kiss it off the glass. Don't just go in there and kind of throw it up and hope it go over the rim because you play basketball. Make the real shot that's supposed to be made from that angle that you at, and that's gonna make Reed Shepard better. But if you have a bunch of spacing, we still don't have the shooters to capitalize off of it, like you said, which is the greatest point that people can make about the whole no spacing situation. Even if you have spacing, who's gonna shoot the daggone ball? Nobody's there to shoot the ball. It's just spacing for the sake of spacing. What you got to say about that?
But how I'm gonna drive the lane and Steven Adams is in the paint. So there's no spacing. He's just standing there in the paint. So if I want to take my man off the dribble, there's no spacing because there's a man standing right there in the middle of the paint with his man. That's why you move Sagoon back to the 5, and you can move, and he can shoot the 3. So Sagoon don't have to be standing in the dunker spot waiting on the pass. He can clear the spot out, and now we have spacing to drive and kick out. But if you have Steven Adams and his man standing 8 feet from the paint, then there is no kick and drive. No drive and kick. See, so that.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead. My bad. I thought you was through. Go ahead. I thought you was through.
Oh no, that's it. That's what I mean by spacing. It's Steven Adams, man, is standing right there in the paint. So who can drive and kick? If Ahmed Thomas is more of a driver than a shooter, and he can't drive because Adams' man is standing right there. That's it.
Yeah, but see, if you notice on the first play of the game, we went over that first because that was the first play of the game. But Kevin, what you do is you backload everybody on the backside. You got the man that's down close by the paint, which it was really still at the at that point it was still kind of spaced because everybody was on the backside. We had 3 on the backside, Kevin Durant at the top, and a man all the way in the far corner. And so when Kevin Durant drove, the 2 men that closed in on him was hit the man that came up and the man that was on him that he beat. And the man that came up became easy eating, and the man that he beat was just there to foul. There's nothing you can do from that position. And then you still got a man LP that was wide open because of the spacing. So here's the thing about the idea that Steven Adams' man is just in the paint. That's why that's why you play basketball, because you have the ability to make a decision on the fly. So if his man closes out, when you make your gather, if his man steps up, then you drop it off to the big man. But if his man stay on him, then you still in the same position that you was in when you started to drive. But if everybody is spaced out, let's say nobody's in the paint, and you just gonna go one-on-one. Well, that's just isolation basketball, like when James Harden was here. You can't win a championship like that. We know that you can't win a championship like that because it's never worked. And even if you look at Golden State's offense, they've always had a Looney or Draymond or somebody that's close by the paint. When they play their best basketball, Looney is right by the paint. Matter of fact, every team that's won a championship has had a legitimate big by the paint on offense and defense. Even Denver, when Jokic brings the ball up the court, and gets guys into the offense, and he gets the ball to Murray, where does he go? Down to the block. He goes directly down to the block and gets in position to try to rebound. That's why your big man is big. We don't get centers just so we can space them out. If that's the case, you might as well get all point guards. If you're not gonna have a big man down there to get the rebound and try to contest on offensive rebound, you might as well just get all shooting guards and just all wings and just play with all wings. The whole reason you get a big is so you can have him down there by the basket to get offensive rebounds. And so it makes no sense to have 5 out spacing, you know, the majority of the game. So Steven Adams being one man down by the block, I think when people think double B, they tend to think that it's 2 men down in the post together, both together clogging up the lane like Otis Thorpe and Elijah Warren used to do. But that's not how we play basketball. Even when we had Otis Thorpe and Elijah Warren, Otis Thorpe would be 20 to 18 feet, and Elijah Warren would get the ball in the block, and he would either go to his jump hook, and Otis Thorpe would be in the dunker spot, and it still wasn't 2 men just on the block all the time. So, I mean, I get the idea, I get the ideology of it. You got 2 bigs and whatever, but that's not really what's going on. It's just, and I've yet to see it be the issue why we lose. I've yet to see that be the issue. Like when I actually see, here's the thing. When I actually see it, when I say, hey, um, we made a lot of shots, we made a lot of threes, um, we got the rebounds, we assisted, we made our free throws, we didn't turn over the ball, but we just couldn't keep up with somebody because we wasn't able to score because it was guys in the paint. Then I'll come on here and say it. I'll come on here and say that immediately. But I haven't seen that be the case yet. I've seen when the guys in the paint and Steven Adams is on the floor, we playing good basketball. And it's not until the second quarter when we bring in Clint Capella, other guys like that, to where teams kind of take over. And that's different.
This was the problem last year in the playoffs. We had the double big in the playoffs against the Warriors. We couldn't score. No spacing for Jalen Green to drive. It's the same problem you're having this year. Double big, no spacing to drive. KD is a mid-range working the elbow. Steven Adams is right there. You have to sit him down. Like I agree with what King said. Let that be a strategy, but don't let that be the whole game. And see, Inmate, he's gonna double down. He's gonna let that be the whole game. Like if you want to run that lineup when we playing OKC because they have a double big, okay, cool. But don't try to run that lineup against the Warriors. And Steven Adams is out here and he's just obsolete because he can't hold anybody. But he's going to run that same lineup against the Warriors, and it's going to come out with the same results. He hasn't seen that yet, and that's why I mean his in-game adjustments, his lineups. Last year he didn't make not one lineup adjustment. How many did Steve Kerr make? In just that one series. He came out every series with the same lineup, same offense, and this is what we're going to get every year. Now, if he would have had an offensive, I don't know who his offensive coaches are, but if he had one that was offensive minded, but I don't think he does. I think he has mostly off defensive because that's a Popovich kind of a guy. But if he had one offensive minded coach, I think we'd be all right. But I just don't see it from him.
Okay. I can see that. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get back into a couple more videos, a couple more of these highlights right quick, and we can kind of parse it out where I left off from right here. So, okay, boom. Here we go.
We'll do it. They are missing some guys. The Pistons are.
That's Josh Okogie right there.
Of course, the Rockets still.
Steven Adams cut off the rim. That's your big right there. That's where your double big come in handy at. Because we got one over here, Al Pashenko, who's playing great defense all game long. And we got another big right there playing great defense all day long. And it's, hey, Josh Okogie don't get beat. Number 12 ain't open. Okay.
Pulled out a few. Cunningham.
And then he that's just Kay Cunningham making a great play. Faking the 12, dishing to Alp's man as soon as he got Alp to move. That's just good off. Okay. Here you go. Here go your double big. Where's the spacing at? The spacing is right here. All I hear at the top. All I hear at the top. Al Pashenko got one man on him. One man over here trying to come help out. There's nothing he can really do. He come to help out. Now where's the spacing at? Look where Okogie is.
Okay, pause it right there. Pause it right there.
Okay. Go ahead.
Now, what can LP do right there?
Okay, look where Okogie is.
Okay, I see him.
You see Jabbar?
Yeah.
Okay, now look. First of all, Alfred Şengün, two things he could have did. He could have started to go that way. He could have dream shake. He could have went back to his hook shot, and that's an easy hook shot for one, because Beef Stew was underneath the basket, and Elijah Wan would have got off the hook shot over both of these guys, which LP could have went to. But LP being LP, trying to get directly to the backboard shot to where he can get underneath the basket, because he knows when he draws this man in. Let me go back to the screen. He knows when he draws this man in, he got this. Boom. Other than that, LP could have went to the hook shot. He could have went to the hook shot and came back out and shot it off the backboard. But he went underneath the basket to draw everybody in, because that's the spacing. If Okogie wanted to be precise, if that man don't break his ankle trying to cut off this passing lane to Jabbar, you get the ball to a 40% three-point shooter in Jabbar. But Okogie takes the shot and makes the shot. That's, it's okay. Now Reed Shepard goes in. This is what me and King were talking about right here. Okay, let me go back to this right here. Okay, mind you this. They went down and they didn't make a shot because it's 33-37. They went down. We got our three. They went down. They didn't score. Why is that? Because we got double bigs in the game. Okay, now we come back. Reed Shepard come here. He starts to drive. He get cut off. He picks up the ball. When Reed Shepard picks up the ball like this, instead of just crossing over and backing up, that shows weakness on his behalf. And that's where our point guard problem is right there. Is that Reed Shepard hasn't learned how to keep his dribble alive long enough to make the right play. But that's not a double big problem. That's a point guard problem. And I give those people who say we need Fred VanVleet a pass, because, obviously Reed Shepard could be better at that. But every time Reed Shepard picks up the ball like that, listen, every time Reed Shepard, I said this early, every time Reed Shepard dribbles into a man, turns his back, and picks up the ball, this is what's going to happen. Turnover. That's a guaranteed turnover every time Reed Shepard do that. Believe me, every time he dribble and have to turn his back to make a crossover or pick up the ball, that's a turnover.
Stolen by Harris.
That's
in on Smith. And he
that's
finishes
automatic.
with the left
Okay, boom. Get the ball up. He knows it's your fault. We got down. We missed the shot. Okay. Now, the contest on this right here, where Steven Adams is, that's Steven Adams forcing him to make a great play, because he cut off the lane with Jabari. He cut off the lane, and Alfred Şengün was trying to cover two men, and Josh Okogie is nowhere near where the hell he was supposed to be to stop that big man from running down the lane. That has nothing to do with the double big. Both of the big men played that right. Josh Okogie played it wrong. Jalen Duren is a phenom at that. Okay, boom, okay, that's all right. We just gonna keep on right on rolling. We get to the next play. We go down, we missed. Look at Steven Adams sitting in the chair again. Okay, now this is just good offense again by Cade Cunningham. Steven Adams contest. Cade Cunningham better. Okay, let's keep going.
You've seen the jumbo lineup.
All right, we went down, we missed again. I know all these misses that we made is the plays where people are gonna say those were plays where we didn't get good offense. But I give you that. But notice Steven Adams not on the court.
Now this is a speed lineup for Ime. And then got dropped.
Okay. That's the elbow to the face. We can kind of skip through that a little bit. Okay. Elbow to the face. All right.
Scores 15.
Steven Adams back in the game. Okay.
It's the switch goes to Şengün. Never saw.
All right, let's see what this is right here.
On the break, Durant leads all scorers 15.
Look at this play. All the spacing on the floor, it's a ton of space on this play. It's a ton of space out here. I know Alper Şengün is right here stopping KD from being able to drive, but the play is not designed for KD to be able to drive. The play is designed for LP to get the ball and for KD to be able to go through or either come down and set this screen for Jabari to pop out and then go to the corner, or for Reed Shepherd to be able to get some action over here in this corner slot over here. If LP get the ball and then he start to collapse the defense, he can get the ball out to Alper Şengün or he can get it to Steve Adams in a dunker spot. But that's just good defense by Ausar. He out to the way.
Ausar ripped it from him and then dunks it down.
Okay.
And again, you see he's definitely different than a man, but golly, those two are unique. Shepherd.
There go your spacing. Even though Steven Adams in the game, we still got spacing.
Swings it to Smith in the corner.
Boom. And even if the play would have set up, we still had spacing because KD would have been at the top by himself and LP would have been at the top by himself. All right, let's keep it going. Now, defensively, this play is an atrocity. This defensively is an atrocity because Reed Shepherd came up to blitz. LP didn't come up, and if he came up, Duncan Robinson would have been wide open for a three. I really have no idea about this right here, particular play. Let me take a closer look at this. Okay, let's take a closer look. Get the ball out of Cade Cunningham's hands, and KD. I mean, that's just bad defense.
Bizarre half. Robinson's corner three.
But it still was a good contest.
In that second quarter,
Maybe Şengün was too open in that instance.
Wow. And then he hit
a bunch of games.
Catch. Nowhere to drive, so the pull up is good over the top. Also back with the read.
Oh, no, he can shoot it.
That's an ugly shot. Bill Cartwright shooting that. Look what Steven Adams is. I mean, I know it's, like I say, I know it seems like it's not spacey, but when you got smart players, LP is far as he can be in this over here in this corner. Okogie is over here. He can slide up and catch the ball for the three, or he can drop down over here. But if he go down over here, he'll take the spacing away. If Okogie drops deep into this corner, that takes the spacing away because that allows this man to come over and still cover Steven Adams. So the space between Steven Adams and Okogie is perfect for that driving pitch by Jabari. And Jabari makes a great read. And there's the spacing at the top of the key from Jabari making that read. Steven out of space all the way in the corner down there. So even though Steven Adams is on the court, he's still spacing because he's opening up the lane by stepping back in that corner. And if you don't cover him, then he slides in and gets the ball for an easy putback. Right?
15 for Ausar Thompson.
That's bad offense by Alper Şengün. And bad
Just
defense by
realized
Albert
to
Shango.
Okogie, works baseline. On the other side, reverse rim, 2.
I mean, let's go look at this right here. Let's see if we can define. Let's see if we can define something
15
right here.
for Asar Thompson. Into Reed on the other side.
All right, right here. Let's stop it. Okay, already Okogie's open. Okogie's open. This is what you talking about right here, Bugmo. This play with Albert Shangoon and Steven Adams is cutting off Albert Shangoon's ability to drive right here by posting up is what you're talking about. But at the same time, here's the thing. He's sealing his man. By him sealing his man right here, he actually allows Okogie to be open. Right? And Cade getting back is one thing. That's a whole other thing. And so by him sealing his man, he allows Kogi to be open. The man have to close out hard. And the Kogi is able to get to the basket and get to the reverse layup.
On the other side, reverse rim, 2.
A lot of that is because of Steven Adams sealing his man right there on that play. Okay. This ain't a double big lineup, but what this is Ime, great offense. And this is, I think, the perfect example. This is the perfect example of why it don't matter whether it's double big or all wings. Because right here, we got all small forwards on the court with a power forward, right? All small forwards and a power forward. Look at what Josh Okogie is. He's in the exact spot Steven Adams would have been. So it don't matter who is on the court. This is why I be saying, when people say, man, the double big, I don't like the double big. Well, look what Josh Okogie is. He ain't a big. So it don't matter who's on the court. It matters what the offense is. So if you tell me I don't like Ime's offense, I'm cool with you saying you don't like Ime's offense. But when you say it's the double big, that's the problem. Okogie is in the exact same spot Steven Adams would have been right here on this play. But look what it does. Look what it does. It makes one man have to defend the basket. Because he's here, because Okogie's here, that man has to protect the basket. It takes you out of the play. It takes you out of the play. You cannot leave Okogie for no reason because he's too close to the basket. And whether that's Steven Adams, Josh Okogie, Aaron Holiday, Aaron Brooks, Aaron Nevels, whoever you think it is, if that man is right here by the basket, you are out of the play because you have to contend that. If all these guys were spread across the floor, what would happen is, hold on, let me see. I think I got somebody popped up on me. Let me see. Did I get somebody popped up on me? Somebody popped into the stage. Oh shoot, let me see. That's watching. That's just somebody watching. Okay, that's D watching. Salute D. I think I sent you the join the stream link. I sent you the join the stream link, so now you on the stage, D. But look, here's the thing. If now if you want to come up, I can always bring you up on the stage, man. I can always they need to connect their mic and their cam before you don't have to connect the cam, but if you want to come up on the stage, you can come up. I can bring you up. You can give your 2 cents. I don't mind. You know what I mean? Because everybody is somebody. Look. Okay. Now, this is what I need you to see, Buckmo, because I need you to remember this when you in people chat and you hear people saying double big, then you can say, yeah, but even when it's all small forwards on the floor, they still gonna have that man in the paint. Ime still gonna have that man in the paint. It don't matter if he's 5'6" or 6'6". He's gonna be right in the damn paint. Why is he in the paint? Because it makes this defender have to guard somebody. If all these people was on the 3-point line, somebody wouldn't have to guard somebody. They would be able to just run over here on Albert Shangoon and harass Albert Shangoon without any consequences because we only have one shooter on the floor. And even though Tari, Okogie, and Amin can make it from the corner, Okogie can make it from the corner, Tari can make it from the elbow. KD can make it from the top of the key, but you can always cheat off of one of these two guys in the corner and come double LP over here and force Armin to make that three all game long, and you're going to be at an advantage by making Armin have to shoot that three. So the fact that Okogie is here in the paint makes this man have to defend the basket, and that's why it don't matter whether or not it's a double big in the lineup or a 6 wings in the lineup. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying right there, Buck?
I see what you're saying. But when Adams was in the game, you just skipped over when they were just blowing by him on defense. You ain't stop it on there when Cunningham just blew right by him for the layup. Stop cherry picking.
No, you make a good point. Because no, this is the thing. When Cunningham blow by somebody, to me, that Cunningham is just a good player. Now, it's nothing for me to say about a great player being a great player, except for he's a great player. You know what I mean? And even if Armin was on him and Cunningham blew by Armin, you know, we just heard King go on a whole tangent about having Dorian Finney-Smith on Cunningham because you want to give Armin some rest. So if Dorian Finney-Smith is out there and Kay Cunningham, you know, get busy on him, so what? We know that he's gonna get busy on whoever out there because Kay Cunningham is that boy. So I don't have no problem with Kay Cunningham getting busy on somebody. That's just what he's gonna do. And you know, if it looked like Kay Cunningham got off on somebody, that's when you get off on somebody. But as far as, you know, the double big lineup, we got to remember, Josh, right here, 6 minutes and 2 seconds on this highlight reel. You can always go back if you ever on somebody's stream and they complaining about double big lineups. You can always say, "Hey, pull up that Rockets versus Detroit highlight reel. Go to 6 minutes and 2 seconds and tell me what the hell did that got to do with a double big lineup, and how is the spacing any different than when Steven Adams is in there?" Matter of fact, if Steven Adams was in here, Steven Adams might have been all the way over here by the UO. He'd have been out there by the ooh. He'd have been out there by the ooh.
You see that lineup is small, right?
Yeah.
You see that score. Yeah. That's the lineup that started to come back, right?
Yeah.
Ain't no double big in there, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's more what?
No wings, a faster lineup.
Because you gotta honor the shooters. You gotta honor the people on the floor. With Adams on the floor, it's nothing with him you gotta honor. It's nothing he bring offensively that you gotta watch out for. That's why I say he's a liability on offense. What do you bring besides setting screens? So you have to go with a smaller lineup or a more quicker lineup but that starting 5 that we have, that's probably the slowest starting lineup in the NBA.
But to be honest, the lineup where they was really getting off on us was the lineup with Clint Capella in the game. It wasn't really the Steven Adams lineup. It was really the Clint Capella lineup where we was going down by 5 and 6 points, if I'm right. You know, because even right here you see Steven Adams in the game, we down by 2. Steven Adams in the game, we down by 2. Steven Adams, you know what I mean? If Steven Adams in the game, we're not down by a lot. We down by 1. Now, you know, we up by 1 with Steven Adams in the game. Now we down by 4. Now who is in the game right here? Is Steven Adams still in the game? So I mean, we really wasn't losing when Steven Adams was in the game. We went down by 4 right here with Steven Adams in the game. And I thought it was right. You know.
2 on Robinson, circles into the paint and scores.
Okay. So they up right here, 87. No Steven Adams. No Steven Adams. They getting big on us.
Significant action here with the
No Steven Adams.
flagrant 2 that was called on Jalen Duran. Reed Shepard,
Reed
deep
Shepard.
3 straight away. Good. His third make.
No Steven Adams. Okay, but this is a little later. I think I kind of went past the, back over here where Steven Adams in the game. We was kind of down a little bit back over here.
And Durant.
But to make a long story short, yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but I think it was some Clint Capella shit. It was some Tari Eason, nonsense going on over here. But we was always pretty close in this game, which is a testament to why I named the stream what I named the stream, because it's a testament to Ime Udoka's offense and defensive strategy. Because even though I point this out, I don't have a problem with this. I like this. I like the fact that you make this man commit to the basket. If you 5-out spacing and you want LP to get off, or you want LP to space so Kevin Durant or Amin can get off, then one of these men still, if Josh Okogie is in this corner, and let's say Alper Sengun is in this corner, or let's say Alper Sengun is over here on the elbow, and Amin Thompson got the ball out here where Kevin Durant is, and Tari Eason is in this corner, and Josh Okogie is in that corner, and Amin Thompson decides he wants to drive. They're just going to collapse another man on Amin Thompson and make Tari Eason or Alper Sengun take the 3. But this way, Alper Sengun gets the ball at the elbow in the high post. This man can't commit, because if he commits, Alper Sengun finds him. Alper finds him easy. And if this man commits, Alper kicks out here and gets Amin an open 3. Wasn't a 3. He got him the little dish on the baseline, and Amin being a willing passer could have went up and did the reverse layup, but he got a Kogi a shot. Just to be in the right place at the right time. Now, I mean, these kind of plays,
Just a heck of a defender, man.
these kind of plays to me. Look, oh my God. Oh my God. I got to play this again. This dude, you talk about sitting in the chair. This is the same play. Remember this play earlier when I told you, I said Alper Sengun has to come up and stop this man from going and not let that man turn the corner. You have to push him out a little farther. Watch what Steven Adams does. Watch this.
Just a heck of a defender.
Oh, look where he at. He never let him get into position to where he could turn the corner. And when he turned the corner, race back. Race back and get back in front of you. You're not turning the corner on me. So even though he swung this ball, Okogie didn't have to chase like Amin chased. And now that's a little better contest, even though this man got open. This 3-point wasn't open, so they had to make an extra pass. Now they gonna get the shot off. Cool. If you see Steven Adams doing exactly what you're supposed to do defensively, you know what I'm saying? If K do that, that's just K on anybody.
Getting in foul trouble, and Steven Adams playing foul.
Steven Adams playing defense. Steven and talk to the kid, we don't talk to the kid. Steven Adams and Tari Eason playing defense.
He's done it.
Back by a man. Flat-footed.
Steven Adams flat-footed right there. He was tired. I think he might have just been wounded right there.
2 on Robinson. Circles into the paint and scores.
Okay. That might have been Tari. That's just one of them plays. That's really nothing. Okay. No big. Okay. Wow. They just did it in us right there.
Significant action here with the flagrant 2 that was called on Jalen Duran. Reed Shepard, deep 3 straight away. Good. His third.
Same thing. I'm going to point out the same thing right here, because this is the same play we were just talking about. I'm going to point out the same thing. Alper Sengun gets the ball right here. Look what Amin is doing. He's coming down into the post where Steven Adams would have been, and it's going to make all these people drag down into the paint. So where's the spacing? Where is it not spacing when you have 2 bigs in the paint? Amin is a big, Alper is a big, theoretically, and where's the spacing? When these dudes got to drag down, when these dudes have to drop down to stop one of these guys, you got one guy looking right here. trying to see if Armin gonna cut back door. You got one guy that can feel Armin creeping in. That's like, okay, I'm moving. Armin is moving. I'm moving. So you literally got 4 guys watching 2 defenders, and it leads to a wide open trade for Reed Shepard, which we needed badly. This is the second shot where Reed Shepard made a big 3 for us in the game, and it's a confidence builder for Reed Shepard. It's a momentous occasion for the Houston Rockets for Reed Shepard to make these kind of momentum threes, um, close game conversions to where it's a 1-point game, it's a 2-point game, it's a 1-shot game, and Reed Shepard knocks us down. Same play. Same exact play. Apple gonna catch the ball in the post. Reed Shepard right there. See that? You saw that? That's a turnover. In my mind's eye, this is a turnover. I'll slap the shit out of him. If I'm his mama, when he go home tonight, that one right there, that's the play I've been looking at for almost 2 years now that makes me say, Reed Shepard, you can't do this no more, bro. If I'm Ime Udoka, I'm putting all these clips together. If y'all want to clip something, I'm gonna give you something to clip. You can make a YouTube short out of this. I'm gonna give you a clip. When you're a professional basketball player, if you have to pick up the ball like this and turn your back and make that pass, 9 out of 10 times that's gonna be a turnover. He threw that ball so hard because he was scared as shit. That's not good, Reed. Now that was what you like when you say spacing. When people say spacing, this is what they want to see. Literally, nobody in the paint. Everybody's Alperin's 24 feet. And here's the thing about this 5-out spacing. When you do 5-out spacing, you literally have to start at like 32 feet, 34, 35 feet from the basket. Your play has to start out here at Ryan Anderson, James Harden territory. Reed Shepard is all the way at the 10-second at the outlet line out here. Jabbar's over here making himself big. Tari's right on the line trying to get corner spacing out here, trying to get this dude to come out of the paint, in the corner, and they are spaced out. Look where the play has to start in order for you to have this kind of spacing. We don't have those kind of shooters, bro. We don't have shooters that can make this even work in real life. And unless you think people are gonna just let Armin do this all day, we don't have a Ryan Anderson. We don't have an Eric Gordon. I know people think like, oh yeah, you just space. No, when you want that kind of spacing, you need an Eric Gordon. You need a Ryan Anderson, somebody that can stand out here by the 10-second mark and make people care that they out there. This play was largely made because Albert Shangoon stalled the defense by posting up out here 25 feet away from the basket where we know he really can't shoot from, but they was watching him. And they're like, if he get the ball and come down here, that'll be a problem. So they was cheating over towards Albert Shangoon. They was watching Jabbar because Jabbar was making himself big. Tari right here on the elbow, and Reed Shepard was moving down slowly into the corner, and it was just that spare moment that froze the defense to where Armin's athleticism made that play. That wasn't just a great spacing, play that you can run all the time. All right, this is not one of them ones.
So this is my Russ.
Okay. AdSense, come on, I'm gonna go ahead and get that off of here while we watch the AdSense ad because they don't pay me AdSense like that. Okay. So tell me what you're saying. Tell me any of that makes sense to you.
Yeah, it makes sense. But you're still going to struggle. I just don't see. That's everything that we do seems to be tough shots. It's nothing easy. We're in the shot clock, 7 seconds, 3, 4, 5 seconds left to get a shot off. That's not good offense. That's panic ball to me.
I agree with you on I agree with you on the panic ball. I definitely think it was, you know, long time in the shot clock. But remember, he's a '90s, early 2000s type player. You know, he's in that Jeff Van Gundy, Greg Popovich, Tom Thibodeau vein, where when it's a knockdown drag out, time of possession is just like smash mouth football. You know what I mean? You want to you if you don't want to get ran off on, sometimes you want that time of possession to be in your favor. You want to keep the ball in our hands long enough to where they can't run up the score on you. You want to get that shot off at the right time. You want to make sure that the shot clock is right at the, if this play go to here, you want to make sure that this person. Oh, I got somebody in the private. Let me see. Oh, okay. That was D. Okay. You want to make sure that the ball is moving when the ball supposed to move, the people moving when the people supposed to move, and it's and I don't know if that's all intentional, but I think for the most part, when if you know Greg Popovich, everything was meticulous, everything was militarized, everything was, you know, it takes this long to do this, it takes this long to do that, it takes this long to do that, pass, shoot. This long to do this, it takes this long to do that, it takes this long to do that, pass, shoot. So everything was rhythmic like that. um, and it was very seldom that a play that Greg Popovich had didn't run its full course. It was almost every play that they had was ran to its full extent and done and enacted exactly how it was drew up. It wasn't a lot of changing the variations in the play based off of what somebody else was doing. It was that the play gonna work, do what the play is, and get the shot that we want to get when we want to get it. And that's why they won championships. And that's why Ime is going to eventually
Whoa,
win
whoa,
championships.
whoa. No. Popovich offense was based on passing and motion and cutting. Giving the ball to Tim Duncan, but he had Ginobili cutting, you had Tony Parker cutting, you had what's the small forward name? Even Kawhi Leonard, even when they
Bruce
got him.
Bowen, Danny,
But
Danny Green.
they were more of a motion offense. Cut slash backdoor. We have a standstill offense. We have a give it to Sagoon, let them back it down and try to create double team, come and kick it out. That's not the same offense that Popovich ran.
No, what we don't run the same offense that Popovich ran, but I mean, matter of fact, I don't even know for sure because I haven't really looked at his playbook or nothing like that for the sake of saying in a long time, by the way. I mean, not that I could recall it, but I have seen it before. But I'm saying as far as the you know, as far as the meticulousness of how he got his players to run the plays, is something that I'm seeing in Ime. But Ime is a little more lenient, I think, as far as running the whole entire play and the timing on the play. I think he gives a little more leeway for guys to be creative than Pop did. And even though Pop gave you a little leeway to be creative, he wanted people to be where they were supposed to be when they were supposed to be there in order for his plays to work, is what I'm saying. Now, I'm not saying that we run the same offense. I will look and see. I mean, I should have been looking to see. Um, but I haven't really been on my coach's diagrams and stuff like that like I should. Um, and I'm gonna get more into that so I can make sure to bring um one pass to two, one cut through, five dribble handoff, three field the top, two read drive kick. Um, I will get more into my diagrams and stuff like that, man. You know, just so let me see something. Let me see something. Let me pull this up.
Just see, Pop ran more of a triangle offense, but he just ran it through Tim Duncan. And triangle offense is more just motion and cutting. We don't have any motion and cutting. We have a person in the dunker spot. We have Ahmed Thomas, who's not going to shoot the three. You see, he cut in when Sagoon made that pass, and he had to pass to a Kobe. He was trying to throw it to him in the corner, but he cut because he's not going to take that three. His first mentality is to go back and slash because that's his game. So he got lucky on that pass with Okogie because Sagoon almost turned it over because he meant to pass it to him in the corner.
Yeah. Now I can see that. Let me see if I can pull up some of this right here. But all right, let me pull this back up pull this back up. All right, let's go through a couple more of these right here. Real quick. Oh, that's all day.
And he calls it up. Stolen by Şengün. Has Torrey running.
I mean,
Just takes it himself.
could have been another steal. But Cade doing Cade things. Cade doing Cade things right here. It's college. Cade doing Cade things since college. That's not your average light-skinned brother right there.
8 for Houston. Cunningham starting to heat up.
KD doing KD things right there. Nothing special.
He's got 29 now. It's been a rock fight. Jenkins wide open.
Yeah, you know who you want to help off of, but don't just give them a lineup. That's pretty.
That's another one of those. It wouldn't matter if Steven Adams was here or not because either way it go, it's gonna happen. As soon as IP makes this move right here, and this dude act like I want to cut you off, which was the stupidest thing you could have did in basketball. Why would you ever give up that much space on the backdoor cut to stop a man from getting the ball? Because they were fronting KD because he had made him. If you remember earlier, I said KD made a conscious decision to let guys know he was going to be aggressive. Here's where it pays off. This guy know KD's been aggressive. KD just came down and made a shot, and this guy saying, "I'm not gonna let you get the ball because you've been being aggressive and you got 100 fucking points on us. So now I'm gonna cut you off and stop you from getting the ball." And you forgot who KD and Alper Şengün both was. Alper Şengün is a great passer. KD is a scoring aficionado. And even if Steven Adams was right here where Ahmed Thompson is, which is clogging the lane, which is the exact same spot Steven Adams would have been at this point. He'd have been right where Ahmed is. KD. They're gonna do that. Nothing would have changed if Steven Adams.
Drops off to Thompson, leaning in on Eason. And he
This is what you want.
And here's your exact replica of what I was saying earlier. You got the 4 out spacing. What is Ahmed doing? You see, he's in the Steven Adams spot. Only thing is, he's not Steven Adams. He's not gonna get you the offensive rebound right here. Go ahead.
But if Ahmed goes all the way to the corner down there, his man has to come out, which gives KD more of an angle to drive. See, if Ahmed's standing right there and his man is right there, KD is limited when he drives, he can just leak over. But if Ahmed comes all the way to the corner, his man has to follow him. Some more out there, which gives KD more spacing. This is why I say this is limited spacing. We know Ahmed's not going to shoot. This man's going to cheat every time. Is it?
Okay, but again, I agree with you on that to an extent because here's the thing: Ahmed's man has to protect Ahmed now. This man has to protect the basket because Ahmed. I just walked over here by the rim. What you gonna do? You gonna leave me over here by the rim? No. Now I have to back down. If I go back out here to the 3-point line, if Ahmed back out to the 3-point line, his man comes out here to the 3-point line. Guess what? This man steps all the way up to Jabari. And now, even though it's space in the interior of the 3-point line, every man is guarded properly now. with Amon stepping in this way and this slight double team right here, now he just made two guys open by filling that spot close by the basket. You see that? By Amon taking those steps in towards the basket, he's making these two guys by him both leave two men open. That's the slight difference. And my point is, I don't even care if you like this offense or not, which I'm cool with the offense. But my point that I'm making is that it don't matter if it's two big men in the game or four wings in the game, like it is. Well, actually, yeah, four wings in the game and a power forward again. We have four wings and a power forward, four wings and a biscuit in the game right now, and it's still the same exact play. So for the people who be saying I don't like the double bigs because it don't give you space, they're running the same play when it's all wings in the game. That's all I be wanting to say. I mean, that's my overall consensus about this. And I would say I don't have a problem. It's not the offense I would run. It's not the offense I would run. I would probably run um more um more DHOs, more continuity, double drags and stuff like that. More triangle. I probably would do more of that type stuff where Alpha Shangoon could you know the triangle could be on this side and KD could be on that side. Alpha Shangoon can run the triangle on this side of the ball and KD could be on the weak side, to where if the triangle breaks down and somebody can't get a shot, then they can kick out to Kevin Durant. I probably would run something more like that. But with Ime's offense right here, what we're gonna see is a slow development.
Pulls up.
Well, hold on, that's not the play that I thought it was. But at the same time, would either way it go, if these men cheat back to here and KD, let's say for example, KD don't take the shot. Let's say KD starts to come over towards Alperen Sengun. It turns into the same play where Alperen goes up, comes back door. This man pushes over, and then Amin Thompson becomes open, or Amin Thompson dives through, sets the back screen for Alperen Sengun, or Alperen Sengun comes down in the post. Alperen Sengun dives into the post, gets the ball. This man comes up to catch to double Alperen Sengun, and Al-Sur will come up to double Alperen Sengun if he comes into the high post, and then Amin Thompson will be open, or Amin Thompson will get the ball and kick it to Tar Eason on the outside. It's just a different kind of space from different places. KD is on one. KD is on one. And we in this game. Okay. Defense by Army. The defense.
Again, they look to trap here, and
Sarr gliding, drops it in. Pistons. Now to Sengun, across to Eason. They have gotten away with a walk. Now to Jabari. That's a
big shot.
We'll talking about that one later. Reed on the move. In on Jabari. Off the blast for two. Wow, Reed. I told you. Crowd rises to its feet. Rockets down two. Sengun into the lane. Sengun blocked. To the midcourt. Sarr Thompson.
Hey, check this out, Buck, because you already know what I'm finna say. You've been listening long enough to know exactly where I'm going with this. I'm finna give you your flower right here, because this is what you're talking about, and I'm gonna show you why it's important. Because here's your play with your man right here, your double big and your no spacing, and this is the same play that King was talking about. This is exactly what both of y'all are complaining about. Here's your double big. This is Steven Adams right here. His name is Amin Thompson. This is Alperen Sengun shooting over 4 people when he could have kicked out to Jabari or Tari. Right? Now, all things considered, he wanted to pass this to Amin. All things considered, he wanted to get this ball to Amin in his heart of hearts. He thought that this man was going to move in a way that he would be able to dish that ball to Amin if he drew everybody in, and he wasn't able to, so he had to shoot it. This is not a double big lineup per se. But this is what y'all complaining about when y'all say it's no space and it's clogged up in the interior. But this is not Steven Adams. This is a 6'7" shooting forward guard that can't shoot. But that's he right there, and he's in the same spot Steven Adams. And I'm drawing this out because I want everybody to understand that when we talk about why I'm different, I'm gonna tell you why this is important. Why I'm different than the average person who talks. I don't just I don't just say stuff because it's what sounds good to say. I say stuff because it makes sense to me to tell somebody what it is that I see. And what I see is that the double big ain't the reason we losing. And that's why this is important. Because even though this is the first time tonight that we've actually saw it on all the highlights where the defense collapsed on a man because there was 4 people in the paint and he couldn't do jack. I'm not saying that it's not on the full film if we watch the full film. I'm not saying that. I didn't. My intention was to record the game yesterday. I didn't record it. That's why I watched it twice last night. I thought I had a recording. I didn't have a recording. I was going to record it. I was going to cut it up so I could make some shorts and I can come on here and show y'all because I want to be more. I want to be more. Precise about exactly what it is I'm telling you. I don't want to just come on here and just bloviate for the sake of, over articulating or trying to sound like I'm smarter than nobody because I'm not. But what I do know is this number one, if he had a 2 by his name, I could agree that the double big lineup is clogging it because right in the highlights, when we down by 2 points, I could say, damn, right here in this point, the double big lineup cost us this shot. But Alper Shangon did not get clogged up because of double big lineup. He got clogged up because that's what's been working for us is this man drawing that other man, making them have to contend with the man at the baseline and not leave him open by the basket. And Alper Shangon tried to pass him the ball, couldn't get it off, and so instead he thought they was gonna give him a foul. He forced up a shot, and they didn't give him a foul. They haven't been calling it all night. But we know that there's a lot of gambling going on, so we know these refs don't give a shit about rules. Plus, they've been letting these 2 teams slug it out, and we got out slugged last night, which is bigger than everything that I'm saying.
Again. Oh. He fades Thompson not once, but his career.
And at the end of the night, that's the game. So, at the end of the night, that's the game. Anything you take away from that?
How many layups the Rockets had and the Pistons had last night? You know that? Huh? Can you pull it up?
I can pull it up. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm
Yeah,
gonna pull it up while you talk.
that's going to talk to the space. And if I think they shot like 45% last night, the Rockets did. So if we're not shooting, we're not a good shooting team. So we have to space so we can drive. But we don't get any chance to lay up because the only ones I'm pretty sure we didn't get that many. So if we're not a good shooting team, then we have to do something with this offense is not gonna cut it. It's the same offense as last year. And if you don't run any plays that fit Durant's skill set, I don't see why we got Durant. Because if you think that we gonna have this offense and you just say take Jalen out and then put Durant in with the same offense and we don't do anything that matches skill set, I think we're gonna struggle.
Okay. So what I can tell you is we shot 39% from field goal range and we gave up 52 paint points. So whilst we only shot 39%, we only shot 39% and they basically got everything they wanted at the rim in the second half. Let me see. I'm still looking to pull up the actual stat. Let me just go this way. Let me go this route. Um,
Because what I see is we're working too hard to get a shot off. There's no easy. We haven't had one easy set where we can just get a good shot. Everything seems to be a struggle. Like, what's our offensive system? Is it a high pick and roll? Is to give Sagoon the ball, and is it a 1-on-1 thing? I don't know what our offense. I don't know his offensive schemes. I know his defensive schemes is grind out, hard nose, don't give anything up, contest every shot. But on offense, is I don't know what we run.
yeah, we run a lot of pick and rolls. Um, but not just simple. Not just really simple pick and rolls. We run we run some um big ball carrier pick and rolls with Al Pacino as the primary ball handler. We also ran some pick and rolls with Al Pacino as the pick man, where it's almost like more like slip screens where he pick and dive. Very little pick and pops. Some dribble handoffs, but let's see. Double. We ran some double down plays. DHO scissor. I think. Let me see what else I got here. As you know, let me see what else I got. I'm kind of out of the box set big man, a variation from the box formation. Players high, two players low, high school type shit. But um it really wasn't as much box as it is 4 and 5. Like two and three back screen, like type plays. Weak side flare, screen quick behind the ball, different stuff like that. But um go ahead.
Yeah, it just seems like we just struggle. It's the same problems we had last year. It seems like we're having the same problem this year. The defense is not the issue. We're holding it up. We just can't outscore anybody. Even when like Steven Adams last year, before we inserted him into the lineup, we was a good defensive team. We had Sagoon and Jabari Smith started. It's not like we were 22nd and then Steven Adams came to the lineup and we went all the way to 3. We was a solid defensive team with them two. I just don't see why we can't go back to that and then insert them as a strategy and then go back to Jabari like we used to. That seemed like more of a plausible lineup than just to start 3 7-footers or 4 7-footers and then we just gonna out muscle everybody. That worked in 1994. We in 2025. This is motion. This is quickness, lateral. Everybody does more than one thing. Having him out there, I like it, but not as a 30, 31-minute guy. That's too many minutes for me, for him to play.
Now that I agree with. I agree with wholeheartedly. I don't think 32 minutes is. I don't think 32 minutes is what we want him to play. I'm this is how I actually feel about it. I actually say, hey, look, I want him to start. I want him to start until we get, something worked out. Cool. But I like the starter. I like the way we start our games with that big ass lineup out there. Started off with the Monstars. You know, Steven Adams' offensive rebound and set the tempo. His rim protection sets the tempo. Now, what we really need is, and this is where I agree with the Tari Eason problem. What we really need is that Terror Twins from last year, because the Terror Twins from last year was disrupting shit. They was wreaking havoc all over the place. And I think, to be honest, is that Terror Twins from last year is the biggest spot we missed Jalen and Fred. Because when we had Jalen or Fred out there with Armin and Tari, we was wreaking havoc, bro. And that's where I think we missed both of them guys, especially Dylan Brooks. So it's guys we missed, we just not getting them back. They gone. They gone. Our offense last year, you know, a lot of that pushing the ball up the court, getting back on defense, being scrappy, creating turnovers, and getting out in transition, running the ball up, people back. Okay, cool. That's not there. What we don't have a a point guard that can really just get inside of the teeth of the defense by itself and probe around and manipulate the defense and get around and wiggle around inside the paint and make everybody move and kick the ball out. We don't have a Chris Paul. We don't have a TJ McConnell. We don't have a Peyton Pritchard. You know what I mean? None of that. None of that. We don't got none of that. And it's something that Reed Shepherd could be. The thing that Reed Shepherd could be if he just bees it. If he just bees it. Be what you are. You know that old song that old be what you are and live the life. God knows your heart. That's Reed Shepherd. You just gotta be what you are, bro. Be what you are, man. Be a fundamental white boy if that's what you're gonna be. But at the same time, do a couple of no-look passes, bro. Get inside the lane. If you slow, you slow. Okay. Use your body. When you turn your body to a man, don't pick up your dribble. Put him on your hip. Put him on your hip. And when he try to close out to steal the ball, fall down. Use your white privilege, bro. Use your white privilege. You're a white boy in America. Don't let them push you without you falling down and baiting the referee into a foul again. I got a problem with that. You are a white man in America. Make America great again. If they close out on you too hard, fall down and get a foul call. Go inside the paint, probe the defense, look around a little bit. When they start reaching, throw your head back like James Harden, put their arm on top of your neck and fall down. You gotta make the referees respect you as a player, bro. Use your smarts, use the wittiness. Don't just turn around and be scared and throw the ball away. We don't got time for that in Houston. We need a savvy, smart player. Reed, you are a smart person. Be smart, be a player, be a smart player. This is what we need Reed Shepherd to do. I understand you're still young and you're still trying to learn and woody wah. But god darn it, watch Steve Nash, watch John Stockton, watch Chris Paul, watch James Harden, watch TJ McConnell. Watch these players who know how to play basketball, man. Don't just be up and there just dribbling and turning your back and throwing the ball away. It's so much that you can do within the confines of the game that can make your game better, bro. That can make your game better. And it all starts with being a little bit smarter, a lot more confidence, and not getting sped up or pushed. I mean, the confidence would allow you to play fast without being scared. That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. Play fast, think fast without being scared.
You trying to get that man benched. Because that's what Ime gonna do to him if he ever try to go out there and do any of that. You better do what Ime say, or you gonna be like Jalen Green and Cam Whitmore. He can't go out there and do that. Ime not gonna let them give him the leash to do them. No, Steve. That's not his game. You trying to get that man traded, ain't you?
You better make it his game, man. He better make it his game. He better make it his game ASAP, bro. Or he gonna get himself traded. I'm trying to save his career, bro. I'm trying to save his career. Just like I was telling King the other time we was on the thing. If Al Shangon wasn't flashy, he would be Sabonis. He would just be Sabonis. But Alperen Sengun's, his sauce, the sauce to his game makes him a superstar, and it makes people look at him because last year, all things considered, Sabonis had better numbers than Alperen Sengun. But Alperen Sengun played better. Why? Because he got the sauce. He got the sauce. He got the swag. He got the hair flipping and flying. You know, what's the name of that book? The Outsiders. He's a greaser. He got the gel on his hair. He flipping greasing your hair. He got the nice fade. He cool. You know what I mean? He no look past to this guy. Flexing, getting crunk, rah rah, all that stuff like that, and it makes you a superstar. And at the end of the day, the NBA is a business, bro. And the market, the guys who are marketable become superstars, whether you like them or not. The referee gonna swallow their whistle when they hit you. The referee gonna blow their whistle when you hit them because they want these guys to be successful. Reed Shepherd is one of the guys they want to be successful. He has to grasp the moment. He has to catch lightning in a bottle. He has to take advantage of the league wanting him to be successful. Every time he has a good game, they go out of control. Reed Shepherd, Reed Shepherd, Reed Shepherd. Why? Because they waiting on that next John Stockton. They waiting on that next Steve Nash. The league is waiting on you, bro. You have to step into that position and take that mantle and run with that mantle. If you let it get away from you, that's on you, bro. You can't say I didn't tell you.
If he had a coach like Steve Kerr, oh, he'll be that guy. He'll be that next the white savior they looking for. Like, they're trying to make Cooper Flag and all that. Oh, he'll be it because he'll be in that offensive system where he can free range shoot, come off screens, things that'll complement his game. Right now, there's nothing that MA runs to complement really nobody game. It's just this the system. You gonna run it. I don't care. This what we running. But I don't do none of that. But I don't care. This will be running. Get used to it. That mentality ain't gonna work. It's like if you take a football player in a system, and that's not his skill set, but he go to another team and he excel because he's in. I'm gonna put you in the right situation where you can. Well, I want you to excel. It may just gonna say, do this, and this is just what you got to do to play. Everything else you do, I don't care. This is what you got to do. This is what I want you to do, and nothing else. And I think that's going to be the problem. It's his inability to adjust to today's game is going to hinder us.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, look, I got to do this right quick. So give me a minute while I run this and stay with me. We'll be right back after this little brief commercial.
Every show needs a spark. Ours, you. Step into the spotlight for a one-on-one fire debate. Call out a take, defend your own or a beat and teach masterclass. Winners earn bragging rights and rewards. Email redalert.rocketzone@gmail.com to lock your spot or choose a topic from our board. Thanks for supporting the movement. Tap subscribe, drop a like, and if you want to buy us a coffee, Cash App, $26 KG1. Every show needs a spark, and you are ours. Salute to you.
All right. Thank y'all for staying with us through that little brief intermission. You know what I'm saying? I had to take me a little break. We've been going for about 4 hours right now. And now we can we can continue where we left off at because we coming to the point to where the last thing I think Buckmo was saying was about Ime's structure. And now what we have to really parse is why I say Ime is a great coach, even though I see the flaws in his game. How he can become a better coach. What is it going to take for him to become a better coach? Is this team the team that will make him memorialized as a actual great coach? Right now, he's a great coach, but will this team memorialize his greatness by taking a step up from last year, or will they let him down by playing down to the competition, not living up to the hype, things of that nature? So I think my initial first point of emphasis is going to be that whilst I pointed out all those things as to why the double big lineup and the all wings lineup look very, very similar, I think that it's intentional is what one of the reasons what I think makes Ime a great coach. It when we seen the small lineups out there and those guys still in the same position, he didn't switch up his strategy because he had Armin in the dunker spot or because Kogi was in the dunker spot. He kept the same exact peak the guys in the same exact places, the pawns, the bishops, the chess pieces in the same exact spots on the board where he wanted them to be at. He didn't change it up just because you know, just because he wanted to run it different. And those types of things I think is gonna make it to where yeah, teams know what you're gonna do by the time you get to the playoff, but can they stop it in the development of these players? And when I say the development, I mean, yeah, I mean Reed and Armin, but I also mean the development, the togetherness, the chemistry. I know like people who play 2K. We had old boy from Berlin, my boy from Berlin, what his name was Broken Berlin, came up the other day, and he had all the 2K scenarios. Um, you know, what kind of team would you put together? Who would you add to this team to make it work and this and that? And obviously, like I said, my guy would be Vernon Maxwell, but I was talking about the chemistry of the team. What guy would fill the void. But on 2K, it's a thing where when your team first starts, the chemistry thing is super super low, and as they play together, the chemistry thing goes up and up and up like real life. And I think this team chemistry ain't just set because what we saw last night was a testament to the fact that Alpha Shangoon came out and scored 40. And we all said, hey, KD's doing the fit in thing. He's doing the thing where I'm not gonna bail you out. I'm gonna let y'all see what y'all can do against this, against this dominant championship team. Let y'all see what y'all can do, and I'm just gonna play my role. And he played his role, and we almost got the dub. Alper had 40 and 11 or something like that, 40, 11, and 5, or 40, 11, and 6, or whatever it was. And then last night on the game where I said, hey, this is a game where KD has to come out and assert himself. He came out and asserted himself, and he had 37. Well, where's the game when they put it all together? That's going to be the chemistry game. So next game, what we're going to be looking for is can Alperen Sengun and KD both get off? Can they both get off together? And that's if they can do that and start to build a chemistry around three things. Armin Thompson had one turnover last night. I think ESPN had him at two, but I think he did have two. He had one for the most of the game, and at the end of the game, he had another one. But he basically had one turnover all game long until the very end. And if Armin keeps his turnovers down, if Alper Shangoon and Kevin Durant both can get off for around, 20, 25, 26 points apiece, and Reed Shepard can have a game like he had last night from three and make a couple of mid-range shots, because at the end of the day, we don't need Reed Shepard to, we don't see like players like Steve Nash and John Stockton and, Mark Price, Chris Paul, um, Isaiah Thomas, JJ Barrett. I mean, I'm naming a bunch of guys. I'm saying I'm trying to name a bunch of little guards, who didn't have exceptional super speed or whatever. And the point I'm trying to make is those guys wasn't missing mid-range jumpers or floaters. Those guys was making a lot of mid-range jumpers and floaters. the Calvin Murphy, the 15-foot push down the court, get into the free throw line and stop and pop. Like I always say, you're a 90% free throw shooter. Go over by the free throw line and take you a jump shot. If you're missing shots and you feel like your shot ain't falling, dribble over there real fast by the free throw line and shoot that free throw because you can make that at 90%. So, and not the jump shot, but the free throws themselves, you should be making at 90% if you're an NBA point guard or close to it, a legitimate shooter anyway. So, 88, 87% if you're a legitimate shooter. So if Reed Shepard can start to make some of his mid-range jumpers and floaters and stuff like that, and he can carry over, like King said, shooting 3 for 4 from 3-point land and 3 for 5, not going below that 35, 36% 3-point range, and Al Pachengo and Kevin Durant both can put it together, this team is going to take a turn. And it's not going to be as bad as what it's been looking like because we've been losing these games that we didn't expect to lose.
No, we was expected to lose with that lineup. KD at the 2, and you getting ripped by Luke Dort, and I think his name was Wallace on the perimeter. If you have a 7-footer, why don't you have him in the paint on Luke Dort? See, that's Ma's fault. That you have KD, a 7-footer, and Luke Dort, who's probably about 6'4", on the perimeter trying to hold KD when you should put him on the elbow and get him a shot. Just turn over him and shoot. See, his inability to adjust to KD's skill set or to Reed Shepard. Like when Reed Shepard come in, you should have some package plays for him to get his shot off, not just standing over there waiting to get the ball. Come in, come off the screen, catch, shoot, get him going. He don't have anything to get somebody going. It's just free ball. Give it to Sagoon, post, do your move. They double, kick it out, hit it, hit Thompson and dunking spot. That seemed to be the only play we run. Dunker spot, Sagoon, kick it out. Hopefully we hit the 3. And we shooting 39%. That's what we living with.
Free balling is crazy, bro. free balling.
Say no homo.
Free balling.
Pause. My bad. Pause.
I'm over here rolling. It must say they out there free balling. That's crazy. But nah, you right though. And here's the thing. I'm never gonna argue with a person who say that Ime could do more because I agree. It's a ton more he could do, but I think a lot of that is, he came in and he said he kept the offense vanilla. We've seen him make some adjustments this year with his offense, and I don't know if it was Lero or King, or it might have even been Greenleaf. It might have even been Greenleaf on Greenleaf channel. I'm not even sure who it was, but somebody asked the question. Shout out to Greenleaf. Somebody posed the question: did the offense get better from year 1 to year 2? And the obvious answer is yes. The offense got better, and from year 2 to year 3, is the offense getting better? Well, we haven't yet. We've yet to see it get polished, but we've been in every game. None of these games. Let me tell you what was happening last year. Last year, we was getting down by 20 and coming back. We was getting up by 20, and then the other team would come back, and we would still just close it out strong at the end. This year, we've been in every game. No game have we been down by 10 points yet. So the defense is consistent, the offense is consistent, and I'm cool with that because nobody's blowing us out, and we not blowing nobody else out. But we've been in every single game, bro, from wire to wire. These have both been wire to wire games from very, very good teams. Um, could Ime and let me start by saying this. You are 100% right that I think Ime should do more to get Reed Shepard to cater to Reed Shepard's offense. But I think what's going on now is Ime wants to get the win, and he know that this is the best way to get the win because one of these teams that we playing, like this is our base, this is our base level best strategy, and what we need to do is we need to just solidify this first. It's one of those things where like, okay, let's get this down early. And once we get this down, then we'll start to implement changes. Then we'll start to fine tune stuff as we go out through. We got 80 more games. And after we get this first portion, we get this first level solidified, then we can start to implement the other stuff we need to implement. And I think if I'm right, I think that's what Ime is doing. Ime wants to see this work first. You know, let's get, crawl for you walk. You gotta crawl for you walk. Let's get this under wraps. Let's make sure that, this plain old veer right, veer left is gonna work. Once we get this to work with KD, then we can start worrying about, hey, look, how do we get Reed Shepard more shots? How do we get Jabbar into a rhythm when we need Jabbar? If something go wrong to where KD's getting out of the game or where KD has to sit out. What's our next move to get another score on the board to get high numbers from somebody else? What else can we work in and implement? Those things are going to come after we get this thing resolved. And right now, this thing isn't resolved because we don't have the point guard that we planned on having. But at the same time, it yesterday could have been the game that it could have worked, but guys missed a ton of shots. And there's nothing wrong with missing a ton of shots. There's nothing wrong with having a bad game. You can't put that on Ime because guys miss shots because we got the shots. We got open looks. We had a ton of open looks yesterday. We had a ton of good looks yesterday. And here's the here's the thing. Here's the exact quote. Let me pull out my notepad. Hold on. Y'all don't mind me clicking on this light right here so I can read. Um, Missed assist. Guys were open all over the court. We got bullied on the glass. That's Ime's exact quote. Guys open all over the court. And we saw it when I was going through the highlight reels. Even the shots where we made shots, it was guys open all over the court. We just didn't get on the ball. We made shots. We made tough shots. We missed tough shots. But it was guys open all over the court. Ime said it himself. We missed assists. We we only had 20 something assists yesterday. We only had 20 something assists yesterday. And Ime said it himself. It was guys open all over the court. That's just that's unacceptable in a game. I mean, what Shannon Sharp always say, you don't accept nothing in a win that you wouldn't accept in a loss. Or you don't accept nothing in a win that you wouldn't accept in a loss. And in that loss yesterday, we missed guys that was open, didn't pass the ball to guys. Just like King brought up, Alper going on that last play where he forced the ball. I know he was trying to force it to Amin because he felt like when the dudes collapsed, he was going to get it to Amin on the baseline. Amin was either going to be able to go up strong or he was going to be able to kick it to Tar without Albert having to adjust his body. But Jabbar was open and Jabbar had just made that three. So it would have been conducive to the offensive game plan, to Jabbar's confidence, to the clutchness of Jabbar, to the Rockets' continuity, to the offense that Ime had drew. It would have been conducive to everything for Upper Shangoon to get the ball to Jabari Smith Jr. because he had just hit that three, but he didn't do it. That's one of the plays that Ime was talking about when he said guys open all over the court. But at the same time, not even at the same time, that's one of the reasons why we missed so many shots was because guys were taking shots when it was guys open. It wasn't, and it goes to the point of like, as we going back and forth about it not being spacing, but it was guys open who didn't get open passes. It was guys open where guys didn't make the right pass. Go ahead, Buck.
You remember that last play, that Sagoon, that last play from the Pistons, that last play. That's the same play that they ran against the Warriors with Sagoon, except he did the little bunny hop shot. They already sitting on that play. They know 80% of the time he looking to throw it in the dunker spot. So that's why they were just sitting on it, because it may runs the same play. High pick and roll, try to give it to Sagoon. He gonna either do the little bunny hop shot or throw it to Almond in the dunker spot. They know he's not gonna throw it out in the corner. That's why nobody broke out. It's the same play. The exact same play.
No, you're right though. No, you're 100% right. You know what I mean? But nah, I mean I can't. It ain't even no pushback for that. You spitting up the facts on that. He gonna run the same plays, but I have to give him credit and say, it's early in the season and you got to get the continuity for your initial sets. You have to get your initial sets fine tuned if you want to make those deep runs into you when you want things to be well oiled by the mid by December. You want things to be well oiled by January. You know what I mean? So I'm not overly concerned about the two losses as I mean I would have wanted to win them, but here's what happened. The first team was a better team. Where I thought we was better if we had Fred VanVleet. I think we were still better than them. Actually, I think all in all, I think we're a better team than them now, but they've been together longer. But as we fine tune our offense and build chemistry with each other, them guys going back to the locker room last night, knowing that they should have won 2 games, we should be 2-0. Them guys going back and sitting and having conversations with each other. Kevin Durant talking to these guys and saying, "Hey, these 2 games we could have won. I could have been more aggressive in game one." Reed Shepard saying, "Damn, I got to do better." Um, Jabari Smith Jr. is a staunch advocate for self improvement. As Daryl Moore, I mean, as Raphael Stone iterated to in his interview, how Jabari takes it hard on himself when he doesn't do well, and how that's going to be very very, very advantageous to him in his self improvement. Being self aware of when he make mistakes and how he doesn't look around for somebody to point the finger at. He looks at himself and how he can be better. That's gonna make Jabari Smith Jr. even look at it and say, "Damn, what could I have done to get better? I missed some shots. I played horrible. I'm gonna come out and play better next game." So Jabari gonna get better, and fine tuning this offense is going to be important. So it's good that we getting this thing together right now. I think that's one of the things that make like these what would you call them, hard nosed coaches, smash mouth basketball coaches. They have that about them. They have this knack of just saying, "Okay, we didn't win with that. Go out and do it again. We're going to do this one thing until we show that we can do this one thing. There's no point of switching to something else if we can't do the simple shit that we're supposed to be able to do. The simple shit that we're supposed to be able to do and be the team, if we can't do that and be the team, there's no point to switching to something harder." And I think that's where Ime's, gets his actual salt. You know what I mean? That's where he earned his salt at because you know, what Ime is done every year that he's coached is have a team that don't look right at the beginning, and by the end of the year, they look great. And that's every time he's coached the team, from Boston to us the first year, us the second year, and now starting out this year, we back at square one. What we did last year don't count. We come out, we played 2 games, both games, we looked good. I don't care what the narrative is. We was in both of them games, bro. We was in both of them games, you know, even as physical as yesterday was, even with the refs. And Lord knows, them refs yesterday, they was on Tim DeHage payroll. Them boys was on Scott Foster time yesterday. They was calling stuff before it happened. They was already had their whistle in their mouth. They were running down the court with their whistle in their mouth like a football referee. They got the flags, they got the whistle, they got everything ready to go. As soon as somebody touched somebody, switch, send them to the line. You know what I mean? Unless it was one of our players who barely got to shoot their free throws. And the only time, even after old boy hit Army with the they gotta go check it 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 minutes like they was checking that thing. You seen it. And then Jabari came through with the trying to, Jabari got that block you out with his arm that he was doing to Asur, and him and Asur got tangled up. He was doing to Duncan Robinson. He had him blocked out with the strength. The dude be acting like Jabari weak, but Jabari got some strength on him because he can hold you off with that one arm, and you think you finna get around that arm. No, Jabari been playing against grown men for a long time. He get that arm locked up on you, that's your ass, Mr. Postman. So Jabari had Duncan Robinson locked up on that arm. And hold on, I got somebody in the chat. Let's see. I wasn't checking the chat. Should have put these up on the board. KLD, too many missed free throws. Absolutely, 100%. 100%. Jabari had Duncan Robinson locked up on that arm, and the referee called a foul. Like you called a foul because Jabari locked him up and Duncan Robinson threw his head back and acted like he got hit in the mouth. Give him an Oscar. Give him an Oscar Mayer wiener sandwich. But no, too many missed free throws in both games. In both games, too many missed free throws. KD missed too many in the first game. He was exceptional in this game, and we missed a lot of free throws in this game. Was it 11? 11 free throws? Yeah, yeah. And a slip for LP for 3 for the game winner. That was the play that Ime drew up. What was the play? A slip for LP to pop out and that was the play. That was what you that was hey, you want okay. Okay, LP. Slip screen for LP. Maybe not to pop out, but I guess it was a slip screen for LP to go to the goal. I don't know what he was meaning, but he said a slip for LP. I thought he meant for him to pop out and shoot a 3. I had to go back and listen to the presser again. But he did say it was a slip for LP. And no, but I mean, at the end of the day, these 2 games back to back have been a testament of the team that we build and how we looking. And I'm not scared to say, bro, I'm not a rant and raver about small minute things. But what I will rant and rave about is, you know, don't piss on my rain, piss on my rain and tell me it's a leg. You know what I mean? You know the saying, bro. Don't piss on my leg and tell me it rain, bro. But I'm just because you can't. I mean, if you say to me, Ema's offense could be better, I'm gonna say yeah, absolutely. If you say, oh man, we got too many bigs in the paint, I'm gonna say that it has nothing to do with why we lost. Nothing to do with why we lost. Because too many bigs in the paint. What if it was a little person in the paint? What if it was Giannis and LP in the paint? What if it was Akeem Olajuwon and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in the paint?
Are you comparing Steven Adams to Olajuwon and Giannis?
No, I'm not. I'm not. Well, all I'm saying is I mean, if you want to be, if you want to be, if you want to parse about it, he's one of the very good offensive rebounders that's in the league. Since he's been in the league, he's been one of the top offensive rebounders in the league. So if you want to say, am I comparing one of the top offensive rebounders to other top offensive rebounders over the course of the history of the NBA? Absolutely. All I'm saying is what I need somebody to explain to me when they say the double big lineup is too many people, is there's too many bigs on the floor. Is it too many bigs on the floor, or is it that the bigs on the floor are bigs you don't like on the floor together? Make it make sense when you're talking because too many bigs on the floor just don't add up.
No, you have 2 bigs. Both have to score. When they ran the Twin Towers, Tim Duncan and David Robinson. David Robinson was still able to do more things than Stephen Adams. Even when we had older Stork and Elijah Wan. Elijah Wan does more things than Steven Adams. Steven Adams is just there. He doesn't bring anything skill wise offensively to the other side of the floor where we need him at. Just rebounds, but you just a big block on the floor. So we had Giannis in Sagoon. Oh yeah, because Giannis do way more things than Steven Adams. So yeah, we can have a too big if we doing that. But if you have a too big and one just rebound and set picks and can't do nothing but try to get putbacks, that's not gonna work in today's game.
Mm-hmm. 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 A lack of versatility from our bigs on both ends of the floor. That's true. Um, a lack of versatility from our bigs on both ends of the floor. I don't have no pushback for that. I don't have no pushback for that. That makes more sense. That makes more sense to me than just saying, I don't like the double big lineup because it don't they take up all the space. Because that's not true. You know what I mean? But if you say, you know, this will work better. If you say, hey, look, this will work better if our bigs were more, if Steven Adams was a little more versatile, you know, to what he was being asked to do. I say okay, but I mean, I could pick it apart by just going back and showing the same replays and say, okay, well, what is he being asked to do? Space on the baseline, block niggas out, push your players out of the play, you know, you know, um, he pushed Cam and pushed Kate Cunningham all the way back to Saginaw, Michigan. He pushed what's his name, Jalen Durham or whatever his name is. He pushed him all the way back to the camera crew. He had him sitting over there with Clutch the Bear. You know what I mean? I just seen him over there shaking hands with Clutch and the cheerleaders. I'm like, okay, then he out there with the with the Red Rowdies. He had that boy all out to play. It's just, but and yeah, it would be a much greater offense if Steven Adams was a better offensive player, which which is why I said we really needed another offensive big more than we needed Kevin Durant, which is what I said all last year when I kept saying, Jaren Jackson Jr. would be better, would fit the team better than Kevin Durant. And I know everybody said, well, no, because Jaren Jackson Jr. in the playoff, he don't do the playoff. He don't do the playoff. He don't play in the playoff. And I'm like, yeah, but if we have Jalen Green doing what he do, and Dylan Brooks, and we able to get Jaren Jackson Jr. for you know Jabari, Tari, something like that, or Jabari or something, or Tari or something, you know, Tari and Reed Shepard for Jaren Jackson Jr. or something like along those. I mean, I know that the money wouldn't have matched up, but all I'm saying is that a player like Jaren Jackson Jr. or Evan Mobley alongside of Sangoon, would have been just as good for what our team is built and the way Ime plays, as far as his defense having a defensive player of the year on the block that can stretch the floor, that can put the ball on the floor with Shangun. So you got two guys who can put the ball on the floor as a big, you know. But all that being said, I like the team. I don't have a problem with the way that we playing right now. Um, let's see. No, I said that's what I'm saying. I'm saying Mobley would have been good without Pashango. That's what I'm saying. Mobley would have been good. Jerry Jackson Jr. would have been good. Some of those guys would have been better for the team than Kevin Durant to me because they defensive bigs that provide versatility. And to add that with Alperen Sengun is better than just upgrading Jalen Green. That was my point. My point is things that we could have did better than just saying, "Hey, I want to get rid of Jalen because he wear fingernail problems. He wear fingernail polish, and I don't want Jalen on the team." And whatever. It's like early version of the Warriors. Oh,
You can
go
still
ahead,
be
Mo.
you can still be versatile. You can move KD to the four. You can move Smith back to the four. You still can have a big lineup, versatile. You don't have to trade. You just have to just move Steven Adams back to the bench. But we have some versatile or athletic fours that we could put next to him. But we ain't really got to make a trade. We just got to move Steven Adams back to the bench. That's it. That's all we really got to do.
Um, Here's the thing about KD at the four. So you put KD at the four, you put Alperen Sengun back at the center. Again, first of all, let me read this by King. It's early version of the Warriors small ball lineup for their first championship. They had Bogut as their starting big. Draymond was a small ball, so it was changed. Right, exactly. Now I agree with that. I agree with that. You start out with your big, come in with the physicality, set the tempo, and then you take them to the bench, and then you bring in your death ball lineup. I'm not arguing with that at all. That's facts. That's that's very, very precisely exactly what I'm saying. You have Steven Adams out there as your big. You have Alper Shangoon as your four. He's your Draymond, right? Only difference is when Alper Shangoon is on the floor, he's also one of your best scorers. He's also one of your best scorers. So what you would have to do, this is how you would have to do it. And I don't think that Ime don't know this. I just think I'm sure I'm sure sources say, you know, that Ime wants to make sure that this works first before he goes into implementing new shit. He wants KD in this lineup that we're going to lean on heavily this year. He wants this to prove, for this to work. He want to make sure that we understand how to operate this first and get this to work before he start implementing different stuff. That's just what my sources say. But this is this is this is how it will work. You got Alper Sengun, he's your Draymond. LP is your Draymond. KD is your KD. He's your KD. Or your Clay Thompson, for the lack of better, words. Um what you call it is your Harrison Barnes. Jabbar Smith is your Harrison Barnes. And Ahmed is your Steph Curry. But he can't shoot.
It's not nowhere near Steph Curry.
Well, I'm gonna tell you how it will work in the Florida offense, and I'm gonna tell you why it will work because y'all gotta listen to me when I'm talking because I do this, I do it like this. Now, Armin can't shoot, but LP is gonna score more than Armin. That's not the way the offense works. Armin scoring is like Draymond's scoring. Alperin's scoring is like Steph's scoring, not in the shots that they take, but the amount that they can put up. So here's how it works. Steven Adams is on the floor. He doesn't stretch the floor like Bogut, but he provides interior defensive presence. He's a better shot blocker, rim protector than anybody on the team right now. Steven Adams still got hops. He still gets up above the rim and block shots. So this is what happens. Okay, boom. Steven Adams on the floor, we get the tempo under control. The tempo is under control. We come out. We we get some we get some straightening, we get some act rights. Okay. Now that we get the act rights, this is what's gonna happen. Now when Steven Adams goes to the bench, Armin becomes your Tarek, LP becomes your small ball five. Now LP becomes your small ball five, but he's also the hub of the team. Now, since he's the hub, he's in that. Now, when I say hub, I do mean like a Draymond catching the ball at the top of the free throw line. And mind you, hey, did y'all know that circle on the free throw line was put there because of Will Smith? Because of Will Chamberlain. Did y'all know that? Did you know that, Buckmo? That the circle on the free throw line was put there because of Will Chamberlain?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no.
Okay. Okay. I never knew that. Now I knew a lot about basketball, but I never knew that they had to put that circle there because he used to run and jump from the free throw line and do layups from the free throw as his free throw. I never knew that one. That was crazy. But I just seen Jordan telling them little kids that, and I was like, wow, that's something. Out of all the stuff I knew, I never knew that one. But okay, so Albert Shango now is running the offense. KD is my Clay, which means he's not going to be running off hella screens, but he will be positioning and repositioning around the 3 point line without having to run a lot because I don't want him to blow out his damn Achilles or none of that crazy shit. So I'm just gonna have him repositioning around the 3 point line. Now, guess why I said ominous Curry? Because he's gonna be the one running off screens. Why is he running off screens? Because I need him in his gravity to move the defense. And if his gravity doesn't move the defense, it's gonna provide cutting lanes for Armin to get him the ball going downhill, one on one. Guess what that does? That means he doesn't have to be at the 3 point line trying to catch. And guess who can be at the 3 point line posted up trying to catch? Jabari and KD. Jabari and KD. So now you got Jabari and KD out there. And when Steven Adams goes to the bench, you got Armin and Alp, Reese Shepard out there. And you got Reese Shepard who's probably not gonna run off screens, but he can be positioned to space the floor. Or you got a Kogi who can be spaced out in the corner. And I'm running Armin off the screens once Alp has the ball because I want Armin to get open so he can get driving down the lane one on one. I don't want the defense to be able to sit up in position for him. I want Armin to come off backdoor screens. I want Armin moving on the baseline. That's going to open up downhill lanes for Armin Thompson to get to the basket. Wow. That's so difficult to understand. No, it's not. It's simple basketball. And I don't think Ime doesn't know that. I think he just hasn't been able to implement it because they haven't gotten over the hump and had the team to do it yet. He did it some with Jalen Green last year, but he he hasn't had an opportunity to get to it this year because we can't get over the hump because Fred VanVleet is out and we can't get over the hump of just getting this simple 3-4 plays that we've been running these past 2 games to win us a basketball game. Now, tell me why that's crazy talk, King. What you think about that, book? Did that make sense what I just said?
Yeah, yeah, it makes sense. But our offense is stagnant. That's what I should say. I said our offense it looks too stagnant. We can't get any easy shots. And that's going to weigh KD down during the season. Like KD right now should be in the box, over the shoulder, boom, turn, fade. All this dribble, dribble, dribble. This not KD or Brooklyn or we with the Warriors. We got 38-year-old KD. And if you want him for the playoffs, you're gonna have to give him some better easy shots. It may. So get him in the box. If you're gonna keep him at the 2, just put him in the box. Move Sagoon or Steven Adams somewhere out, and then just have him post up shooting that double team. Run it through KD instead of Sagoon because KD really got the advantage with the height. You're gonna have to double. So put KD in the box. And then when they double off KD tall enough to throw it over a 6'4" guy to make the pass. I don't see why we can see this. I don't see how he don't see this. But his like I said, his inability to adjust will hinder the Rockets from going to the chip.
No, that makes sense. No, I'm with you on that too. My only reservation to running the offense through KD would be you kind of isolate your best player in Alpha Shangon, and you just kind of it's kind of like having um it's almost like saying, hey, I got a steak and I got a baked potato, right? I got a baked potato with steak on it and everything and sour cream and cheese and everything on it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take my baked potato and I'm gonna put that on my plate, and then I'm gonna put the steak right next to it, and I'm gonna just let them sit there, and then I'm gonna put the baked potato on top of the steak. That's kind of what it sounds like to me. The reason why I say that is because if you make KD run the offense when you eliminate unless your objective is to get LP on slip screens to get him going downhill to get him action going to the basket. If you just want KD, because a KD on the block play, that's not nothing technical. That's something that you just do. That's like the Robert Ory drop. That's like the drop the ball down to KD. That's just drop, regular old drop the ball down to KD, and he turn and shoot over whoever. That's not like a hard play. That's something that you do it throughout the course of the game because you know you need a bucket. And 9 times out of 10, what happens in that play is you run a back screen and KD comes from one side and either comes up from the other side, gets the screen, comes up on the one side after getting the switch, and then gets in position on the high post, and he catches the ball with the man already switched on to him, and he can either turn over and shoot, or he can take a dribble and then shoot from the fadeaway at the high post. There's something like that usually happens instead of him just going down in the post and banging with a man, banging him in his back, banging him in his back, banging him in his back. Paul, that's wild, crazy. But if a man just banging him in his back like that and trying to get position, you, ta- you take somebody like Lou Dort, who just, super strong, and KD trying to get position, and Lou Dort just hitting him in his back, trying to keep him from getting position. That wears on you. It's easier just to have you, hey, I'm at the top of the key, I get a screen, I go down in position, I catch the ball. See, so I understand what people be saying when they be saying you know, like what you said, get KD the ball in the post. Yeah, but it's different ways to get him the ball in the post rather than just have him go down there just being at the power forward. Because him just being at the power forward, what it means is that a power forward is on him. But if he's at the two, then guess who's on him? A shooting guard. So gets the screen, if he gets the screen and he pops if he pops out with the screen, then he might have a small forward on him. That's better than him just being at the power forward and automatically having a power forward on him initially right out the gate. KD is the problem at this point of his career. How many more teams we gonna have to see him go to before we accept it? I mean, this probably gonna be his last team. Opinion stated. Why you say KD is the problem? Why? I mean, what is it about KD that makes him the problem? Is it are you saying that it's something about his offense, or is it one of those things like James Harden? Like once he's on the team, you have to give him the ball, and it throws your whole offensive structure off. What is it about KD that makes him the problem? Let me know. Let me know, because I'm trying to find out if I need to be on red alert or not. Because you know what I mean. I will hit the button on his ass if it's just him. I don't think it's him because he scored 37 points last night and he was hella efficient. He missed 2 free throws and 9 shots last night. And he said he could have been 100% in game one. So uh if when a person say I could have been 100% in game one, if he'd have been more aggressive, and he comes out and he gives you 37 in game two, I tend to believe that that's a man on a mission. He got something to prove. I myself personally about KD, I tell you what I think. I think when KD said, old girl asked him, you look good in Rocket. I see you in your little Rockets profile pictures. And then it's always funny when a girl say, you're little, you're little. That means she like you. She being sassy, cute. She was like, I seen you in your little Rocket profile pictures. And he was like, yeah, I think I should have been wearing this color red. I was like, oh, all right, yeah, you should have. But your punk ass could have came and joined James Harden when James Harden was on a roll, and we could have got a championship instead of you going with the Warriors. But all things considered, James Harden probably would have threw the game. That's probably why KD didn't want to come. James Harden probably told him, man, don't come down here. These boys got me hemmed up out here on this bull call, and he probably didn't come. Um, KD can get a bucket on anybody. Go ahead, bro.
KD is working too hard. Like to me, Steven Adams should set an off-ball screen with his man. KD pop out, catch a little mid-range shoot, because you gonna have the switch with the big. His big can't move laterally that fast to catch up with KD. So you gotta have some off-ball screens where you can free him up to get easy looks, just like Reed Shepard. There are no off-ball screens to free up the shooter. All the shooters go stand in the corner, and then hopefully somebody leak in and we'll kick it out to you. Have an off-ball screen where Reed can come off, get a pick by Jabari, come off the screen, catch shoot. What's so hard about this offensive concept that he can't get? You have the skill set players, but you don't have the plays to match their skills. Call some off-ball screens, get some shooters open. Everything is so stagnant, everything is so hard. We try to grind this and did that. I'm telling you, that 90s ball is not gonna work. It's not gonna work.
That's some dysfunctional shit.
Man, it's gonna work, bro. I'm telling you right now, it's gonna work. I'm gonna tell you why it's gonna work. Because like we've been saying, it's just to get us into the rhythm of the game and get the other team out of the rhythm of the game. The point is, let's come out and throw the first haymaker. Let's come out and hit them in the mouth before they hit us in the mouth. And that 90, first of all, it's just that. It's just that. I mean, I don't have to reiterate everything I said, but you get the point. KD, hold on, let me read this statement from Opinion Stated. The Opinion Stated says KD can get a bucket anytime he wants. His scoring ain't the issue in terms of scoring. He's a cesspool. Oh man, this boy done pulled out the negotiator terms on us. He act like this right here is our internal affairs. A team becomes one dimensional and easy to defend when he's the focus of the offense. That's a great point. The problem is, not the problem. My pushback would be, I don't think nobody here, and correct me if I'm wrong, Buck. Correct me if I'm wrong, King. If you're in the chat, anybody else in the chat, let me know if you think KD should be the focal of the offense. Should he be the focus, the main focal point of the offense? because go ahead.
Not the focal point, but he should be a part of it. But the main focal point at 38, no, not at this stage.
Right. Exactly. See, Opinion State, I don't know. You seem like a basketball guy. I don't know if you're a Rockets fan or not, but deep down here in the Bighorn, around the city we call the Big Dome, eighth wonder of the world, the summit, heart of the champion, plus city. I don't think it's all of us that think the Rockets want to make KD the focus of our offense. He's going to get his buckets within the flow of the offense. And whereas Jalen got his buckets in the flow of the offense, KD's going to do the same thing and just be more efficient doing it. That's just what it is. And his greatness is going to be determined, not determined. His greatness is going to solidify. It's going to solidify what we already are doing in Houston. But the focus of our offense is clearly Alper and Şengün. And to even go further than that, the focus of our offense is offensive rebounding. the focus of our offense is offensive rebounding, bro. We want to make sure that when we miss shots, we can clean up the basket. You know what I mean? And we want to hit guys in the mouth on defense and get out in transition. Um, that's the overall objective of this Rockets team is to get the ball in the hands of Alper Şengün. You know why? He's our up and coming star. He's gonna be on this team for years to come. He's our all NBA player and our all star. He just demolished. Matter of fact, let me say this because if you have a favorite player, if you have who's your number one player in the NBA, and I would make a case that our guy has just demolished them over the course of the last 6 months. Our guy has outplayed your favorite player over the course of the last 6 months. Maybe not your favorite player, but whoever you think the best player in the league is, over the course of the last 6 months, our guy has outplayed him. That's just the fact. He outplayed Steph Curry in the playoffs. He outplayed Steph Curry in the playoffs.
No, he did not.
Yeah, he did. It wasn't Steph that beat. It wasn't Steph that beat us, bro. Steph didn't beat us in the playoff. Jalen beat us in the playoff. It wasn't Steph that beat us in the playoff. It was clearly Jalen that beat us in the playoff. Alprin outplayed Steph in my mind's eye. The offensive rebounding, the block shots, the dunking on Draymond, the scoring. Listen, Alprin outplayed Steph. Matter of fact, all y'all said that Fred outplayed Steph. Every one of y'all said Fred VanVleet outplayed Steph. So how could Alfred Shango not have outplayed Steph? If Fred outplayed Steph in one game, if Fred VanVleet outplayed Steph Curry in one game, then over the course of the playoff, Alfred Shango outplayed him. We just got beat by Jalen Green. I'm not even gonna argue with KOD about that. Now, check the logic. He goes into FIBA, outplayed Jokic, outplayed Giannis. Everybody else he outplayed. Lab marketing, whatever. He outplayed everybody. He comes back this year, outplayed Shea. He outplayed Shea. He outplayed Giannis. He outplayed Joker. He outplayed Shea. You know what I mean?
When did he ever outplay these people?
He outplayed Giannis in FIBA. He outplayed Jokic in FIBA. He outplayed Shea first game of the season. Them the best three players in the league. Alfred Shangoon has just outplayed the best three players in the league over the course of the last 3 months.
You must be getting tired. That delirium sitting there right now.
What the hell are we talking about, bro?
You got to be sleeping.
Am I lying?
This is crazy work.
Am I lying?
Yeah, you lying.
So he did not play Giannis in the FIBA.
No, in no shape, form, or fashion.
What are we talking about? I mean, is this Twilight Zone?
Is it translating to this season? You acting like he dropped 42 games in a row, and you act like he putting up Giannis numbers and Jokic numbers. He had one good game, and then went 5 for 18.
All I'm saying is he outplayed Joker. He outplayed Giannis. He came into the season and outplayed Shea. Them the best three players in the league. All guys.
He outplayed Shea. When he outplayed Shea?
First game of the season, he outplayed Shea.
Man, bro.
He did not play Shea?
On 2K?
King, you see what you're doing?
We must have played with Sagoon on 2K, because in real life it was nowhere near that.
You done messed up.
I gotta pull up the stats. Go ahead, King. Hold on,
Man.
Okay. One, they need an actual facility. Not having Fred VanVleet is showing itself in a major way. Rockets need a PG. Rockets have players that can score, but no real bucket getters. Take off on that for me, bro.
Well, he right. We don't have no facilitator. Allen is not he's a point guard, but he's not a facilitator point guard. He can play the point, but he does not get everybody involved. So yeah, you're right. I think we got to go out and get a facilitator, somebody who can get other people involved and control the tempo. Right now, we don't have anybody to control the tempo to get us a little bucket. That's why I say we look stagnant. Van Fleet is really that engine that make us go. And Dylan Brooks was that heart. So we lost two key pieces, and we waiting on Sagoon. Yeah, he passing it, but I don't know if he got that heart like Brooks. And we ain't got nobody to run that engine. So yeah, you're right. We need a facilitator because we got beat by two point guards who have facilitators and control the tempo. Until we get that, yeah, it's gonna be a long season.
Okay, so this is where this is. I mean, I'm gonna come back to that, but I can't let y'all do this to me, man. This beating teach Saturday, man. I can't listen, but no hard feelings. And hey, don't take this ass whooping personally, bro. I don't want no hard feelings afterwards, as in the words of the late great Della Reese. Listen, uh, okay, where we at? Where we at? Don't go nowhere. Don't hide. Don't hide. I just put you up. We're gonna get right on to it. Okay. Boom. What do 39, 11, and 7 look like compared to 35, 5, and 5? Is that outplaying you? Would we consider that outplaying a person? If I say, hey, look, my guy scored 39, 11, and 7. Your guy scored 35, 5, and 5. Right? That's outplaying the MVP. That's what Al Pachenko just did. See, I understand when you say things that sound like it don't go with the, it don't fit into what you used to hearing from the media. It makes it seem like, man, EF be saying wild shit, but I don't. I'm just giving you the truth, the facts, no cap, zero cap, no cap in my rap, bro. This is 100% factual. Alfred Shangoon outplayed Shea Gilders Alexander. Alfred Shangoon outplayed Nikola Jokic and FIBA. Alfred Shangoon outplayed Giannis Antetokounmpo in FIBA. Alfred Shangoon outplayed Porzingis in FIBA. I don't even know who else all he outplayed in FIBA, but he outplayed everybody. Everybody,
Oh,
everybody who he
that's the
played.
whole that's the whole
Huh?
stat line.
I
That's the whole
mean,
stat line.
I
You just
can
ran
give you the
out
rest
three.
of it.
Mm-hmm.
You want me to give you the part about?
Yeah, I mean the steals and everything, turnovers, all that.
Okay, let me pull it up.
And and Shea just dropped 55. Sagoon just dropped with 18.
Well, all things considered, my boy, shout out to Opinion stated in the chat. He said, I picked the Rockets number 2 in the West. They're making me look crazy right now. They're making everybody look crazy right now. But like I said, you know, Ime is Ime's trying to get this team to do the basics first with KD because we just implemented, we just inserted an all-star, an MVP on our team, and he's trying to get this team to do what this team supposed to do with that new player on the floor. And once we get that done, he gonna get to getting real sexy this year. Pause. Ime gonna get real sexy this year with the offense. We're gonna see new stuff. We're gonna see new stuff from Ime. Mark my words, it's coming little by little, little by little. But first, veer right, veer left. The right hand don't get to the left one wheel. That's all. That's what we're looking at. You know, 6 play split lane overcame. Okay, so let me put up this right here. All right, here go your Alfred Shangon stat line against the Oklahoma City Thunder. +9. He was a +9. What was Shea Alexander? A whopping +3 people. Okay, so that right there tells you right there, Alfred Shangon outplayed Shea Alexander. We don't really have to go no farther. But for the sake of saying Alfred Shangon scored 39 points, Shea Alexander scored 35 points. Alfred Shangon had 4 turnovers. Shea had 3 turnovers. Hey, Shangon had a block and 2 steals. Shea had 2 blocks and 2 steals. Shangoon had 5 assists. Shea had 5 assists. Well, we know that Alfred had 11 rebounds and Shea had 5 rebounds. Okay. So we waiting to see this big differential that would make Shea be to not play the Alfred Shangoon. And I could inform you that I would have never even brought this up if he was going to be there. But King set you up to make you feel like I was really going to say some stuff that wasn't true. But here we go. 10 for 11 from the free throw line for Albert Shangon, which means he only missed 1. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, which is a MVP point guard, went 10 for 14, which means he missed 3. Now, let's look at this next stat, if you don't mind, if we will. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, I need my glass. I need my bifocals. Can y'all bring my bifocals up in here so I can see this right here? Cause I need my Benjamin Franklin. I need my scientific glasses for this because it looked like your point guard went 1 for 9. MVP point guard went 1 for 9 for 3, and my center, my power forward, whatever you want to call him, went 5 for 8 for 3. Both guys hit 12 field goals, and my guy shot less. So both guys played about the same amount of minutes. I mean, all up and down the field, Alfred Shango not play Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, which is my point. And to make a long story short, Alfred Shango just outplayed. I can make the case that Alfred Shango has outplayed the best players in the league over the course of the last 6 months. Right? Remember what I led with. KD is the problem, fam. The Rockets were forced last season. Last season because they got it done as a team. That's a fact. All this focus on incorporating KD and making him such a major focus ain't the way. Hey, look. Oh boy. I'm gonna leave it up there for a minute.
You don't have to incorporate him because he can get his own shot. You just have to give him easy shots. You don't have to incorporate him. You know, you can run him off screens, catch, shoot, put him in the post. So it's nothing hard. It's just the inmate is really the problem. We have a defensive coach with a team full of offensive players. So it's not really incorporating because KD, you know, you get his shot. You know, you don't really need them about 17 shots, 16 shots to get what he need anyway. So it's just the rest of the team trying to get theirs. And man, we just gonna be stagnant.
with friends like this who need enemies, bro. With friends like this who need enemies, bro. Man, chat, come on, man. Come on, KOD, man. You know I'm telling the truth, man. If the dude outplayed the best 3 players in the league over the past 6 months, man, why you can't give him that, bro? Why we gotta just I'm not saying he the best player in the world. I'm just saying he did it. Just like I can say, hey, he gave Victor Wembanyama a 45-piece triple double. Did he do it or did he didn't? Did he did or did he didn't? Is you is or is you ain't? That's all I'm saying. Did he give Victor Wembanyama a 45-piece triple double? And you gonna say, yeah, but Victor Wembanyama was a rookie. He still was blocking everybody's shot from half court. He still was doing dunks from the free throw line. he was still Victor Wembanyama. He's only 1 year different than he was last year when LP gave him 45 in 16 or whatever it was. 45, 16, and 13. Alper Sengun he's giving everybody work, bro. He been giving everybody work since he been in the league. Dude ain't scared of nobody, man. He he outplayed these guys, bro. He outplayed them in the last. He outplayed Shea last game. You won't even admit it, and I just read the numbers, King. You won't even admit it. I just read the numbers.
Shea had a way better game. The numbers you admit Shea had a better game.
Huh? No.
The numbers you just read off, Shea had a better game.
What?
The only thing you brought up was free throw. You were like, oh, right here, he missed 4 free throws. That was the only really gripe you had. Everything else, Shea had better numbers. He had 2 steals, 2 blocks. Sagoon had 1 block, 2 steals. Both had 5 assists apiece. Both had about the same amount of points. So Shea outplayed him, and he got the dub. To outplay somebody, I thought you had to get the dub. But to win in the game don't mean nothing. You just gotta outscore. You just gotta outscore the MVP. But you gotta outscore him and win the game. Can't hear your EF if you're saying something.
My bad. Yeah, okay, I thought y'all could hear me. Okay. Look. Real quick. I could just go through this real quick because I know y'all know this. I mean, what I said was just because you say, just because somebody win the game don't mean they outplay somebody. Um, that's like saying that let's see who else won the game. AJ Mitchell outplayed Kevin Durant. You see what I'm saying? AJ Mitchell outplayed Kevin Durant because they won and he scored 16 points and Kevin Durant had 23 points. So AJ Mitchell outplayed Kevin Durant? No, he didn't. He just was on a winning team. That don't mean he outplayed him. So Shea being on a winning team don't mean he outplayed Alper Sengun. Alper Sengun was 12 for 24. Shea Gilgeous Alexander was 12 for 26. Alper Sengun won that category. 5 for 8, 1 for 9. Alper Sengun won that category. Free throws, 10 for 11, 10 for 14. Alper Sengun won that category. Offensive rebounds, 4-0. Alper Sengun won that category. Defensive rebounds, 8-5. Alper Sengun won that category. Rebounds total, 13-5. Alper Sengun won that category. Assists, 3-5. Shea Gilgeous Alexander won that category. Steals, 2-2. Tie. Blocks, 1-2. Shea won that. Turnovers, 4-3. Shea won that. Personal fouls, don't matter. Plus minus, 9-3. Alpin won that. Points, 39-35. Alpin won that as well. Alpin Shangon clearly outplayed Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. Alpin Shangon clearly outplayed Shea Gilgeous-Alexander in that game. There's no contest about that. Now, as far as you know, as far as Kevin Durant being the problem on the team because of building the team around him, I don't think we have to. I'm like you about that. I'm with you on every possible scenario where we can improve the team, except not starting Steven Adams right now. I'm not taking Steven Adams off the court because if you take Steven Adams off the court, then that means you're gonna have to start. Oh, here we go. If you take Steven Adams off the court, that means you're gonna have to start Reed Shepard or Kogi or somebody. And I'm not with that right here. Welcome to the stage, King. What you got for me, Brody?
I'm sick of this shit. I'm sick of this shit, bro. You got too much bullshit going on this goddamn panel. You sitting up here, you should be ashamed of yourself here. You too goddamn old for this shit. You sitting up here running this casual basketball fan propaganda narrative where you pull up a damn stat sheet and you want to go down the stat sheet and, oh, he outplayed him, bruh. We watched that damn game. Shea took over that fucking game in the fourth quarter in overtime. He was giving buckets to everybody, finding his teammates for assists, getting to the free throw line. Both of them dudes, LP and Shea, had a chance to close out the other team. LP had his shot, I think, at the end of regulation. He didn't even hit the fucking rim. Shea had a chance to close the Rockets out, and he did it. And he ended up with 35 points, which is 4 points less than LP. When it was time for somebody, for your best player to step up and to take over the game and to deliver a W, one guy did it, the other guy didn't. You can't sit up and say the dude that didn't get it done outplayed the dude that got it done. That's ridiculous.
That's exactly
He outplayed Giannis. Bro. Oh, listen. The sun shines on a dog's ass every once in a while. So you may have a game where you outscore Joker. Joker gonna have another 3 games where he gonna outscore you. You may have a game where you outscore Giannis. But if you look at their careers and they matchups, Giannis have outscored LP in 9 out of the 10 games. Like, cut this capping ass shit out of here. You got me leaving on my gig because you won't stop. And Buck trying to tell you, bruh, stop this shit. Like, stop this shit, man. You got new people down in the chat, ain't even Rocket fan, they listen to you, and they walk away. These Rocket fans delusional as hell.
No, he agreed. He clearly
No,
agreed.
he don't agree. He don't agree. This man is listening to you spew this bullshit, and he gonna go tell all his partners, them goddamn Rocket fans delusional as fuck. This one nigga was on his panel at 12 in the morning saying that LP done outplayed all the best players in the NBA.
And when I asked him when I said in my line, what did he say? What was his reply in the chat?
I don't know what his reply was. Well, but he probably don't want to get blocked or something. Maybe he must be bored or something. He listen to you speak this bullshit. He don't want to get banned. Put in timeout because he tell you crazy as hell for the shit you saying. We watched that game the other night, bro. We watched it. Now you tell me I'm lying. You can look at that goddamn stat sheet. Am I lying about who closed that game out and who failed to close it out? Am I lying?
No, you're not.
Okay.
See how easy it is to admit when somebody's right. See how often.
Okay, so stop that capping ass shit. Stop saying he outplayed Shea, bro.
I played
It
too,
ain't
bro.
just a stat sheet, and you know better than this, bro. You my age. We grew up in the same era. This stat sheet watching shit is some new casual ass bullshit. That's these young boys. What else you doing? You got on tight jeans? You still sagging your pants? You got a purse? When you go to the store, you put a purse on? I'm trying to see how much of this new wave shit you didn't adopt it. Because we
Hey,
grew up, we watched basketball with our eyes. You know what I'm saying? We watched what happened on the court.
I got them new Google Vision glasses, bro. That you know
Take them back.
they translate
Take them
they
back,
trans,
nigga.
they
Take
translate
them back.
tell you different languages and all that kind of fancy shit. You know what I
Take
mean?
that shit back.
I'm a bougie country boy, man. I'm just an old country boy, man. A little bougie ass country boy, man. You know what I'm saying? From deep down in the heart of Texas. But look, this is what I'm telling you, King.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
the difference is that the bougie country boys, all that meant was they got the good pork skins. That was it.
I don't even eat pork, bro. I don't eat
They
pork.
got the good pork skins and they got name brand Coke. They ain't get the RC colas. You know what I'm saying? They got Coca-Cola. That's the only difference between a bougie country boy and a regular old country boy.
Nah,
You on some other shit. You on some new wave shit. You
I'm from
trying
the
to
real.
blend in.
I'm from the real country where we you know we take our cows to the slaughter and put them in the freezer. I'm from that kind of country. But
Mm.
but now listen, Buckmo pulling back up. We finna go ahead and hit him with one of these. Sorry you had to drop out. Glad you back. But listen, man. Hey, now y'all know I gotta fight back because King come over here with all these shenanigans and all this blasphemy, bro. The bottom line is I watched the game as well, bro. And when I watched the game, I saw a guy that was playing against the champions of the effing National Basketball Association. Got they rings playing against Chet Holmgren, Hardy Stein, Lou Dort, the guy who people say don't supposed to be dribbling the ball at the 3-point line, the guy who people said, I don't want LP shooting threes. I don't want LP dribbling the ball. We need to get the ball to KD. We need a point guard. And what I saw was my guy said, you know what? I got y'all. I got y'all. I'm going to do everything I can possibly do to get this win tonight. And other players let him down. Other players let him down. He did
Oh my
everything
God.
he could possibly do to get that win. And if anybody steps up, including Kevin Durant, not that I'm saying Kevin Durant, you know, did anything wrong because he gave us exactly what Jalen Green would have gave us. But if anybody steps up to that with him that game, we win that game, Brody. Listen, Kevin Durant scored
Oh
22
my
points
God.
or 23 points that game. Jalen could have gave us 23. Dylan would have gave us another 10 or 15 points. We win that game easy. Easy work that game. But the mere fact that Alper Şengün scored 40 points and hit 5 from 8 from 3-point land was damn near perfect from the free throw line. There's no way you can tell me that your power forward playing doing the point guard shit better than the point guard shit. He had as many assists as your point guard. He had as more rebounds than your point guard. He did everything better
He's
than your damn
supposed to.
point guard. Huh? He
He's
was supposed
supposed to
to?
have more rebounds than your point guard.
He's not supposed to have more assists.
Yeah, but he had the ball more than the point guard too.
How? Why?
You ain't mentioned that. What you mean? Why?
Why would he have the
Because he
ball?
refused. Because when they inbound the ball to him, he won't pass it to the point guard. He wants to bring it up,
Why
and
would
he
you
was getting shut down. He got shut down for damn near 3/4.
why would you even give him the ball?
Look, because you got 4 bigs on the court. You got 1 guard in the game.
One of them is Jesus Shuttleworth, little brother. Played under Jesus Shuttleworth, right? And he's an MVP, and you know who his name is. You know who I am, MVP man. Slim Reaper. Why you don't give him the ball every time?
Where he was being, like I said yesterday, or the day before yesterday, Lou Dort was on him like pockets on, like back pockets,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He was.
glued to him.
He
So
was.
okay, so they Caruso wasn't all up in LP's chest 93 feet away from the rim.
He wasn't pressing him and fouling him and pressing the ball. And
Everybody else was getting pressed on that floor except for LP and Steven Adams. You know Steven Adams ain't gonna get the ball, but once LP got the half court, that's when Caruso would get up on him.
man, LP was getting pressed.
So he was the outlet or the safety valve for them to be able to bring the ball up without the pressure. He wasn't getting pressured up the floor, but he wouldn't pass the ball once he got over half court down the stretch.
And he was getting pressured. He was passing the ball. That's why he had more assists. He was.
I'm not saying he wasn't. I'm not saying that. I'm saying when he crossed the timeline down the stretch, he doing all this spinning and turning his back. The same thing you had about Reed Shepherd. He was doing it. You weren't complaining about that. He was turning his back, switching it from one side to the next and get to the 3-point line. And they'll get into their play. But I'm saying he had the easiest of getting the ball up the court of anybody else who could have actually brought the ball up the court.
Yeah, because
everybody else was getting pressured.
Because
everybody else was getting pressured except for him.
He can dribble the ball.
Yeah, he can dribble again, but it's no pressure. Everybody can dribble when it ain't no pressure on you.
No, even if it is pressure, the thing is that you can't pressure him because there's no point in it because he's gonna just go around you. He know how to handle the ball.
Stop this, EF. Stop this. Stop that. Stop that.
Everybody else gonna get ripped, bro.
And he caused the where he apparently he got ripped too. He had 4 turnovers.
Yeah, he did. 1 or 2 of them was passes.
Okay. And so and you talking about the 39 points.
I am.
I'm just curious. Mm-hmm. If Hakeem Olajuwon put up 39 points against a 6'4" 2 guard, is we gonna break? Should we stand and give him a standing ovation for that?
Yeah, because he did it.
If Shaquille O'Neal puts up 39 points against a 6'4" 2 guard, are we supposed to take a bow and throw roses at his feet?
Listen.
Yeah, this dude LP was being guarded by a 2 guard all night long. And you want to throw him a celebration in a parade because he scored 39 points on him.
Okay.
He hit 4 threes when he was standing by himself.
So let me ask you this. Who is the best 3 perimeter defenders in the league?
The best 3?
Mm-hmm.
Dyson Daniels, Almond, Herb Jones.
Okay, where was Lou Dort on that list?
Lou Dort is probably 4th.
And where is Caruso?
Maybe 6, 7.
Okay. So when a top 5, because he was like number 4 or 5, by the way, he was actually better than Ahmed. They actually had Caruso higher than Ahmed. And if I'm right, last time me and you had this conversation, you was on here. Was it you or Lero was saying Caruso was a better perimeter player than Ahmed Thompson?
No, that's a damn lie. We said he was a better perimeter defender than Tari, who you tried to say that Tari was a top 5 defender.
Okay, but then you said
Caruso was better than Tari. We never said he was better than Ahmed.
You clearly said that Caruso was the top 3 perimeter defender. You clearly
I never said he was top 3. I never said he was top 3.
Okay. Well, you definitely said that he was a proven perimeter defender. I know you said he was a top.
He is.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, because the comparison was Tari Eason. You was trying to say that Tari Eason was as good, if not better, than Ahmed, and you said he was a top 5 perimeter defender. Now I'm telling you no. You said he was better than Lou Dort and better than Caruso, and I said no.
I didn't say he was better than Lou Dort, but he's better than Caruso. He's better than Caruso. He's a better defender than Caruso.
He's not better than Caruso. He's not better than Caruso.
All around defender. And by the way,
he's not better than Caruso.
The point is, let's not change the argument. Let's not like you would say, let's not conflate right here. Let's get back to the point of contention. The point of contention is, as we know, that if Al Pachengun scores over one of the elite defenders in the league, scores 39 points on an elite defender in the league, how can we then justify glazing Alvin Şengün? Well, because he's an elite defender. That's the point.
Bruh. It's one thing if he does that against Wemby. If he does that against Giannis. If he does that against Embiid. Like if they're the ones defending him and he dropped 39, yes. That's when you give him a standing ovation. That's when you tell him, hey, LP, take a bow, bro. But when you are 6 inches,
Hold on, I got a private chat.
7 inches taller than a dude, you got him by 40 pounds, 50 pounds. I'm sorry. It's just so much praise I can give you for dominating that matchup. They put a guard on you. A guard. Okay, you had 39 points. You got what is 15 of them from the free throw line. I mean from the 3-point line. But they simply wasn't guarding you out there. Now I give him a congratulations for that, for hitting his threes. But bruh, I'm sorry. Good game, but I'm not finna, bend over backwards praising. I'm not finna give him no whole lot of praise because he dominated a matchup against a guard.
All right, get out of here.
He got defended by bigs. He got defended by bigs in Detroit. And what did he do?
No, he bought on them two at the same time. But the same person.
I gotta get back in here, man.
Okay. The same person that he's saying that he's not gonna give Alperen Şengün credit for balling on is the same person that shut down Jokic last year that Alperen Şengün outplayed in the Alperen Şengün outplayed in the FIBA. That was a good little exhibition by King, man. But at the same time, he all over the place like the sky with his argument. What you got for me, Buck?
Luke Dort was on KD most of the night. He wasn't holding Sagoon. That's why KD struggled. Luke Dort was on KD.
He was on KD most of the night, and Şengün was getting beat up by Caruso. He was getting buckets on Caruso. Caruso is supposed to be a great defender who shut down Jokic. And just like you heard me say on my other stream, when I was talking about Caruso, how the hell is he all of a sudden shutting down all these bigs and how he had magically shut down Jokic in the playoff? I didn't believe the hype. And we came out and they tried to do that shit on LP, and LP gave his ass 40.
Alex Caruso wasn't on the most of the night. It was Chet Holmgren.
He gave him 42.
LP is good, but stop trying to slide Jack Sunday. He on his way. He not man. There yet. He gonna be there one day, but it's not this season. He ain't gonna average. I don't think the most he might average this season is he might raise it up to about 21, 22 points a game. Because he gonna have them games, but he gonna have 39, and then he gonna have them 18, 17, and he gonna jump back up. Then it's too inconsistent for now to him to be the main guy, but they trying to build him up. But he on his way, but stop saying he better than Jokic and Giannis.
I ain't saying he better than them. I'm not saying he better than Jokic and Giannis, bro. I'm just saying that as of right now, he's on a level playing field. Like he's a tier under them. But they've been in the league for 10, 11, 12 years, bro. Alperen Şengün been in the league for 5 6 years. They've been in the league twice as long. Alperen Şengün has outplayed those guys within the last 6 months. That's my only point. That's the only point I made, is that he's on his way up. He's in ascension. You can see the ascent. He's on his way to the apex. He's outplaying guys left and right. He outplayed Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the MVP. He outplayed Giannis a little while ago. He's an MVP. He outplayed Joker. He's an MVP. So he outplayed Steph Curry in the playoff. He's an MVP. He outplayed all these MVPs back to back to back, bro. The last 4 or 5 times we've seen LP, he was outplaying MVPs.
So that means this year he gonna win MVP.
Nah, they already got Wemby set to win it. They want to give it to Wemby so bad. But if I tell you this, if Alperen Şengün plays up to his full potential and We have a higher rating. You don't have to mute your mic fixed. I don't know what you did, but when you came back, your mic was fixed better. But if
Okay.
if we if he played to his full potential and we get to a number three, number two, number three seed, right? And they don't decide to give it to Kevin Durant and they don't give it to Wemby, I'll take LP for the MVP because I think Alper Shangoon is going to have, he has the potential to have that kind of year. I don't know what he's really going to do because I don't know how committed he is to playing basketball the right way, how committed he is to taking over games when we need him to, and how often he's going to have to do that instead of Kevin Durant doing it. But if he has to be the guy, for the majority of the games, let's say let's say out of 82 games, 50 or 60 of those games, Alper Sengun is the guy that gets us the win. He's the high scorer on our team, and Wimby is not a shoe in for MVP. I can see Alper Sengun sneaking in the conversation and getting votes.
What's his number?
Let's say,
You have to be around about 29 point area.
well, right now, if he scores 17, let me just do this average right quick. So what's the average of 17 and 39?
56, about what, 24 and a half almost.
28 points. So if average
Okay.
Shangon,
He's
yeah.
not doing it the whole season, man. Come on now.
So average, if he averaged 28, obviously that's high. That's extremely high. But it's gonna take that kind of a valiant effort from him to get an MVP. If he averaged 28, 11, and 7, MVP. And we get it like a number two. If he averaged 28, I mean, I know that's not MVP numbers because usually MVP got to average 30, especially in this era. The MVP got to average 30 and a triple double. And Jokic and Giannis could average 30, but Jokic scored 21 points yesterday. Jokic scored 21 points the other day, and Giannis scored 31 yesterday. Jokic scored 21 the day before yesterday. So you know, nobody's just nobody's going bombs over Baghdad this year.
But
Nobody's
we
going
know we're
bombs
gonna
over.
be more consistent though. Throughout the season, we can tell by the previous seasons that we know Giannis and Jokic gonna be more consistent than Sagoon.
True, true. I mean, that's likely. That's likely. But at the same time, Albert Shango has been consistent. He just averaged 19 points a game. It's just the fact of the matter is that Albert Shango averaged 19 points a game the past 3 years. I don't have no problem with him averaging 19. But if he takes a 10-point jump this year and he averages 18 and 28, 29, 11 and 7, and our defense do what it did last year, and and we get a high seeding, top 3 or 4, I can see him getting votes. I mean, I can see him getting legitimate votes for MVP. Because here's the thing, as the season starts to progress and our team starts to look better and better and better and better, he's gonna get more and more and more limelight. He's gonna get more and more and more limelight. So KD averaging 30 right now. Okay, he averaging 30. He averaging 30. He scored 23 and 37. So yeah, I guess that's about 30. No, how the hell that's I guess that is 30. Yeah, 7 and 3. 29. Okay, yeah, he averaging 29 points. I see what you did right there. He averaging 29 points. No, my math ain't mathing, but I guess it's like 29. But yeah. So here's the thing. If KD averaged 30 the whole year, I could see KD getting votes for MVP. I look, either one of these guys can get votes for MVP. I'm not gonna cry about Apple.
Nah, KD would be about 27.
Okay.
Sagoon should be around
That
like
is right.
22,
Okay, you're right.
22, 23. That'll be a big jump for Sagoon, 22, 23. 10-point jump? No. He ain't had no off season like that to take no 10-point jump.
Hey, he can do it, man. He can do it. But if KD, listen. Now I'm. It looked like King is insinuating that KD could be a better pick for MVP than Alpha Shangoon. Well, I have you. If you go back and listen to my stream when we got KD, I said that KD could have MVP year. I'm not the only one who said it. Greenleaf also said it. I don't know who said it first. We'll go into all that. I know that on the night that we got KD, I said that KD could have a All-Star year if he stays healthy. Here's the catch: if he plays over 65 games or however many you got to play. I don't know that KD is going to play over 65 games. He played 50. He may play 62 last year. I don't know. 56 between 56 and 62 games last year he played. So KD would have to play past that injury threshold.
No,
And
Wemby getting MVP.
if Wemby could get MVP, I'm not saying that Wemby
No,
could
no,
get MVP. I already want to give it to him.
he finna put up them Wilt Chamberlain numbers. It's finna be unfair. No, and Sagoon not finna. Why should he finna handle Sagoon this year? He
Damn
remember
Wemby.
that game. He remember that game with Sagoon did. It's coming back.
Damn Wemby.
I hope,
Wemby
I hope
scored 29
Sagoon ready.
points. Wemby scored 29 points last night. Wemby scored 29 points last night, and that showed me something about Wemby that I don't think people realize. Guess what that is? You want to know what
And
it is?
where you score against Dallas?
What was something 40 something against Dallas? He scored.
Yeah,
Yeah, but what
that's
Wemby?
tell me that's he being in the lab. That's the dude that being in the lab.
Yeah, but he been in the lab. But guess what? It shows me is that you don't have that killer instinct, which is the same thing that I was
Who?
saying about Wemby. You don't got that killer instinct, bro.
Oh my god!
You don't got that killer instinct. I'm just telling you
And
right now.
Sagoon don't either because he can't finish a game. He can't put the
Shingun
ball
got
in his hand, and
Shingun
he
got
take it home.
Shangoon got more of a killer instinct than Wemby. He just don't got the skill and the
No,
talent. He just don't
no,
got the skill and the talent that Wemby got.
no.
No, I'm telling you, he do. Shangoon is a Viking, bro. This dude is a natural born killer, bro. If Shangoon had Wemby's, okay, you put Shangoon mind inside of Wemby. Let me tell you, you would have never had to tell Shangoon to stop going in the paint trying to score and trying to bully people because he think he can bully people right now. You think if Shangoon was 7'8" and he could dunk from wherever he wanted to dunk from, he wouldn't be trying to go dunk on people every play? Child, please. This dude here is crazy.
Sagoon gonna wish he was back at the 5 when he played the Spurs.
Yeah, because he gonna want to ball on Wemby. He gonna want to get his paper on
Now,
Wemby.
now Wemby gonna play the 4.
For what? Why?
Watch.
And Wemby better stay
Wemby
down there
gonna
on
get
Steven
that.
Adams
Wemby
before
finna
he
get
Steven
that get
Adams
back.
for 100.
Wemby
Huh?
finna get his get back. I'm telling you, Wemby finna get his get back.
Look,
Sagoon nice, but he ain't Wemby nice.
let me tell you something. Wemby can get his. Let me tell you what's gonna happen. Wemby gonna get his little 3, 4, 5 blocks. Right? I'm gonna tell you what Wemby's gonna
3,
do.
4,
Try
5
to be
blocks.
pretty.
7.
Wemby gonna try to be pretty, try to be fly, try to be Jordan, try to be Kobe. And what Shangoon gonna do? Try to bully you and get to the basket and put you in the rim because he a Viking and all he want to do is dominate and win. He don't care. The only time he try to be pretty is on the passes. Everything else, dominate.
He worked out with KD and the Dream in the off season.
And he want to be KD Elijah one. He want to be a KD Elijah one.
He gonna be all that plus more.
And Alpha Shangoon want to be Elijah one and Jokic.
Nah, see, he ain't got the fade. He should have Shagoon should have the dream shake down by now.
He got a little something, man. He got a little something. But no, I'm gonna tell you what Shangoon problem is. You want to talk about Shangoon offense? Shangoon's jump hook is not established. He has to establish that jump hook if if Olajuwon really gave two shits about Şengün, he would be telling him, and he would be telling Ime, no, he need to go to this jump hook every single play until they stop it, and then he starts to change up. But what happens is Şengün has the ball on the perimeter so much that he doesn't get to go to his jump hook. But all you got to do, listen, go back and watch Olajuwon. Olajuwon on the right block, jump hook, jump hook, jump hook, jump hook until they stop it. Then when they stop it, I'm gonna go to the jump hook. Then when you go, I'm gonna spin back and fade away. I'm gonna go to the jump hook. When you stop it, go back and fade away. And then when you go on that side, guess what? Post me up on the other side. I'm gonna do the same shit over here. Then when you get over there and you stop that, now I'm finna get in my bag. I'm gonna go to my jump hook, to my left hand jump hook. Then when you stop it, I'm gonna go back and fade right. Boom, I'm gonna do that. And then when you stop that, now I'm in the dream shake and then get you. It was the same system with Elijah Wan. It was always lead with the jump hook. Always lead with the jump hook.
So
Elijah Wan to tell you that himself. Şengün don't have that in his bag.
tell me this. He had the best two defenders on him playing the Thunder, and he scored 39.
Exactly.
And then when he played the Pistons, who don't have a defender like that, he scored 17. How
Mhm.
that happen?
Well, for one, the game plan was KD being more aggressive and trying to open it up for other players. The game plan was that KD was going to get aggressive, be more aggressive because he realized he could have been more aggressive during the Thunder, from his own words. That's what he said. And so this game, when he came out, he made it to intentionally to assert himself and hope that that opens up the offense for other players. But what it did was it took the ball out of Alperen Şengün's hand early, and Alperen Şengün, by them being physical and aggressive, with actually being physical and aggressive, and then KD being the main go-to and asserting himself, it kind of took Alperen Şengün out of his rhythm a little bit, and he never really got back into his rhythm until late in the second quarter. You know, Alperen Şengün had like 7 points in the first half, and he didn't really get going until the third and fourth quarter when he kind of started got going. And so
But that ain't that Sagoon game? The physical bump grind ain't that his game? So
it
he
is.
fit right at home. So he shouldn't have
Yep.
struggled with a game that's meant for his type of game that he like.
Yeah, but see, it wasn't a struggle. It was the trying to capitulate to Kevin Durant.
So is that why Kevin Durant struggled the first game because he was trying to capitulate to Sagoon?
Absolutely. Which is why I said when both of these guys put the shit together and both of these guys start to have chemistry and they both tie in, when they both tie in together and they both get 28, 30, it's in Reed Shepard knocking down shots, it's gonna be a whole totally different dynamic. And everybody gonna start saying different shit. And I'm telling you right now that
Steven
exact
Adams still gonna be center?
I mean, it don't matter. It don't matter who is the other people on the court. With Alperen Şengün and Kevin Durant, both start to score equal points when they both is scoring around 28 to 30 points. And if Reed Shepard is knocking down shots, he's a little more efficient. He his mid-range shots become more intentional and his threes are consistent. This team has absolutely zero ceilings.
But that would be a good statement if I seen some kind of silver lining in the offense.
Any implication that it was gonna happen, huh?
I don't see a silver lining in the offense. I mean, we struggle to score. The offense is stagnant. We can't get into a good rhythm. We start off late to when we start doing getting into a rhythm. Both of them gonna average 28.
Well, I mean, they don't have to average 28, but I mean, it has to be, it has to be a consistent 1-2 punch to where. But here's the actual formula. Let me give you the actual formula. The actual formula is both of them have to be dominating their matchups. It really don't mean that they both have to score 28, but when nobody else steps up, they have to do it. They have to both be able to score above, I want to say 20. 5 points apiece, if you really want to break it down to the bare minimum, they both have to be able to score above 25 points apiece. And Reed Shepard has to be a consistent shooter in order for this team to be successful with the way we're playing. Now, the real actual formula is that one of those two guys gets off and somebody else steps up. But the reason I'm saying those two, because those are the two that you depend on to step up when nobody else does. So I'm saying that if nobody else is getting nobody else getting their paper, if everybody played just like they played yesterday, and Alperen get you 25 and KD get you 30, or KD getting off and Alperen still get you 25, or Alperen get you 35 and then KD get you 25, and Reed is being consistent, we still win that game. We still win that game. And so the combination is both of those guys have to get off, and Reed has to be consistent in order for us to kind of solidify the offense. But the actuality of the formula is one of those guys got to get off, one of those guys got to hit their average, and then somebody else got to come in and kick in and have a very good game, or a not bad game. And what we've seen is the Oklahoma City game. Everybody had a not bad game. Nobody had a good game, but KD and Alperen. We need somebody to have a damn the not good, not damn the not bad games. We need somebody to have a good game besides LP and KD. But if LP and KD both have great games, it's hard to beat us. That makes sense.
They're never gonna have great games with Steven Adams in there. Why you like Steven Adams so much in the lineup?
Because, bro, like I said before,
He's not Shaq. He's not Elijah Warren. He's not Patrick Ewing. He ain't even Vlade Divac. He ain't Sabonis. Arenas Sabonis.
Yeah, but can we give him a
Can't even run a package for him. You can't even run a set for him.
But let me ask you this: can we give him an Anderson Varejao? Can we give him a Charles Oakley? Can we give him a something along those lines, enforcer type vibes?
No.
Big, strong enforcer.
No, because Anderson Varejao was more athletic and he could run the floor, set picks, set get back, everything. Steven Adams is too slow for all that.
He's a better rim protector.
Varejao was a good rim protector.
Not good as Steven Adams.
About the same. If not, maybe a little better.
Absolutely not. That's asinine.
Cleveland was number one in defense every year when they had him over there.
Anderson Varejao, I think you're thinking about Joakim Noah. Anderson Varejao, look, Steven Adams is a great rim protector, man.
Joakim Noah is better than Steven Adams.
Yeah, Joakim Noah was a beast defensively. He could play all over the floor as far as defense goes. But we just saw Steven Adams sit in the chair. We saw Steven Adams cut off penetration from the ball handler. We saw Steven Adams seal off the man off the roll when he coming off the pick. We seen Steven Adams take Kate Cunningham and push him all the way into the backcourt on a play. We saw Steven Adams.
You know what all them plays translated into? Scoring. All them plays that you named, they scored off all them plays in them highlights.
Yeah, but it wasn't because of him. It was because of somebody else.
And that's because of him. He's too slow. They're too slow laterally. You can't have 4 7-footers out here trying to run and keep up with some guards.
It had nothing to do with him, though, because he was taking his man out of the play. It was the other guys. With Steven Adams, the plays that we saw, Steven Adams had his man out of the play. The guys who got scored on was the other cats.
You know who Stephen Jackson is?
Yeah, I know
Rudy Gobert. He's no good. We're gonna get you on the switch, get you on this perimeter, and we just gonna blow by you.
Absolutely not. Let me tell you what's not gonna happen. I'm gonna tell you what you're not gonna see. I'm gonna tell you, I can guarantee you, Buckmo, listen, I can guarantee you this. And Steven Adams can shoot too, by the way. I just want you to understand that King, he's not a bad shooter. He just don't do it. He don't have to. But here's the thing. This
Because
what
he
I
can't
want you.
shoot.
Huh? He
Because he
can't
can't
shoot.
shoot. Yeah, just
What?
like Armin Thomas, yeah, he can't shoot. That's why he don't shoot the corner
I'm,
three. That's why he shot 1-3 because he can't shoot.
what? Not me. Steven Adams. Steven Adams is he's not a bad shooter. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm just not. He's not a
Really.
bad shooter. He's a very good passer. He's a very good passer, underrated passer to say the least, and he's not a bad ball handler either. We just don't do it because it's not.
Ball handler.
Yeah, he is. He is. Yeah, go back. You got to think about this, man. Go back and watch his highlights when he was with OKC, bro.
Yeah, he wasn't handling the ball. Westbrook was.
No, I'm not talking about every
Westbrook
single
was just
play.
handing it off to him, driving real hard, dumping it off to him, putting up dunks. He wasn't doing nothing spectacular. The same
No,
thing he doing now, the same thing he was doing at OKC.
well, I'm not saying nothing spectacular. I'm not saying he out there hizzy tweening, bro. All I'm saying is if Jabbar can handle the ball, if Steven
No,
Adams,
no,
if
no.
listen,
You really sleepy.
well, you have to let me make the statement. The point is that if Steven Adams had to dribble the ball, he could dribble the ball. He dribbled the ball before. It's not like the dude cannot dribble a basketball. The dude was dribbling basketballs all his damn life. The dude can dribble a basketball, bro. He just don't do it because it's not his
No,
job.
yeah, come on.
I would actually say Steven Adams might be a better ball handler than Jabbar.
Okay, yeah, it's time to go to bed.
Might say
Yeah.
Steven Adams might be a better ball handler than Jabbar Smith Jr. I might would say that.
So you might want to say he a better ball handler than Sagoon.
No, I'm not gonna say that at all. What I am gonna say is that people, people, you sleep on what you don't know. I'm what I'm doing. I'm talking what I know. I'm not just making up stuff because what I haven't seen. I'm making up stuff because of what I do know. I'm telling you what I do know, not what I don't know. And
He
and
too
I think
stiff to bring the ball up.
let's see, too stiff to bring the ball up don't have nothing to do with what he can do. What you telling me is
Yeah.
something that what you haven't seen him do and what you're imagining inside of your mind. I'm not talking about what I'm imagining inside of my mind. I'm telling you what I know he can. I'm not saying bring the ball up either. I didn't say he can bring the ball up. I'm not saying he can come down the court and push the peel like come down the court and push the peel down the court. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that Steven Adams can dribble the basketball, bro. That he's an underrated ball handler. He's an underrated passer. And he's not a horrible shooter.
Okay. You got to show me this footage of where him bringing the ball up. 'Cause I haven't seen it.
Oh boy,
Did he do it with Memphis?
huh?
Cause I ain't seen no footage of this man ever bringing the ball up.
So again, you for some reason you think I'm just making up random stuff, huh?
Yeah.
Okay,
They
that's a
don't
good
hand
one.
it to
I
the
like,
point guard.
huh?
They don't hand it to the point guard. I mean, he had Westbrook and he had Ja Morant. Why is he bringing the ball up court?
Well, I never said he bringing the ball up court. I just said he's an underrated ball handler and an underrated shooter. He can dribble and he can pass if he wanted to. I'm not saying he
Okay,
can be a point guard. I'm not saying he can be Shangoon. I'm just saying that he's an underrated offensive player. He just don't do the stuff because that's not what he's required of.
because he can't do it. That's what makes him a relic. He can't shoot. He can't dribble. In today's game, you're gonna have to shoot and dribble, whether you're a 4 or a 5. You're gonna have to be able to shoot and have a little handles. Now you ain't got to have handles like a guard, but you're gonna be able to have decent handles like Jabari Smith or like Evan Mobley. They ain't got to be tween, but enough to take your man off the dribble. You ain't
Okay.
never seen Steven Adams take a man off the dribble.
So let me ask you this right here. When I show you this right here, because King in the chat saying stop the cap, right? King in the chat saying stop the cap. Now when I show you this right here, Then are you gonna believe when I say stuff? I just don't be making stuff up. I be talking about what I know. Can we concede that if I show you this, then you're gonna believe that when I say something, I'm not just making stuff up. Can we just do that?
All right.
Okay.
Let's see what you pull up. First, it depends on what you pull up and what you're doing. I
Okay.
just can't concede to something until I see it.
Okay. You wanna see this right here?
All right.
Now I want you to tell me is this decent ball handling or not? Euro, Euro to the lake. Is that decent? From half court, push the ball Euro to the lake. Is that decent?
No,
That's not? Okay.
no, that's not decent. He
Euro
took
to the lake from half court.
he took one dribble.
Fam. Come on,
That was
fam.
one dribble.
Come on, fam. Hold on, let me mute this. Okay. One dribble, two dribbles, three dribble, and look where his hand placement is on the ball. This is what I be talking about, bro. Look where his hand placement is on the ball, bro.
Okay, he took two
Euro to
dribbles.
the lane with the
Oh, he going coast to coast?
Euro again. Whoop, whoop. Euro again. Euro again.
Yeah.
Look, look at the shot. Bang bang. Oh, he gave me.
That's one.
That's
That's
what it
one
is.
dribble though. Where's the coast? Look at that. One dribble and elbow.
And then shimmy with the curry. Look, oh, Steven Adams. Come on, bro. Y'all, you look at the handle. Look at the speed. Look at the speed. You talk about it too slow. Look at the speed that he moving
And
at, bro.
that was a travel all the way.
Look at the speed he moving at. That's an air ball. But this was the one he made from half court. Look. Follow through. Come on, Brody. The speed. Look at the speed though, and then the Euro. Come on, man.
You see how Paul George scratching his head?
Look at that. Euro with the one hand floating. Euro to the one hand floating. Okay. Come on, man. I'm not saying he's the best dribbling shooter in the world. I'm just saying the dude can do it. I'm just saying the dude can do it, bro.
Shaq, we didn't see Shaq bring the ball coast to coast. He don't have better handles than Shaq, and Shaq was 350.
Okay. This is last year. We don't even have to go back that far. This is last year action right here. Let's see. Let me pull up some more action for you. Let me pull up some more action for you so y'all can see where I be at with mine. Look at this. Rip Buddy Hill. Picked him and ripped him. Pushed the ball down the court. You rolled him again. Got the foul. Look at the speed he dribbling the ball. Look at the speed he moving at, bro. Ripped him. Quick hand. Pushed the ball up the court. Hold on. Because I'm only gonna ask you one question. I'm gonna be able to tell if you being genuine or not. The way Steven Adams was just dribbling on them highlights. You mean to tell me that Jabari looks better than that when he dribbles?
A
Don't lie.
thousand times, baby. 1,000 times. Pull up the Jabari Smith highlights.
Dog his ass. I'm putting up Jabari on your dog's ass. I'm telling you that right now. I'm putting up Jabari on your dog.
Don't pull up the Jabari Smith turnovers.
Worst dribbling, but Jabari worst dribbling shit ever. That's what I'm googling it right now. I'm gonna literally Google Jabari worst dribbling shit ever. Nah. Let me see what is Jabari coach to coach. Okay. Let me make sure this it right here. Uh, let me see. Let me see. I don't know what that sound is. Hold on. Okay. Let me see. I can't even find Jabari Hamlin.
You boys say you got handled.
I said underrated handles. Is what I said. I didn't say the boy had just
There's no such thing as
purebred
underrated.
dribbling. Huh?
He just underrated.
Yeah, he is very much.
No, that's not. No, he's just underrated. He's just down there. He's negative.
Okay, here we
Yeah,
go.
2
Here.
dribbles to the basket with a Euro step that he tried.
Okay.
You gotta
I
stop
think this
it.
right here might work for us.
Like King say. King say you gotta stop this, man. This.
I think this will work right here. Let's see if
Now you
this will
putting
pull up some
Jabari.
Jabari.
You putting Jabari Smith
Huh?
to keep Steven Adams in the lineup. Now you got to put Jabari Smith down to keep
No,
Steven
no, 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 no,
Adams.
no. Okay, okay. Well, look, I don't have to say he looked better than Jabari. I'm just saying that it's not. All I'm saying is, bro, I look at the hand placement, the arm movement, how your arm move when you dribble the ball, where your knees at, how far your knees is apart when you dribble the ball, where your legs, how you extend your leg, you turn your hand over, you turn your wrist over, your wrist moving the right way, your elbow the right way. I look at all this stuff when I look at how somebody dribbles basketball, how they move on a basketball court. And all I'm telling you is, Jabari Smith Jr., when he dribbled the basketball, his arm extends all the way down when he dribbles the basketball, and it's a little awkward to me as far as dribbling. I don't say he can't dribble. I actually did a whole documentary on how I think Jabari is not as bad as dribble as people try to make him out to be, and why people keep saying I don't want to see Jabari dribble the ball. I hate seeing Jabari dribble. I'm not even saying that about Jabari because I don't think Jabari is a horrible dribbler. But I do.
Jabari has above average handle.
You said what?
Jabari has above average handle.
Say that one more. Gotta cut your mic all the way up. Say it one more time for the people.
I said Jabari have above average handles.
Okay, I was just making sure that I wasn't drunk. I had to make sure I wasn't drunk. And
He
that
is above, and I ain't saying he can go out here and just mix somebody up, but he has enough to take this man off the dribble and get his shot off.
Come on, Buck. Come on, you got to be.
We have seen him do that way more than Steven Adams
You got to
dribble
be.
the ball.
That's some dysfunctional shit.
There's no way you believe Jabari got above average handle.
He has better handles than Eason. We just seen Eason the first game, 2 games, just turn the ball over. It's just willy nilly.
Okay, I think that was the
No,
bell.
you don't like Jabari Smith. If I don't like Reed Shepard, you must don't like Jabari Smith. We talking about
I love
him like
Jabari.
that.
Oh, whoa. I love Jabari. I mean, I love his game. I don't love him. You know, that's weird. But I'm saying I love Jabari game. I love Jabari game. It's really nothing to say about it. The only thing I'll say about Jabari game is, for one, let me say this: the fact that Jabari has switched his game into just being an outside the perimeter player, and the way he's attacking players on offense when they try to put a mouth in the house on him, he'll go ahead and attack that. I'm watching Jabari. He's great. He's playing good basketball this year. He just missed a lot of shots in the last game, which I don't care about you missing shots. People miss shots. That's what you do, especially when they try to make you a catch shooter instead of letting you get the ball in the post where you can turn and fire over people. But I don't have no problem with Jabari. All I'm saying is that Steve Adams is not a bad player. And instead of you or me acknowledging that the man dribbles the ball well for a big man, y'all want to say the man can't dribble. But he clearly can dribble the basketball. We clearly just seen Steve Adams dribble the ball down the court, dribble point guard in the open floor, dribble the ball coast to coast and shoot the lane. We clearly just seen him do that. Instead of y'all just saying, okay, the dude can do better than what I thought I did. He can do that. Y'all just gonna act like the saying. To be honest, to be totally honest, the man dribble as good as Jabbar. The man dribble a basketball as Jabbar Smith Jr. He's probably just as fast as Jabbar Smith Jr. He dribbles just as good as Jabbar Smith Jr. He's definitely not nowhere near the shooter. As far as I'm not taking nothing away from Steven Adams. Speed with the basketball, dribbling the basketball. He has a nice spin, nice rotation on the basketball with the dribble. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying Jabbar is trash or none of that. Because Jabbar has been playing basketball at an elite level the past 2 games, even when he was missing. I didn't care. Even when he do shots, I don't care because it's not about, you know, to me, it's not all about the percentage with Jabbar. It's about the intensity. It's about the rebounding. It's about contesting, making yourself big vertically at the rim and contesting shots. It's about rebounding, playing good, making your base wide when you're on defense, uh, switchability and stuff like that. And it's about pushing the ball when you get the ball off the rim on the defensive rebound. Up the court, not over, not letting the defense sit. So Jabbar doing good things. I don't have no problem with Jabbar whatsoever. You know, um, I just don't have the problem that people have with Steven Adams because when people say stuff about Steven Adams, I'll be like, no, that's not realistic. And so y'all be like, hey, mute your mic, Buck. Mute your mic right quick, Buck. Let me see if that's on your mic. Okay. Is it
Might be
still there?
moved.
Okay, let me see. Is it still there? Okay, so there's something going on in the background with your mic. It was better. Appreciate you, KOD. Appreciate you. Okay, so we do gotta mute you whenever I'm talking. We'll just go back to the switchy swatching like we were doing at first, and till I can figure out what's going on with the mics. Okay, but now, it's me. Is my mic? No, because look, when I'm talking right now and he muted, there's nothing going on. Is it still feeding back? Yeah, see, that's when he muted his mic. Whenever he muted and I talk, it sound okay. It's something with the way I got the shit wired up. So you know what I mean? It could be something with one of the other softwares in the background. Let me check over here. But I got some stuff open. But now at the end of the day, bro, this all I'm saying. I need to get you off of that altogether. Uh, that's deleted. That's deleted. That's closed. Okay, Mike, right. Anyway, let me nah, but at the end of the day, all I'm saying is when you ask me, why do I like Steven Adams, I was just saying simply, you know, it's what he brings to the table as far as rebounding. Because here's the thing. If you was gonna put somebody else in there that can be as good an offensive rebounder, that can make sure that when we got these non-ass shooters in the game, or here's the truth. Okay. Let me break it down to you like this. If Reed Shepard was shooting lights out, I got no problem taking out Steven Adams and putting Reed Shepard in the lineup because we don't need the offensive rebounds as much. But I would say start Steven Adams, and when he go out and you bring in Reed Shepard, cool, because now Steven Adams go out, LP goes to the center, and Reed Shepard goes to the point guard, KD goes to the 2, Amin goes to the 3, get Amin off the ball and get him his rest like y'all was talking about, to where, you know, he can rest on offense and play more on defense. And put him back in the dunker spot. Put him right back in the dunker spot with his butt. With his jumping ass. But that's if Reed Shepard was scoring good. But with us not having no shooters, no efficient shooters right now. And I know, like King say, when Dorian Finney-Smith come back, Dorian Finney-Smith come back, Dorian Finney-Smith come back. Dorian Finney-Smith come back, his ass is traded, bro. His ass gonna get traded. Him or Tar, one of these cats gonna get traded, and it's some go. It's you know, yeah, yeah, we need that. And I myself personally, I don't have to get rid of Reed Shepard. Like I know everybody. This the thing that gets me. Y'all tell me if I'm wrong about this. Tell me if I'm wrong about this. As soon as you see that somebody ain't what you expect them to be, the first thing people say is trade him and get somebody. No, keep what you got. Trade some of these up. Trade Jayshawn Tate and get somebody. Trade Jeff Green and get somebody. You know what I mean? Why you want to trade Reed Shepard, package Reed Shepard and Atari and go out and get Derek White? Well, first of all, freaking Einstein, the money don't match up. You're not going to get a $30 million player for $20 million. That's the first thing. Second of all, why the hell would you trade Reed Shepard and Tar Eason to get Derek White just because they're not playing the way you want them to play right now today? Because Derek White cannot play the way you want him to play, and then what you gonna do? Keep on trying to trade pieces, trade pieces, trade pieces, trade pieces? No, figure out what you need, get that one thing, and then let that one thing be what it is. And then ride it out. What you need is literally what you need is a shooter. Literally what you literally what you need is a shooter. And you literally have, I don't know if y'all ever heard me say this before. And I think, I do this because this is how I grew up. Money gone. My bad. I've been talking a lot. But money went out. He said you running your mouth too much. But listen, I do this. And I take it at face value. I take it at face value, this right here. I said, you can't be a great NBA team without a white boy shooter on your team. You have to have at least one. I mean, yeah, I would trade Shepard and Torrey for White if you could. I would probably even trade Reed Shepard and Torrey for Kobe White. Real spill. Because Kobe White is still in our timeline. You know what I mean? Kobe White is still in our timeline. So I would even trade Reed Shepard and Tate for Kobe White. But the problem is, you wouldn't trade Reed Shepard and Tate for Kobe White? You know who I'm talking about? Kobe White from the Bulls? No, Kobe White not bad defensively, bro, and he good offensively. Kobe White is solid. Kobe White is a solid player. Maybe I'm wrong. But whenever I watch him, no, I know. I know you said Tari and Reed, or you said you would trade Tari for Kobe White. No, probably trade both of them for Kobe White. But Kobe White is a legitimate, solid player, bro. I don't have no. Well, maybe I'm wrong, but whenever I see the dude play, the dude is a solid scorer, solid defender. He just over there by himself. Yeah, he not bad. He not good defensively. What about, is he better than Reed defensively? Is he better than Reed defensively? No, Kobe White ain't smaller than Fred. Get off the gas. Kobe White is like 6'3", 6'6" something. You gassing. You thinking about I don't know who you thinking about. Yeah, Kobe White is 6'4", bro. What are you talking about? You talking about somebody else, bro. You thinking about you thinking about somebody else. I'm thinking about Kobe White. I'm thinking about this Kobe White right here with the hair and the teeth and stuff like that. I'm thinking about Kobe White with the hair and the teeth right here, and who I thought he was a pretty decent defender, not bad but not good. I mean, oh, you saying smaller, like skinny, 195? Okay, you 195, 195. Yeah, that's not that's not super. That's not super duper, but 20 points a game, 5 assists, 45% from 3-point land, I mean, from the free throw, I mean, field goal. I'm not gonna cry over that, bro. I'm not gonna cry over Kobe White. What did he shoot from three? What did he shoot from three? At the end of the day, uh, let's see. Let's see. I mean, 13, 13, 13, 20, 20, 20. Okay. Um, Not nothing really special, but 35, 37% from 3-point pretty much. Well, man, 36, 35 from three, not nothing great. Not nothing great over here. Not really nothing great. But 6 blocks, 15 blocks, 11 blocks. This is season stats I'm looking at too, though. I'm looking at season stats. 1,500 points, 1,500 points. That's not bad, bro. He's a career 15-point game scorer, a career 36.9. Uh, at six, between 6 and 3, between 3 and 6 3-pointers a game. He can shoot 37%. That's good. Assists per game around 4 assists per game. Yeah, not great defensively. Not even one steal, one block a game, not even one. But, 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 he's never averaged over 2.5 turnovers. He's never averaged over 2.5 turnovers on a team where you're damn near the best player. That's good. That's Fred VanVleet-esque right there. When you never average over 2.5, the highest he's ever been is 2.4. Career 1.8 turnover a game. So 4 to 2 turnover ratio. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad on that. Not bad. There's nothing to sneeze at on that. I'm not gonna cry about that at all. Um, hmm. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Tell you what I'm gonna do. Let me let me burn my commercial right quick while I take me a little restroom, and I'm gonna come right back and chop it up, man.
Every show needs a spark. Ours, you. Step into the spotlight for a one-on-one fire debate. Call out a take, defend your own or a beat and teach masterclass. Winners earn bragging rights and rewards. Email redalert.rocketzone@gmail.com to lock your spot or choose a topic from our board. Thanks for supporting the movement. Tap subscribe, drop a like, and if you want to buy us a coffee, Cash App, $26KG1. Every show needs a spark, and you are ours. Salute to you.
All right, we back. I needed that little quick little intermission. Black people don't like to see you get water. So, you know what I mean? You can't drink no water in front of black people. Um, so for this last segment, I guess what I really want to do is, I mean, I can play around with the trades a little bit, but I kind of want to hone in on this Ime Udoka topic. We did some looking at why I feel like his offense right now is looking the way that it's looking. I don't think it's by accident that we look redundant. I don't think, by no stretch of the imagination that Ime hasn't looked out on the court and said, oh, that's the same play I just ran 3 minutes ago. There's nothing in my mind that makes me feel like I'm smarter at basketball than Ime Udoka. What I feel like ultimately is I can kind of tell what's going on behind the scenes better than the people who just look in surface level. Not that I feel like everybody who says the same exact thing is looking surface level. I just see shit a little differently. And I mean, I am a creative. I am a creative person. I do, you know, I am kind of a creator. So I do kind of let my mind wonder about some of these things and some of this stuff that I kind of say, you know what? I have to assume that. I have to assume that Ime's smart enough to know that his offense is redundant. And let me look at the intricacies of the offense to see, is it really redundant or is it just ran out of the same sets? Is it just running from things that look, is the offense the same or are they just other people just standing in the same place? I think it's a big difference between, hey, those guys are standing in the same place rather than the offense is the same. Because guess what? There's only so much real estate on the basketball court. There's only so many places you can stand. Where the hell do you want the people to stand at? You want them to stand, by the scores booth. You want them to stand on the outlet line and 3 point line and 3 point line and the half court line and one person stand in the middle. You want spacing? I got spacing for your dog's ass. You go stand in the corner down there by the baseline. You stand over here by the half court line in the corner. You stand over here in this elbow right here, and you go stand in the middle. And I'm gonna just dribble the ball out here, and we're gonna have all the spacing in the world, and nobody can shoot the ball from where the hell they at. This is what I have a problem with. But I think that when I look at the court and I say, okay, this is where Okogie is. This is the exact same spot Steven Adams would be. What's the difference between that and that? Let me look where the ball is. Oh, Armand got the ball right here. Oh, Armand got the ball right there again. Oh, so that's kind of, it might be the same exact play. Oh, okay. Well, let me look over here. Guess who got the ball in the app? So I look at these different things and I say, well, why are we seeing a certain level of repetition? Oh, repetition. Repetition. You want these players to get in-game reps against different defenses. Wow. We just played two of the best defensive teams in the league back to back. What an opportunity. That makes sense. It makes sense to me. This is how we would look if Alfred Şengün has to, if they play KD this way, then LP has to be the guy that leads us. This is how we're gonna look. If they play Alfred Şengün this way, then KD has to be the guy. This is how we're gonna look. This is called strategizing. They do this before game and in film studies, in shoot around practices. They say, hey, look, the strategy is gonna be XYZ. KD's, gonna be more aggressive this game. We're gonna have Albert Şengün on ball facilitating. Armin, we want you facilitating, but we want you not facilitating at the top of the key. We're gonna have you facilitating in the wing position where Jalen would have been last year. So whereas KD was running a lot more point guard this game, Amin was running some point guard, but he was running it from the spot where Jalen would have been last year. This small, minor tweak goes unnoticed by a lot of people. It doesn't go unnoticed by me. Why is that important? Because when I come in and I say, hey, look, I'm listening to people say shit just to be saying it. I don't care what they're saying. I care about, as far as the Rockets fans go, you know, let's talk about it. Let's chop it up. Let's say overall, what we see. Tell me what you see so I can learn what I can learn from you. But then I have to chew the meat, chew the fish and spit out the bone. Right? I have to chew the fish and spit out the bone. Because overall, the difference is I'm not looking for what the problems is. I'm looking for what's the actual functionality. What's actually happening. Like, I don't sit back and go, "Oh, what's the problem with this? What's the problem with that? What's the problem with this? What's the problem with that? Oh, that's a problem. That's a problem. I don't do that. My mind don't even work like that. I could not even sit here and tell you what the problem with all that shit was if I wanted to. I would bore myself to death. I would literally bore myself to death if I had to sit here and tell you what all the problems was with everything. I could point out a couple of problems and say, "Hey, look, that's a big problem because I don't like it." Or, somebody told me, or I've seen it done enough to where I can just say, "Hey," but I can't sit here and tell you problem for problem for problem. That will bore the shit out of me. What I can do is look at something and say, "Oh, this is how this works. This is how this works. This is how this works. I see this working like that. And if it comes to its full, complete culmination, it should look like this, you know, end result, end result, right?" And that's kind of what I'm looking at with the email thing. The way email has this set up is that as things start to come together, as it starts to progress and come to its full culmination, what you're going to see is things start to smooth themselves out over the course of time. You're going to start to see, whereas missed assists, guys open all over the court, bullied on the glass. We're not going to see that a lot. Why? Why is that? Because the repetitions we just got back to back, guess what we're going to see in the next game? Same exact shit. He's not going to switch up because there's no point in switching to something else if you can't do this right. If 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 I'm if I'm right, like, this is baseline, base level offense, and Ime is not gonna do no bunch of extra until you get this basic shit right. You can't get the ball, Alper Sengun. You can't throw the ball to Jabari right over there after he just hit the three. You can't make these simple passes. Read. You can't make this simple read without turning your back and throwing the ball all the way across court to so you can't make the ball go over there without getting it stolen. This is why we have what we have to look for as far as this team getting better. It's not about trades. It's not about changing the lineup. What it's about is making the right pass. What it's about, getting your ass to where you're at. They're not getting after it. I wish I had my. I wish I. we need that. We need that. They're not getting after it. No, we getting after it defensively, but you have to get your ass to where your tail end doggy's bottom need to be, bro. Get your doggy bottom where your doggy bottom need to be at, and get the ball to where the ball need to go when the ball need to be there. at this point, you know, the moment can't be too big for you. You can't get in a situation to where you starting to look at things and say, well, I'm just acting. I mean, yeah, you want to be active. Yeah, you want it to be, not overthinking because it's a fine line. It's a fine line between, stop thinking and play basketball. But you have to, you know, you have to have offensive awareness, defensive awareness. So it's not a matter of thinking, but it's a matter of knowing and being aware of it, right? You have to be aware of that defense when it's sliding over to you. You have to have a sense of when the man is trying to sneak up on you from the back and steal the ball. It's just awareness. It's not really overthinking. Some of it should be secondhand. Some of it is going to be based off of just doing it over and over and over again. And after 82 games, when we get to the playoffs, we should be a well-oiled machine. We should be a well-oiled machine after 82 games when we get to the playoffs. Um, what we have tomorrow. Let me tell you what we have tomorrow, and I'm gonna pop back up tomorrow. I hope y'all pull back up on your boy. This stream is going on. Let me see how long we've been going. How long I've been going? This stream been going on 6.5 hours, and I appreciate everybody for pulling up. Give y'all official. Oh, hold on, Buckmo, pull back up on me. I ain't gonna give you the applause because I know it's getting late. What's up with you, Buck? What up? Go ahead, Buck.
Oh, no, I was saying, shit, appreciate you for having me up here, bro. Shit, my mama supports you, nigga. I love what you're doing, my nigga. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's just got some kind of delay. I don't know if it's on my end. I think it's something I got going on in the background or something. But go ahead.
Can you
I
hear
can.
me?
Yeah,
Hold
I
on,
can.
hold on. Yeah, I was saying appreciate for having me up here, bro. Love the channel and shit. Support me. Be here tomorrow when you pull up. See what you're talking about.
Yes, sir, man. I sure appreciate you, bro. This like I say, man. You and King, um, high heights, man. Y'all boys been holding me down since I jumped my channel off, man. And I ain't never, what I mean. I'll never forget the one who look out for me, man. Y'all boys be here every time y'all see me on. Y'all pull up, y'all chop it up with me. You Buck usually the chat master, and King usually come up here and say a bunch of asinine bullshit. But you know what I mean. If both of y'all go, both of y'all gonna come over here, man. We can get it popping anytime, bro. I respect both of y'all knowledge about the game, to be honest, man. I just got a different way of approaching the way that I talk about it. But we all kind of saying the same thing. We got different outlooks on the intricacies of how I need to work out. And I definitely appreciate both of you fellas, man. Both of you fellas are actually, to be 100%, both of y'all are the reason the show is even um generating what it's generating right now as far as viewers and all that stuff. Y'all make the show what it is, bro. I'm not even gonna hold you. Um, but tomorrow's game against the Brooklyn Nets. Listen, let me set this up. We're gonna see the exact same shit tomorrow from Ime. We're gonna see the exact same shit tomorrow from the team as far as the plays that's gonna be ran. This is one of those games where we was talking about earlier, where KD and Alperen Sengun both can get off and dominate the shit out of this team. I don't know if that's what we're gonna see, but that would be a great scenario opportunity for both of these guys to get off and dominate. This is a team that's tanking. This is a team that's tanking. This is a throwaway game. It's every single thing that I said needed to happen um Alpha Shangoon can get his paper tomorrow, and we can find out what it looks like when KD and Alperen go off together. And guess what? They're tanking. So what does that mean for Reed? Reed should get stupid buckets tomorrow. Reed should be getting stupid buckets. He should go nuts tomorrow. He should look over there and say, "Oh, this is a team that's tanking. They're not gonna have shit for me. They're not really gonna do nothing for me." We should see something along the lines of both our superstars going off, or one of our superstars and a support player, and Reed Shepard having a good game all at one time to get this first win of the season. Tell me, Buckmo, who do you think the X factor is going to be? Um, how do you think it's going to play out as far as you know Kevin Durant, Alpha Shangoon? Who you think going to be that player that takes over this game? And what do you think the key to the game actually is as far as us getting a win?
But the key to the game, um, it shouldn't really be no key player to the game. It's the Brooklyn Nets and that shit. Um, but who I look to have a standout game is maybe Jabari in this matchup. I think he should have an edge. What we need to do to win this game, sit Steven Adams on the bench. That's it.
And to be honest with you, I'm with you on this one. I'm 100% with you on this one. This is actually a Steven Adams rest game for me. I would actually agree 100%. I would, well, you know what? I would start him. I would start him just to keep the consistency, but I wouldn't play him a lot. I don't think we're gonna need him. I would play him just a little bit, just to come out there and roll out there with our Monster Squad, just for him to hit somebody, bump somebody and get a little physical so they can realize what it's like playing against a team that's that physical. And then I'm gonna go ahead and sit him on the bench. I'm gonna play Capella. I'm gonna play Tar Easton and see if Tari, because here's the thing. Tari played a little bit better last game than he played the first game. If Tari continues to get a little bit better and a little bit better as the season goes, that's good for us, whether or not whatever the case may be. We need Tari because Tari has every game he's been good rebounding, but Tari's offensive rebounds mean a lot to this team. Um, I would definitely get Tari a little more burn this game. Maybe play Tari and Josh Okogie together a little bit more. I would even roll out a lineup with Tari, Josh Okogie, and Reed Shepard together with Jabari and LP or something, something along those lines. Some shit like that. No, Kevin Durant, Josh Okogie, Tari, and Reed Shepard and Alpha Shangoon or Jabari. I'll run out some shit like that just to, just to get them guys some burn because I would like to see. The idea. Um, I like the idea of having guys who haven't been exceptional the past couple of days, but it is good defense when it's on. His rebounding has really been good, but he's only had one big defensive play. So I think the key, I'm gonna say my X factor to the game. You know what? I'm with you on Jabari because he had such a bad game last time. I think Jabari coming in to turn that around is an opportunity for him to do that. But I'm going to say my X factor for the game is going to be Reed Shepard because this is an opportunity for Reed Shepard to come out and make some headway against a team that he should really be able to have a 25, 30-point game against. This is actually one of those games where Reed could come out and have 25, 30, and Jabari could have 22, 23, 24 points. You know, it's one of those games where neither one of our stars really have to get off. But if one of our stars get off and those two guys come to play, it's gonna be a hell of an exciting game. if Jabari and Reed go off tomorrow, because that means it's gonna be raining orange leather all night long, and that's what we look to see tomorrow at Brooklyn Nets. What time is the game? Let me pull it up and see what time the game is tomorrow, and I'll let y'all know what time I plan on jumping on.
I think it's 7. I think I'm on at 7.
Okay, so if it come on at 7, obviously I'll be on no later than 6, but it might be 5:30. I might come on at 5 since I've been getting a couple more people in that want to talk. Lero been pulling up on me, obviously. King, he might still be it's Sunday, so he might. I don't know if he worked tomorrow or not. But on pregame show, I've been getting 2 or 3 people that want to pull up and talk. So I might pull up at 5 and let everybody come on, chop it up. Depending on how I feel, I might pull up at 4 if my football parlay is looking good. My football parlay is looking good. I get a little bit of that juice in me. You know what I'm saying? Get drinking me some pina coladas or something. I might pull up at 4 o'clock and be on this mug happy than a mug. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But hey man, look, like I said, I appreciate y'all, man. I'm finna go ahead and get up out of here. It's been a good one, man. Hey, this Rockets Red Alert. Like I said, you've been warned. Stay lit, stay tapped in, stay tuned in. I'm finna drop this outro, man. I appreciate everybody. Peace. Yeah, Hudden. Hey, I'm out of here, man. Appreciate it.
I'm your host, Hope Champion, and this has been another exciting edition of Red Alert Rocket Zone. If you haven't already, make sure to like and subscribe so you don't miss any of the great things we have coming your way. Want to jump into one of our one-on-one debates? Email us at redalert.rocketzone@gmail.com. We'd love to hear from you. While you're at it, head over to the website and check out the KG1 merch. And if you want to show support or buy us a coffee, you can send it through Cash App, $6KG1. We truly appreciate your support because every show needs a spark. And for us, you are it. So come back again and blast off with Red Alert Rocket Zone.
Another night, another stat I can't defend. Another hope I hope never ends. Every loss feel like deja vu, but every win reminds me why I do. The lights fade, but the passion don't. The city fans got pushed back for the smoke. Even when the shots don't fall, I'm still here to talk that talk. You can't believe I'm still tuned to this tone. Still taking off in the rocket zone. All the heat, all the pride, you know what we own. Yeah, welcome home to the Red Alert Zone. We're gonna break it down like how to break down the zone. He is an alien man, Mike calling on the phone. Every fan's a debater at heart. Every stance to take is part of the art. Oh, they say the data never lies, but numbers can't feel what's on the heart inside. So we clutch city till we die, even if we hold their feet to the fire. Tuned to this tone, oh, taking off in the rocket zone. All the hate, all the pride, you know what we are. Yeah, welcome home to the Red Alert Zone. No alien man, he is an alien man. He's an alien, that's a man, and he is a Rockets fan. Oh, alien man, calling to talk about the Rockets. Oh, alien man, he's an alien man. Oh man, he's just an alien. He's an alien, 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 oh 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 Rockets, man.
the red alert zone.